All right, good afternoon. Ms. Hamburger, would you approach, please? All right, good afternoon, counsel. We've had a few developments transpire, as you know, over the last 2 days. The defense has turned over a tape recording of a statement made by your client, Rosa Lopez, in July of last year, and that tape recording was turned over late this morning, and a transcript was just provided by the court to counsel for both sides. Prosecution has asked for a continuance of the 1335 until Friday morning so that they can evaluate the tape recorded statement and correlate it with all the other evidence that has been created by this situation. I am probably not going to grant the continuance until Friday. I'm probably going to grant a continuance until Thursday. For this reason, I do not believe we can complete this conditional examination in one additional day. I think we're going to go longer than an additional day. And I'm therefore going to be ordering your client to return back here at 9 o'clock on Thursday morning, the 2nd of March. And I understand your client is very reluctant to stay. The court has already, through the clerk, made arrangements to change her plane reservations for her flight out of town. So I maintain my belief that she is, in fact, going to leave the jurisdiction. My alternative is that if she does not accept my order to return on March the 3rd at 9 a.m., then having already determined that she is a material witness, I will have to require her to post a substantial bond. All right, do you want to discuss that with your client?
May I please, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Thank you.
March 2nd.
March 2nd, which is Thursday. And the
May
reason
I
for
have
that...
10 minutes, Your Honor?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
And the reason for that, counsel, is let me just explain to counsel. I think, Ms. Clark, that you're entitled to a substantial amount of time, and that perhaps overnight is not enough. But I don't believe we're going to complete this conditional examination in one additional day. And if we go to Friday, then we're going to dribble over into Saturday and Sunday. And I have other commitments Saturday that I can't break. So that's that.
And the court is correct, one day will not be sufficient to complete the examination.
All right, so I propose that what we do is complete the examination we'll take a 10-minute recess from Ms. Hamburger to speak with Ms. Lopez. We'll complete the direct examination this afternoon, and then we'll stand in recess. However, I do want counsel back the next few days to hash out some of the discovery things that we haven't gone through, take care of some of the other business that we have with Dean Ullman tomorrow. We can do those things without the jury. All right, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're waiting for Ms. Hamburger and her client. All right, let me ask you a question while we're awaiting counsel for Ms. Lopez. What is the defense position on the court making a determination under 1332 that Ms. Lopez is a material witness and requiring her to post bond?
Well, our position is, Your Honor, that that would be terribly unfair. I think, as I addressed in my remarks, Your Honor, I think that this is a lady who came forward voluntarily.
All right, let's assume that you think it's terribly unfair. If she's unwilling, how do I secure her attendance here on Thursday?
Well, I can only hearken back to Friday evening when she did not want to be here, wanted to leave that weekend, Saturday night, if you recall. She seems to have a great amount of respect for Your Honor, and if you recall, she promised that she would come back for you.
Of course, I
It
also
seems to be
promised that we
yes,
would be
but she
finished.
promised to be finished, so that maybe there's a little credibility problem now that has arisen. But I think that she continues to have respect for this court because she believes this court is fair, and I think that it's going to require you asking. She has been, at lunchtime today, she said, why is this happening to me? I'm just a witness. I was just there. I just saw what I saw, and I want to go home, contrary to what the prosecution thinks, because they're not out in the real world. This lady wants to leave, and she is sincere about that. She wants to get on with her life. And so it seems to me that I'd like for you to talk to her, but I think it would be terribly unfair, Judge. I mean, in addition to this case,
But the consequence, if I don't do that, and if I order her to come back without posting a bond, and she disappears, you lose her.
yeah, I think that while we're waiting for them to come in, I'd like to talk to my colleagues, but I think that I just, you know, I want to talk to my client, really, is what we want to do.
That's a technical decision
I want
you
to talk to
have
my
to
client.
make.
But I think that, Judge, we just don't want to be part of that. I mean, that is just seems so egregious, where she's a witness. She's a person who saw something, who's come down here, it's not her fault, and I just have a little trouble with that. But allow me to talk.
Believe me, I'm reluctant to throw
Yes,
witnesses into
yes.
custody, too.
Plus, she didn't have any money, and so that's another problem. And people always want to send things in, and certainly you know that before I let her spend one night, I would post it personally. But I have a real problem with this. So may I talk to Mr. Simpson?
(1332) issue.
Well, a counselor consulting with their client, all right, Ms. Hamburger, why don't you come on up? Let me just allow Mr. Cochran to conclude conferring with his client. But don't go away. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Hamburger.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. The sad part of all of this are my client's feelings, justifiably. I have spoken to my client. She has agreed to only one thing, and I hope you will allow her to do this, Your Honor. She has agreed, if you will allow her, to address you directly. Would you
All right.
give her permission to do that?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect the presence of our certified Spanish interpreter, whose name is?
Cecile, C-E-C-I-L-E, Cerda, C-E-R-D-A, Spanish language interpreter of Juan.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Lopez, would you come forward, please? All right, good afternoon again, ma'am.
Buenas tardes, señor.
Let me have the interpreter interpret for you.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Lopez, your attorney has indicated that you wish to speak to me again,
Señora López, su
and I've
abogado me
explained to
dijo
your attorney
que usted quiere hablar conmigo una vez más.
that we've had another delay in our proceeding.
Yo le he dicho a su abogado que hemos tenido otra demora en este procedimiento.
I don't know how much detail your attorney told you,
Yo no sé cuántos detalles le dio a conocer su abogada,
but the delay is based upon the fact
pero la demora se trata del hecho
that the prosecution was given a tape recording
de que a la Procuraduría se le entregó una
of your first
grabación
interview
de su primera entrevista
only this morning,
solamente esta mañana.
and they want some time to listen to the tape recording,
Y ellos quieren tiempo para
to
escuchar
prepare a
esa
transcript of
grabación
that recording,
y para preparar un transcrito
and
de
to
esa
evaluate it
grabación,
before asking you questions
y para evaluar esto antes de
about
hacerle
what you
usted
said on
preguntas.
July the 29th,
Con respecto
1994.
a lo que usted dijo el 29 de julio de 1994.
They asked that I delay this proceeding until Friday,
Me pidieron que yo demorara este procedimiento hasta el viernes.
but I feel a delay until Thursday is sufficient time for them to accomplish these things.
Pero me parece que una demora hasta el jueves les da a ellos suficiente tiempo para llevar a cabo estas cosas.
Your attorney has indicated
Su abogada me ha
that you wish to
indicado
talk to me about this.
que usted quiere hablar conmigo con respecto a esto.
Sí, señor juez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Quiero decirle
I want to tell you
que yo fui muy honesta con usted.
that I was very honest with you.
Usted me dijo regrese el lunes
You told me come back on Monday,
y yo vine el lunes
and I came on
y
Monday.
yo fui muy honesta con mis abogados.
And I was very honest with my attorneys.
Con cualquiera de ellos hubiera sido lo mismo.
With any one of them, it would have been the same.
Vine de muy lejos
I came from very far
para salir de esto.
to finish with this.
Y ahora, y el jueves me van a decir otro día más.
And today, and on Thursday, I'm going to be told another day,
Y yo estoy muy enferma, señor. Yo no como todos los días,
and I
señor.
am very sick, sir. I don't eat
I'm not sleeping very
every
well.
day, sir. I'm not sleeping very well.
Y le voy a decir, esto no es mi culpa.
And I'm going to tell you, this is not my fault
Trabajar cerca del señor Simpson.
to work close to Mr. Simpson.
Y no es mi culpa haber oído ni haber visto.
Seen and to have heard.
All right, Ms. Lopez, I know that this is not your fault.
Señora López, yo sé que esto no es su culpa.
This delay is the cause of this delay is the failure to turn over the tape-recorded statement
Esta demora,
to the attorneys for the prosecution. That is
la
the
razón de
reason
esta
for the
demora es que
delay.
no se le entregó las grabaciones.
I apologize to you for that.
Yo le pido disculpas a usted por eso.
However, in fairness to both sides,
Pero para ser justo
In
con
this
las dos
lawsuit,
partes,
it is necessary for me to order you to come back on Thursday morning.
me es necesario a mí ordenarle que regrese a usted el jueves por la mañana.
And the reason I have picked Thursday is to make sure that we finish this proceeding
La
this
razón
week.
por la cual he escogido el día jueves es para asegurarme de terminar con estos procedimientos esta
I
semana.
apologize to you for the inconvenience.
Le pido disculpas a usted por la inconveniencia,
As part of the sanction
como parte de la sanción,
for failing to turn over the tape,
por fallar en entregar
I'm
las
going to order
cintas.
counsel for the defendant to pay for your hotel
Le he ordenado al abogado de la defensa que
Through
le
Thursday.
paguen por su hotel
through Thursday.
hasta el jueves.
And I understand my clerk has already contacted your travel agent and
Yo
that your
entiendo que mi actuaria ya se ha puesto en
the
contacto
ticket and reservations that you
con
had
la
are
agencia
fully
de viajes.
refundable and transferable to another flight.
y el dinero que usted pagó por sus boletos se podrá trasladar al pago de otros boletos.
What we will do today,
Lo que vamos a hacer hoy
we will finish the questioning by Mr. Cochran,
es que vamos a terminar las preguntas que le tenga que hacer
and
el
then I'll
señor
order you to
Cochran,
come back on Thursday to
y le voy
complete
a
this.
ordenar que regrese el jueves
Yo,
para terminar con
yo
eso.
estoy muy cansada, me quiero ir a descansar, ya no quiero más preguntas.
I am very tired. I want to go rest, sir. I don't want any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Gracias, señor.
All right, Ms. Lopez, I'm sorry, I have one other question. Forgive me, I have one other question. Ms. Lopez, do you understand my order to return here on Thursday morning at 9 o'clock?
Señora López, ¿entiende usted mi orden de que regrese aquí el jueves por la mañana a las 9 de la mañana?
Sí, señor, entiendo.
Yes, sir, I understand.
All right, Mr. Cochran, you're to make her arrangements.
Muy bien. Señor Hawkins,
Do you understand the order, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, that's the order. All right, I think we'll call it a day as far as Ms. Lopez is concerned today. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, is there anything else we can conclude?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and counsel, I'm going to order you to be here Thursday morning as well, 9 o'clock.
Definitely.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. All right, we have scheduled tomorrow afternoon previously motions regarding discovery, compliance, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to have all the defense investigators here so we can make sure that we conclude those matters. We also have the people's motion for discovery of expert statements, disclosure, et cetera, et cetera. That'll be at 1:30. I want to meet with the lawyers in chambers tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right, anything else before we stand in recess? All right, thank you, counsel. Another interesting day. Thank you, Madam Interpreter. Interpreters, you're ordered to return Thursday morning, 9 o'clock. All right, thank you. All right, let the record reflect that we have now been rejoined by all the remaining members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the court has found good cause to excuse one of the jurors on the original 12, and we are going to select a replacement at this time. Mrs. Robertson, would you please draw a number from the list of alternates?
Juror number 353, please have a seat in seat number 12.
All right, number 353, when I said we needed you to stay. Okay. Well, I try to mean what I say most of the time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Let's have juror number 12, 96? 1290? Let's see, Mrs. Robertson, I need you to rearrange the seats there, but I'm going to ask you to take the empty seat now, if you would, please. All right, now you can have one of the real seats. You're welcome.
It's only at the bottom.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that it's always my policy to try to advise the jury as much as possible as to the reason for certain delays. If you recall, when somebody looking much like yourselves came here last Friday evening, I told you that there were some unusual things going on and that I thought that we were going to present a witness to you out of order. We are in the process of other hearings where I am taking testimony out of your presence. And this is a proceeding that by law is not conducted in your presence. And I have to actually take testimony from certain people. And this has gone on now, as you know, for 2 days. And it is going to go on probably through tomorrow. Unfortunately, I did not anticipate that this would happen, but it's something that I need to, I'm right in the middle of. I need to finish, and realistically, it's going to take me at least through all day tomorrow to accomplish that. So I want you to know that we are here all day working. We're coming back at 1:30 with the lawyers to go through other matters, and that we're going to be taking testimony from people out of your presence on probably all day Thursday. So I'm not going to see you back here until Friday. But I think you're entitled to know that we're here and working all day. I apologize to you for the downtime, but we've had some additional entertainment things. Some of the producers of some of the Academy Award nominees have sent us videotapes of their films, which are not out in video yet, so you'll be getting some treats coming, and we'll try to make it as palatable as possible. But unfortunately, I have to do these things, and I have to do it out of your presence. I'm sure you are not thrilled about that, but I'm sure you'll understand. And when the trial is all over, as I mentioned to you, we're going to be giving you videotape of the news broadcasts that deal with the trial, some of the summary broadcasts that are done, and it'll all make sense to you maybe 6 months from now when you find out why it is that we're having this delay. I really can't tell you much more than that, but trust me, it'll be interesting when you find out about it. All right, we'll see you back here then Friday morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you. Counsel, as far as the attorneys are concerned, I'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess. Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Ullman, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Ms. Lewis, and a panoply of others. All right, counsel, we have three matters on for this afternoon. We first have the people's motion to compel discovery of defense experts' notes, statements, reports, etc., etc. We have further proceedings regarding reports to the court by the defense concerning complete disclosure of any notes, tapes, etc., etc., continuation of our Rosa Lopez inquiry, and then we have continuing catch-up work with regards to the scientific testing and DNA and otherwise of other items. Let's proceed first to the people's motion to compel disclosure. Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, this motion is for sanctions for the defense failure to comply with this court's crystal clear order of January 29th, which ordered the defense to disclose the reports and statements of a variety of experts. The court's order was so specific that I want to quote from it because it is such an egregious happening that they failed to comply in any manner with it. The court...
Right, are you indicating that as of this moment, since that ordered actually January 30th, you have received from the defense
Zero.
nothing? Zero.
Zero, Your Honor. The date of the order that I have entitled Discovery Sanction says January 29th.
Well,
I assume I'm referring to the same order as Your
Filing
Honor.
stamp says January 30th.
Okay. Your Honor, the court ordered, that's well over a month now, the court ordered the defense to immediately, and the court put the word immediately in bold to highlight it, immediately to disclose the statements and reports of any expert witness to be called at trial and or thus far mentioned in defense counsel's opening statement, including but not limited to Dr. Henry Lee, Dr. Lenora Walker, Dr. Geraldine Butts-Staley, Dr. Michael Baden, I don't know how to pronounce it, my apologies to the doctor, Dr. Carrie Mullis, Dr. John Gerdes, Dr. Barbara Wolf, and the doctors and other defense experts mentioned by defense counsel at locations that the court cited within the reporter's transcript to make it exactly crystal clear what the court was ordering. And the court also noted in that same order, along with that the practice of consulting with expert witnesses and instructing them to refrain from producing written notes is often viewed by trial courts with a certain skepticism as a subterfuge to circumvent reciprocal discovery obligations, and the court cited a federal case. And the court said in that order, it seems implausible that such expert statements or reports are not presently in existence given the complexity of the case, the preeminence of the experts involved, the number of attorneys involved, and the court's experience with the presentation of expert witnesses. Now, despite that crystal clear and specific order directing the defense to produce these things, Your Honor, they have produced zero. Absolutely no report, no statement, no note of any of the expert witnesses that the court ordered. If defense counsel had some problem with the court's order, its remedies are clear. The defense could have brought a motion to reconsider. It could have taken a writ, frankly. But the defense was obligated, once the court made that order, to produce those documents. Your Honor, I almost hate to say this, but we are willing to allow the defense one last opportunity. We're asking this court to order that those documents be produced by tomorrow, by 5 o'clock tomorrow, or to preclude those witnesses from being called at trial. And I think the case law certainly justifies it. The order has been in existence for over a month. The court warned within that ruling that was still a sanction which the court would consider in the future, and that would be the preclusion of the calling of witnesses by the defense. And we are asking the court for an order for that very sanction, assuming they fail to comply immediately, and immediately means immediately, like by 5 o'clock tomorrow. That's what we are requesting. Now, Your Honor, in filing this motion, not only did we seek to compel the defense to do what the court has ordered them to do, we are also seeking in this motion for the notes of their expert witnesses. The court's order in particular went to the statements and reports of witnesses. This is a dual motion on our part. I'm going to proceed in the optimistic fashion, though I really have less and less basis to be optimistic that the defense will comply with reciprocal discovery. But I am going to proceed in the optimistic hope that we will indeed get what we're supposed to from them, and that they will not be precluded from being called as witnesses at trial. So in that vein, I want to talk about the case law which addresses specifically the production of experts' notes, because that is an area where the statute itself does not specify notes. Consequently, there has had to have been case law construing whether the discovery statute to determine whether indeed experts' notes are discoverable.
All right, records reflect we've now been joined by Mr. Douglas. Good afternoon, sir.
The first two cases, Your Honor, I want to bring to the court's attention. I do so only because, number one, they were brought to the attention by the defense in their response brief. And I want to disabuse the court of any notion that they are controlling in the court's ruling that we're asking for this afternoon. The first of those cases was Rodriguez versus Superior Court. In that case, it involved a pretrial proceeding where a psychologist was appointed to aid the defense to determine whether any mental defense could be raised at trial. And the defense in that case turned over the statement, the report, of the psychologist who had made a report after interviewing the defendant. What the defense did in that case was to redact or leave out the defendant's statement to the psychologist from the report. In a writ proceeding, the Court of Appeal held that indeed the attorney-client privilege applied to the defendant's statements about the crime themselves, and that they need not be disclosed. So there were two things about that particular opinion, Rodriguez. One is that it was a pretrial proceeding, and that was important to the court's holding in that case. And the second is that the defendant's statement dealt with the crime itself. And the Court of Appeal itself said in that case that our perspective, this is directly quoting, might be different had petitioner, meaning the defendant, voluntarily disclosed the psychologist's conclusions as to the defendant's mental status at the time of the crime, and said conclusions were based on defendant's version of events. That's at page 1270. So even that Court of Appeal in that case, which was pretrial and involving the defendant's statements about the crime itself, recognized that there might be a situation where the defense would put that in issue and it would become discoverable. The second of the four basic important cases in this area is Sandeffer versus Superior Court, also cited by the defense. Now, in that case, the trial court suspected that the defense was going to call a particular expert as a witness at trial and ordered production of discovery from that expert, even though the defense had not identified that expert as an expert they were going to call at trial.
And that was the trial court judge's guess or opinion that that was likely to happen, correct?
Exactly.
All right.
And of course, that's vastly distinguishable from the situation we have here, where not only these witnesses, experts listed on the defense witness list, but they were, of course, described in their testimony described in Mr. Cochran during opening statement. The Court of Appeal in that Sandefer case later said in pure dicta that notes of experts in most circumstances might go beyond the items discoverable under the statute. Now, we know for a certainty that that is pure dicta, because the case that is really of critical importance to the court in this proceeding right now, the Hines versus Superior Court case, called that dicta. And in Hines, it was Division I of the 4th District Court of Appeal, and in fact, the same 3 panel of justices who decided, Sandefer decided Hines, and in fact, the author is the same of both opinions. In Hines, the issue dealt specifically there with the discovery of experts' notes. And the district attorney in that case sought the original documentation of the examination done by the expert who would be testifying. And the district attorney urged in that case that those notes, that documentation of the examination, should not be insulated from discovery simply by the expert saying that they were only going to be part of his final report, that he was going to finish with and finally have one report. The Hines court agreed with the district attorney in that case, the Court of Appeal did, and said the results of examinations, scientific tests, experiments, or comparisons, which is the language of the statute in 1054, should include the original documentation of the examinations, test, etc. Original documentation, including handwritten notes, if that be the case, and I'm quoting from Hines, would seem often to be the best evidence of the test, experiment, or examination. An expert should not be permitted to insulate such evidence from discovery by refining, retyping, or otherwise reducing the original documentation to some other form. That's at page 1822 of the Hines opinion. And the Hines court further explained what it meant by notes documenting. It said that the defense was required to turn over factual determinations of the experts from observations made during an examination. So what Hines held in particular, and what's critical to this case, is that the notes of the observations, of the testing, must be turned over. What Hines held is that a third party, it also held that a third party expert's notes or conclusions or opinions were not discoverable, meaning that an expert whom the testifying expert relied upon, as distinguished from the testifying expert. And all these people included in the court's order are the testifying experts. It also held that interim reports expressing conclusions or opinions, interim conclusions or opinions of the testifying expert are not discoverable. So the Hines court did carve out specifically exactly what can be discovered and what has to be discovered must be turned over to the prosecution. And that is the expert's notes regarding the factual observations and testing of that expert. We know in this case, Your Honor, and I believe it's going to be addressed more later, a little later this afternoon by my colleagues, that there have been lots of such notes taken. I believe prosecution representatives have been present when the defense experts have gone through the prosecution evidence on numerous occasions and made such notes and so forth. All of those are discoverable, and that's what Hines held long before January. These cases are not brand new. These are cases of which the defense is charged of knowledge of. Finally, Your Honor, the Hines case is critical because it goes specifically and directly to all of the experts at issue in this case. And it goes specifically to all of those experts' notes of observations, testing, and so forth. Now, in addition to the Hines case is the most recent case in this 4 cases, and that's Woods versus Superior Court, which Division I of the 4th District Court of Appeal again decided that, slightly different makeup of the panel, but it seems to have become Division I of 4th District's expertise in this particular area.
Same trial judge as the Sandefer case.
Was it the same trial judge? I didn't notice. Thank you. The Court of Appeal first, of course, reiterated its holding in the Hines case that indeed the expert's notes of factual determinations from observations the expert makes must be disclosed. And then it went on to decide another issue. And the issue that the Court of Appeal decided in Woods is particularly directly applicable to the forthcoming testimony of Dr. Lenore Walker, who is the defense domestic violence expert. The Court of Appeal specifically held in Woods that the underlying data from standardized psychological and intelligence tests must be disclosed. And the rationale speaks eloquently. It says, requiring pretrial disclosure of the raw results of standardized psychological and intelligence tests administered and relied upon by an expert the defense intends to call at trial, allows access to information necessary to prepare the case, reduces the chance of surprise at trial, furthers the attainment of truth, and lessens the risk of a judgment based on incomplete testimony. In short, it advances the statutory goals, close quote. And in opening statement in this case, Mr. Cochran did tell the jury that Dr. Walker would testify. And I'll quote here, and you will hear ultimately about the battery of tests. And I think you will find that she will say that in looking at O.J. Simpson and interviewing him, in looking at him, at this point she finds no evidence of antisocial personality disorder, and I think you will find that becomes very important in this case. So what Mr. Cochran did by those revelations to the jury in opening statement is to make it absolutely clear, hit the nail on the head as far as the defense obligation to disclose all of those notes and all of the testing instruments, the raw data, all of that has been garnered by Dr. Lenore Walker. And we have not, as of yesterday, when Mr. Scott Gordon of our office, when I saw him last, he had to be out of town the rest of this week, he hadn't received anything. Yet the Court of Appeal in Woods specifically held in that regard that that is mandated. All of that testing material is mandated. And here it is crystal clear that the defense is going to be using that expert and those results at trial because Mr. Cochran told the jury so. So consequently, Your Honor, under Woods, all of that material must be produced to the prosecution. We've been waiting for it for over a month now. We know it to exist. Dr. Lenore Walker was on television shows talking about having already interviewed the defendant for some 40 hours back, I think it's been a couple of months ago, back at that time. And the Court of Appeal in Woods specifically held that the defendant's responses to these types of interviews from a psychologist and the array and the battery of tests, all of that was disclosable. There is no attorney-client privilege, there is no Fifth Amendment, there were no privileges applicable, work product, any of that. Once it became apparent that expert is going to testify at trial. So the defense cannot claim confusion in any manner with regard to their obligation to turn over those notes. Yet we have seen none of that. And, Your Honor, frankly, we're frustrated. We do not know what else to do but to ask this court. The record is already ordered until I really
Court of Appeal, and as I was going through this,
after this court were to make that ruling, because the court has already ordered a month ago, and the court, we're asking, Your Honor, administered and relied upon by an expert, the defense intends to call at trial, allows access to information necessary to prepare the case, reduces the chance of surprise at trial, furthers the attainment of truth, and lessens the risk of a judgment based on incomplete testimony. In short, it advances the statutory goals, close quote. And in opening statement in this case, Mr. Cochran did tell the jury that Dr. Walker would testify. And I'll quote here, and you will hear ultimately about the battery of tests. And I think you will find that she will say that in looking at O.J. Simpson and interviewing him, in looking at him, at this point she finds no evidence of antisocial personality disorder, and I think you will find that becomes very important in this case. So what Mr. Cochran did by those revelations to the jury in opening statement is to make it absolutely clear, hit the nail on the head as far as the defense obligation to disclose all of those notes and all of the testing instruments, the raw data, all of that has been garnered by Dr. Lenore Walker. And we have not, as of yesterday, when Mr. Scott Gordon of our office, when I saw him last, he had to be out of town the rest of this week, he hadn't received anything. Yet the Court of Appeal in Woods specifically held in that regard that that is mandated. All of that testing material is mandated. And here it is crystal clear that the defense is going to be using that expert and those results at trial because Mr. Cochran told the jury so. So consequently, Your Honor, under Woods, all of that material must be produced to the prosecution. We've been waiting for it for over a month now. We know it to exist. Dr. Lenore Walker was on television shows talking about having already interviewed the defendant for some 40 hours back, I think that's been a couple of months ago, back at that time. And the Court of Appeal in Woods specifically held that the defendant's responses to these types of interviews from a psychologist and the array and the battery of tests, all of that was disclosable. There is no attorney-client privilege, there is no Fifth Amendment, there were no privileges applicable, work product, any of that. Once it became apparent that expert is going to testify at trial. So the defense cannot claim confusion in any manner with regard to their obligation to turn over those notes. Yet we have seen none of that. And, Your Honor, frankly, we're frustrated. We do not know what else to do but to ask this court to preclude the defense from calling any of these people as experts. And frankly, the record is so wonderful in this case on behalf of the prosecution. There's not a court of appeal anywhere that would possibly consider overturning this court were to make that ruling, because the court has already ordered it a month ago, and the court, we're asking, Your Honor, that the court give the defense until tomorrow afternoon, one last opportunity. I'm very serious, Your Honor. I really mean that.
No, my only reaction is as you said, there is no court of appeal anywhere who would consider overturning this
having
matter
practiced
on a writ.
appellate.
And as I was going through the personalities,
Well, having practiced appellate law earlier in my career in the civil arena, perhaps the blanket statement was a little too blanket. But certainly you know what I'm saying, Your Honor, and that is that we have a very strong record in this case to order that ultimate sanction, which the case law does say is an ultimate sanction. But here we have the best record that we could have, frankly.
in asking for the ultimate sanction, though, which is preclusion, don't you think there are some measures that I can take short of that?
Your Honor,
And the problem is, this is assuming your argument to be correct factually, isn't this a failure of the attorneys rather than the client?
it's always a failure of the attorneys, Your Honor, when it comes to the area of discovery. I'm not sure how the court is viewing that as a distinction in this situation. We're talking here about attorneys' obligations under the law. And I believe it was the Jackson case, that because of the attorney's failure to disclose a report of a material witness, they did preclude the defendant, from calling that witness at trial. So I don't think there's a distinction here to be made, Your Honor, between the defendant himself and his attorneys. And he certainly has an impressive array of attorneys, though frankly in the area of discovery they are not nearly as impressive as they once might have been considered, because we have seen repeated failures over and over again, figuratively slapping this court in the face, frankly, when it comes to reciprocal discovery. They've done it repeatedly, and most recently we know about what happened yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I believe, with regard to Mr. Pavlik's sudden revelation once he was placed under oath with the existence of the taped interview, so to speak, or his taped monologue, virtually, of Rosa Lopez. And we'll be talking about that further and the sanctions that we want in that regard further. So I don't want to get into that particular topic. But the point being, the defense has repeatedly thumbed their nose at the court. And it's only going to take some substantial sanction for them not to continue to do that, Your Honor. Mr. Cochran, he can complain about a 2-day delay to allow us to prepare to cross-examine Rosa Lopez, but that's not a sanction. That's really not anything that causes the defense to wake up and take notice that maybe they have to comply with the law. In fact, it does. It punishes us, Your Honor. It punishes the prosecution when we have to scramble to get ready. And Ms. Clark Ms. Clark made the point yesterday, again, that it does. It interrupts our case. What's happening now is not just that, okay, we have 2 days to prepare for additional cross-examination and to restructure the cross-examination with regard to Rosa Lopez. What it does is further interrupt our case in chief. I don't even remember the last time Detective Lang testified. It's been so long. Exactly.
Okay.
So there is a consequence out of their misconduct, which is only hurting the prosecution and has not so far had any significant effect on the defense, and certainly has not done anything that would cause them to stand up and take notice that this court means business.
Then how do I deal with the defense argument, which is laid out in their response to your motion, that although, let's take for example with regards to Dr. Walker, I mean, clearly, there's an indication in opening statement that certain tests have been conducted. A battery of tests is referred to. Let's assume that to be true. However, with regards to the other experts, there is an argument from the defense side, for example, as to some of the forensic experts, some of the scientific experts, that their testimony and what they will be called to testify to cannot be accurately framed until the prosecution's case has been presented or it's a clear picture as what is going to be presented. How do you respond to that?
Your Honor, there is no case law, hold on a second. There is no case law to support that position, and all of the case law is to the contrary. Once that they talk an opening statement about these experts and their testimony, even in general terms, they are obligated to produce it. In fact, I think it was the Woods Court that where that issue, a similar issue was raised, and in that case, the Court of Appeal said the defense protests the vice of acceleration, in that disclosure must be made solely to preserve the option of calling the witness, even though not all reasonably anticipated witnesses are actually called. So that's similar, even though they don't exactly know exactly what their expert may be saying. And the Court of Appeal said, we sympathize with a position, but cannot accept the argument as a general proposition without doing damage to the statutory objectives of ascertaining the truth, saving time in trial, avoiding the necessity of postponements, and protecting against undue delay. And they said there it's especially true in cases of psychological character evidence, because that's what the Woods Court specifically was addressing, but the principle applies to all of the experts. Your Honor, the defense cannot hide behind that claim. There's no case law to support it, and all the case law is to the contrary. If they end up not calling those experts, or if their testimony differs, that is too darn bad. Mr. Cochran elected to make an opening statement, Your Honor. He elected to talk about these experts in his opening statement, and that election requires them to disclose the discovery that the case law mandates. May I have just a moment?
Certainly.
That's right, exactly. I mean, Your Honor, when Mr. Cochran was talking about all of these experts during the opening statement, he had reason, he had information upon which to base his comments to the jury. He didn't make it up out of thin air. He had information from his experts as to what he felt he might be able to show or would be able to show to the jury. And we know in this case, as my colleagues will elaborate on, that the defense has repeatedly examined the prosecution evidence and taken notes of it repeatedly. Now, when they have done that, and when Dr. Baden, said, I would like to pronounce it correctly, at any rate, when these various forensic experts who they mention, who they list in their opening statement, who they talk about in their opening statement and their testimony, when they do that, they're obligated to disclose those notes that those experts have made in conjunction with the Hines case. That's exactly what Hines holds. So we no longer have a situation, Your Honor, in any respect where the defense can hold back in terms of gamesmanship. They are not required to disclose to us evidence that incriminates the defendant. That's obviously already taken care of, because they would not be relying on those experts or talking about those experts testifying during opening statement in front of the jury if those experts were going to talk about incriminating evidence to the defendant. So when it comes to the protection of the defendant's rights against self-incrimination, the statutes and the case law presuppose that and take that into consideration. So there's no basis. That's why there is no case law to support the proposition that even if that because of the possibility that they may change their mind at some point later on or determine exactly what the nature of the testimony is going to be in specific terms later on after the prosecution's case in chief, there is no case to support that for that reason they can back up and hold back on the disclosure of what they talked about during opening statement.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. All right, Mr. Ullman.
Let me indicate at the outset that the defense position quite clearly is that there are no reports that Penal Code Section 1054.3 requires the defense to produce at this time. And I know that Your Honor's order did not intend to order anything that Section 1054.3 did not authorize. And this motion really gives us the first opportunity to get some judicial guidance with respect to that issue, because I think the court must recognize, and the prosecution must recognize as well, that Section 1054.3 creates a real dilemma for defense lawyers. Our obligation to produce reciprocal discovery is a creature of statute. It is limited by the statute. It is an exception to the prevailing principle that the defense should not. In fact, it would be unethical for us to give to the prosecution evidence that would bolster their case, that would strengthen their position in terms of proving their case against our client. And the whole premise of the reciprocal discovery law is that it does not require us to do that, because the only thing we have to turn over is that evidence that we are going to present as part of our case in chief. The whole idea is that this gives them some sort of preview of what is going to be coming in our case in chief. But it does not require that we waive any privileges that may exist to give them evidence that they can then turn around and use in their case in chief to strengthen the case against our client. Now, part of the problem with the motion filed by the prosecution here is that the breadth of the demand exceeds the grasp of the statute. They have requested this court to rule that we should be precluded from calling as witnesses in any phase of the trial any expert for whom we fail to turn over all statements and notes which exist to date. The short answer, of course, is that Section 1054.3 does not require that. Section 1054.3 says that the defendant shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney the names and address of persons other than the defendant that he intends to call as witnesses at the trial, together with written or recorded statements of those persons, reports of the statements of those persons, including any reports or statements of experts made in connection with the case, and including the results of physical or mental examinations, scientific tests, experiments, or comparisons which the defendant intends to offer in evidence at trial. Now, there is no mention in that statute of notes, and that's the whole point of what the court was saying in Sandifer. In Sandifer, the court said a discovery order that broadly orders the production of notes is overbroad. The new provisions of the Act are exclusive in the sense that no discovery shall occur except as provided by this chapter. And it quotes the statute and says, "We are of the opinion that an order requiring the expert to produce his notes in most circumstances would go beyond the specification of discoverable items set forth in the statute." Now, what the prosecution is seizing on is the one circumstance that the courts have carved out where they have said notes may be producible, and that is where the notes themselves are the results of physical or mental examinations, scientific tests, experiments, or comparisons. And that is made crystal clear, I think, in the Woods case, which is the chief case that the people are relying on. In the Woods case, the court noted that there was no request for random notes, interview notes, drafts, interim conclusions, and they said, unlike our experts' notes decisions, referring specifically to Sandifer and Hines, the case before us involves only the original documentation of examinations, the underlying raw data from standardized psychological and intelligence tests. Now, I think what the court is saying is that where the test itself involves reporting the results by means of notes, for example, giving someone a Rorschach test and then noting what their response is to seeing a particular ink blot. Obviously, the notes would be the results of the test. But random notes, where experts are looking at physical evidence and making notations, does not come within that definition of notes, and it simply does not come within the command of Section 1054.3. So we believe that any order requiring the disgorgement of all notes would simply be overbroad. The statute does not require the production of that material, even though that material may have to be produced at the time the witness testifies. On cross-examination, the notes may have to be available. The notes can be used to cross-examine from, but in terms of the statutory obligation for pre-trial or pre-calling of the witness disclosure of this material, the Sandifer Court is correct. You can't order something that is not specified in the statute, and the statute does not specify notes. Now, with respect to reports, we believe that the reports that are an issue here fall into three categories, and I would like to address each of these categories in some detail. First, there are reports in existence where we have not yet determined the scope of the testimony to be presented with respect to the witnesses who prepared those reports. Secondly, we have reports that are in preparation, but the scope of the report itself, as well as the scope of the testimony to be presented by the expert, is yet to be determined. And then finally, we have expert witnesses who have no reports in existence or in preparation, simply because we have not asked them to prepare reports. Now, I'd like to discuss the issues that each of these categories raises, because there are separate issues with respect to each. But the most relevant authority cuts across all three of these categories, and that is the case of Rodriguez versus Superior Court. In Rodriguez, which I think is the most relevant precedent that we have in terms of the application of reciprocal discovery to experts. And the court really provides some very significant guidance for defense lawyers in the course of dealing with the situation presented in Rodriguez. In that situation, the expert witness had been designated. There's no question but that the defendant provided notice that they were going to call Dr. Jose Lacalle as a witness. The problem that arose in Rodriguez is that Dr. Lacalle had evidence with respect to two different issues. First, he was going to offer evidence with respect to the voluntariness of a statement made by the defendant in an in limine motion to suppress that statement. And secondly, he also examined the defendant with respect to the circumstances of the offense. And the defense decided that they were only going to use this witness with respect to the voluntariness of the statement, that they were not going to use this witness with respect to the circumstances of the offense. So they redacted and removed from the report any reference to the circumstances of the offense. And the prosecution challenged that. They argued that they were entitled to immediate disclosure of the entire report, just as the prosecution here is arguing that the defense should be required to immediately disgorge any and all reports that have been prepared. And accompanying their demand was a concession that they may well use Dr. Lacalle themselves as a witness in support of their case in chief. And the court made it quite clear that the mere designation of Dr. Lacalle as a witness did not simply waive any protection of privilege that the defendant might have, and looked very carefully at the interplay of Section 1054.3, which creates the obligation to produce the report, and Section 1054.6, which recognizes that the privilege of work product and statutory privileges and other constitutional privileges are not obliterated by the reciprocal discovery obligation. The prosecution argued, first of all, that listing the witness waives the protection, that simply saying you're going to call this witness, you give up all of the privileges. And the court rejected that proposition. They said the statute really creates a kind of a two-step procedure. And I think it's important to look at the statutory language, as the courts have, in very carefully and circumspectly construing this statutory obligation. The statute says the defendant shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney the names and addresses of persons he intends to call as witnesses at trial, together with statements, reports, etc., which the defendant intends to offer in evidence at trial. So there are really two decisions being made by the defense under Section 1054.3. One, the decision to designate a witness. We are going to call Dr. X as a witness at trial. And then secondly, the decision of what reports and conclusions of that doctor the defendant intends to offer in evidence at the trial. And it is not at all an unlikely scenario that the decision about what we are going to call upon an expert to testify to will come after we have decided that we are in fact going to call that expert to testify as a witness. And that is precisely the holding of Rodriguez on which we place chief reliance, that the privilege continues to apply. The privilege is not waived until the report is turned over. Premature turning over of that report before we have actually decided we are going to use this as evidence in our case in chief jeopardizes the defendant, because it waives the privilege and it then gives to the prosecution evidence that they might use in their case in chief, even though we aren't going to use it in our case in chief. So we are contending that we can reserve the decision of what we are going to have these experts testify to, even though we have designated them as witnesses. The designation is not a waiver of the privilege, nor is even a partial disclosure a waiver of the privilege. That argument was made in Rodriguez and rejected as well. The prosecution argued, well, since you've turned over a redacted report, you've waived the privilege with respect to the redacted portion and you have to turn it all over. And the court said, no, that's not what 1054.3 requires, because 1054.3 is subject to the privilege protection, which kicks in after the designation. The statute can't be read any other way to make sense. So the privilege portion of 1054.6 remains.
So how
Now,
do we apply this to the Dr. Walker situation, though? We
We
have a
can.
designation, and we have direct mention of report of tests that have been a quote-unquote battery of tests. So how do we distinguish that situation from what you've just argued?
Well, Your Honor will recall that the battery of tests was still underway, was still being administered at the time of the opening statement. The defense had
But there
not
was a
even
conclusion.
seen.
But the conclusion was offered to the jury that Dr. Walker had already reached a conclusion that the defendant does not possess an antisocial personality, which is a conclusion, from my recollection, of basic psychology that is made after certain standardized tests and interviews.
Well, additional tests were made as well. And at this point, the defense has not made a complete determination of what we intend to call Dr. Walker to testify. And there are a number of issues that Dr. Walker may be called upon to testify. Not just with respect to the personality the defendant or the absence of profile indicators, but simply based on her research and familiarity with the field, the lack of predictability of homicides based on a prior history of battering. The only relevance that Dr. Walker's testimony is going to have is to rebut the inferences that the prosecution is going to try to draw from the prior acts in their attempt to draw inferences of motive, identity, and common scheme. And until we've heard that evidence, and until, for example, we know whether they're going to be presenting any experts, we still don't know the full scope of what Dr. Walker may be called upon to testify to. And we believe that we have not only a right but an obligation not to waive any privilege and give to the prosecution material that they may then in turn use against the defendant in their case in chief until we know precisely what position they are going to take and whether they are going to present any expert testimony. We don't want to waive the protections, for example, that we have under 1107 of the Evidence Code that precludes them from presenting this kind of expert testimony. And if Your Honor rules that they can't put that kind of expert testimony on, that may in turn lead us to a very different conclusion, opening statement notwithstanding, with respect to the precise scope of Dr. Walker's testimony. Now, if I could return to the three categories that I indicated at the outset, I think we can honestly report in good faith that we do not know at this point what we will call many of the experts to testify to in the course of this trial. Many of them will be rebutting prosecution experts. We have no idea what prosecution experts will be called, what they will testify to. In fact, many of our experts are on the prosecution's witness list, and we don't know what we have from our experts that may be needed to rebut or cross-examine them if and when they are called by the prosecution. The prosecution has not made any proffer. They haven't told us what they expect to call these witnesses for or how they will limit their testimony. So at this point, we simply don't know. We're not in any position to make any decisions about what the scope of our expert testimony should be. Now, with respect to the first category, Your Honor, the reports or results that we have in existence, but the scope of the testimony is yet to be determined, we do have a report from a Dr. Heisinger, an orthopod, who actually treated Mr. Simpson for the condition related to his lymph nodes. But this report contains other observations and conclusions as well. And Dr. Heisinger is one of those experts who is on the prosecution's witness list. We don't know what they're going to call him for. So frankly, at this point, we're not in any position to make the decision that we're called upon to make under Section 1054.3. We have designated Dr. Heisinger because we don't want to be precluded from calling him as a witness. We want to make sure that he is on the witness list and available to be called, but we don't know what we're going to call him for. We don't know what he's going to have to testify to until we've heard from the prosecution, until we know which of his observations may be relevant and which of them may be appropriate rebuttal to the people calling this witness themselves. And there's no way we can make that decision until the point in the trial where that becomes clear as to whether he's going to be called, what he's going to testify to, and what observations are going to be in issue. And the risk, of course, is if we just turn this report over now and say, here you go, folks, they're going to have ammunition that they may be able to use against Mr. Simpson in their case in chief. And even though we have not yet made the decision that triggers their right to have a preview, to have a peek at this material, because we've decided we're going to present it in our case in chief. We also have already in existence the report of Dr. Henry Lee with respect to his examination of the contents of the sealed envelope. And Your Honor will recall that this report was already made available to the prosecution over our objection. And the objection, Your Honor will recall, is that we want to use this as rebuttal. And if we give this to them in advance, they may use it to shape their case in chief. And Your Honor, I think we've already seen that happen. We saw at the preliminary hearing that a fundamental premise of the prosecution's case was that Mr. Simpson went and bought a knife at Ross Cutlery approximately 2 weeks before the homicide took place. And the suggestion was made that that knife was used as the weapon in this homicide. What happened? We didn't hear anything about Ross Cutlery in the opening statement of the prosecution. At this point, from all appearances, it appears that they have completely abandoned this theory and that they are not going to contend that this was the weapon used or that the purchase of this weapon had anything to do with the commission of this crime. We believe that this evidence will still be relevant because a similar weapon was presented to the coroner, was presented to several other witnesses, and we're going to be in a position to use the contents of that envelope as part of our rebuttal case. But Your Honor can see the danger that by requiring premature disclosure of the expert testimony of defense experts, the prosecution then seizes on that to change the theory of their case, to change the testimony of their experts, to alter the decisions that they're making with respect to the evidence that they are going to present in their case in chief. Now, the second category that we're concerned about are reports or results that are in preparation, but the scope of the testimony is yet to be determined. And
All right,
certainly,
so just so we're clear, Mr. Roman, you're representing to the court at this point that the only two reports that are currently in existence are Dr. Heisinger, the orthopod, and Dr. Henry Lee with regards to the contents of the sealed envelope.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
We the second category, reports or results in preparation, but the scope of the testimony is yet to be determined. Now, in this category, we would put Dr. John Gertis, we would put Dr. Lenore Walker, and we would put Dr. Maltz relating to the treatment of Mr. Simpson's condition with respect to arthritis. Dr. Gertis is in the process at this moment of preparing a report on contamination in the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory. And that report is based on the LAPD laboratory's own data. And of course, we would prefer to have Dr. Gertis await the completion of his report until the presentation of the LAPD lab results in court. And we think we're entitled to that we want this report to be sure to address all of the issues raised by any evidence that is offered by the people that was tested in the LAPD laboratory or that passed through the LAPD laboratory. We don't want to be in the position of the prosecution saying, well, what about this that was presented in our case in chief? That's not referred to in your report. And we think we're entitled to that. We're entitled to have our experts prepare one final report and not be in a position of presenting interim reports, of presenting a report with supplemental reports, at the risk of confusing the jury, at the risk of our experts appearing less confident than they actually are because of the way in which the reports are produced. The discovery law does not require the defense to produce a particular kind of report or to produce any report at all. And we believe it is within the sound tactical decision of the defense to say to our experts, we want you to do a final report after you have everything in front of you that you want to consider.
Well, Mr. Ullman, though, let's assume that to be true, and that I accept your argument that there is not a requirement under 1054 at SEC for a interim reports or preliminary reports or any of that. But isn't this a situation where the prosecution is, under any conceivable scenario of facts in this case, going to present laboratory results from the LAPD crime lab?
We don't know that, Your Honor.
Well, I find it hard to believe that they're not going to. Secondly, it would be unbelievable to me that if you have a report that suggests significant or serious contamination problems within the LAPD lab, that you would not present that.
Well, it doesn't present a tactical decision in terms of whether we're going to present it. It presents a tactical decision in terms of all of the issues that this particular witness is going to address, all of the conclusions that he is going to present. But I think the kind of flexibility that we would contend we're entitled to with respect to all of our experts is probably least persuasive in the context of this report of Dr. Gerdes. But I do contend very strongly that we have a right to say to the expert, we want one report, we want a final report, and we want it after you have an opportunity to see everything that you want to see, hear everything that you want to hear. Now, with respect to Dr. Maltz, we have medical files, but a report has not been prepared. The medical files are protected by the physician-patient privilege. Disclosing this material is going to be a waiver of that privilege, and at this point we simply are not prepared to make a decision of how much or all of this particular doctor's observations we are prepared to waive in order to present him as a witness. But he is on the witness list, and a report or results are in preparation, but the scope of his testimony is yet to be determined.
But haven't we already been apprised of that by the opening statement saying that the defense is going to show that Mr. Simpson had a long-established arthritic condition and that it was in an inflamed state on the date of June the 12th or thereabouts? I mean, aren't those two facts, if there are reports that support that now you have to disclose?
Well, I think it's very similar to the situation with respect to Dr. Lenore Walker. We would say, Your Honor, that the opening statement was based on preliminary oral information received from these experts. And the opening statement does not absolutely obligate us to call those witnesses.
But it's certainly an indication of an intention to call those people.
Yes.
Okay.
And we may indicate, just as designating them as witnesses on the witness list is an indication of intention. But the problem is that designating the intention to call them, just as the Rodriguez court indicated, is not a waiver of whatever privileges might apply to their testimony. And we still have yet to make a determination of the scope of the testimony that they are going to present. And we are entitled to await making that forming that intent, deciding we are going to put these people on, and these are the observations that we want to have them testify to before we turn that over. Now, it may be, with respect to Dr. Maltz, with respect to Dr. Walker, that there are some observations that we don't intend to have them testify to, that we regard as irrelevant to the issues that we are litigating. And the point is, if we're required to just disgorge everything and turn it all over before we have been able to make that kind of a detailed determination of what we're going to have them testify to, we risk waiving the protection of privileges that would otherwise prohibit the prosecution from having any access to this material. Now, the final category I want to address is probably the most difficult to address because of the comments by Your Honor in the order. And this is the situation where there are no reports in existence, there are no reports in preparation. The defense simply has not requested these experts to produce reports. And these experts include Dr. Michael Baden, they include Dr. Barbara Wolf, they include Dr. Henry Lee with respect to any other examinations other than the examination of the contents of the sealed envelope. They include some of the DNA experts that we have consulted with, like Dr. Carrie Mullis, who is mentioned in the motion. And Your Honor indicated that the practice of consulting with expert witnesses and instructing them to refrain from producing written reports is often viewed by trial courts with a certain skepticism as a subterfuge to circumvent reciprocal discovery obligations, and that it seems implausible that such expert statements or reports are not presently in existence, given the complexity of this case, the preeminence of the experts involved, the number of attorneys involved, and the court's experience with the presentation of expert witnesses. The first thing I want to do is assure Your Honor that what is going on here is not what went on in re Serra, which is the one case Your Honor cited where courts have imposed sanctions for the defense's instruction to a witness not to produce a report. And it's quite clear from the Serra case that what the court was presented with was a witness, a physician, who examined the defendant, who was then called to testify at the trial. And he testified that his normal procedure after making a psychiatric examination in criminal cases was to prepare a written report, and that he would have done so in this case but for the fact that he was instructed not to by Mr. Serra. And before the court also was an affidavit of the prosecutor, which was not countered, to whom Mr. Serra had said that he instructed Dr. Hoffman to write no report and that this was good trial practice to avoid reciprocal discovery. Mr. Serra was fined $1,000 for that and found in contempt of court. While Mr. Serra's candor was refreshing, as it always is, he's a very candid person, I can candidly report that that is not what is going on here. In fact, we have the precise opposite. We have experts whose normal general practice is not to produce reports unless those reports are requested. And we would contend that Section 1054.3 does not impose upon the defense an obligation to request a report simply so that report can be turned over to the prosecution, especially if there are legitimate tactical reasons other than avoiding reciprocal discovery as the only reason for not requesting that report. Frankly, Your Honor, the Serra case is the only case I'm aware of in which the court, any court, ever imposed sanctions under these circumstances. I have never heard of a lawyer being sanctioned for not requesting a report. In fact, even in civil cases in California, we have a statute that requires any party to include in their demand for production all reports and writings, if any, made by an expert. And the leading commentators on civil discovery indicate that it's up to the lawyer whether or not, even in a civil case, to request a report, and the failure to request a report does not preclude anyone from calling an expert witness simply because that expert did not prepare a report. Now, obviously, when the expert is on the stand, the people can get up and say, "Did you prepare a report?" "No, you didn't." "Why not?" "Oh, it's not your normal practice to prepare a report?" Fine. If they want to offer that in evidence to challenge the credibility of the expert's conclusions, or to suggest somehow that the expert is biased, they can ask that question. They can argue it. But if on redirect we can get up and suggest there may be other reasons than simply avoiding compliance with reciprocal discovery obligations for failing to ask for a report, that may counter any adverse inferences that they wish to draw from this circumstance. And, Your Honor, there are lots of reasons, other than just avoiding reciprocal discovery, for defense lawyers not to request reports. One, of course, is the availability of the expert's time. In fact, our contact with some of the prosecution experts in this case suggests that they've been told to keep on doing their testing and write their reports later, that the availability of limited amount of time of these very busy and very prominent experts suggests that perhaps we don't want them to take a lot of time right now preparing reports. We want them to be available to consult with us, to examine evidence, and not spend that time writing reports. Most experts are paid by the hour, so there's a cost consideration with respect to the preparation of reports. It simply adds to the cost of employing experts to pay them for the time-consuming process of preparing reports. Many of these experts are in an ongoing consultative role. That is, they are functioning really almost as members of the prosecution's team in terms of providing ongoing advice with respect to how we should handle experts called by the prosecution. And their role is a mixed role. They may be called to testify, they may not. But they are serving an ongoing consultative role, and if in the course of how the testimony is presented in the course of the trial, we feel we need to call them as witnesses, we will do so. And we should not be precluded from doing so because we did not request them to prepare a report. Finally, there is the consideration of leaks. I mean, the existence of reports adds to the risk of a leak. I don't think that's a concern that is an overwhelming one for us, but we have certainly seen in this case the problem on the prosecution side with the reports that were being produced being leaked to the press and reading about them in the newspaper. But what I'm not suggesting that we have to disclose all of our tactical reasons for ordering a report or not ordering a report. I think these are within the legitimate domain of tactical considerations by the defense, and it is certainly not intended by Section 1054.3 requiring disclosure of reports that an obligation be created to create reports to disclose. It is simply an obligation to turn over reports that are in existence. So, Your Honor, in conclusion, we would contend that the demand of this motion is overbroad by calling for all reports and all notes without distinction, even though the statute requires some very important distinctions be made. The demand is premature because there is no obligation to produce reports until the defense has formed their intent to offer those reports in evidence. And in good faith, I can represent to Your Honor that with respect to most of these experts, that decision simply has not been made yet. It cannot be made. It cannot be made by any responsible defense lawyer at this point in the case to wholesale turn over information about what experts are going to testify to and waive whatever privilege protects that information until we know more about the prosecution case, what they're going to present, what they're not going to present. And finally, that complying with this demand would violate privileges that are protected by 1054.6, including the work product privilege, the attorney-client privilege, and the Sixth Amendment constitutional right to assistance of counsel.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Lewis, any brief response?
Your Honor, a couple of major points to be made. The first of those is that we are at a point where the court has already ordered the production of these documents. A lot of what Mr. Yeoman, actually everything Mr. Yeoman has just tried to argue to the court is seeking to relitigate what the court has already ordered conclusively and what the court ordered under the authority of the law. Hines, Woods provide for the court's order, and the court has ordered in conjunction with that outstanding case law and the statutes. So the court's order as it stands is already there. The defense is in a position where they should be defending why they haven't turned this stuff over and why they're not going to turn it over by 5 o'clock tomorrow. They should not be relitigating and seeking to revisit the legal issues involved because those have been litigated and they have been visited. Now, Your Honor, the defense argument is that because we don't know the scope of the testimony of these experts, we're not obligated to turn over any discovery with regard to them, nor are we obligated to ask them for a final report until we know finally and for sure everything that they're going to hear that may be relevant to their writing that final report. That cannot be the law. There is no support for that, and it's clear why. When the discovery statute explicitly and expressly refers to the reports and statements of expert witnesses, it contemplates their being turned over, and that's why they're listed there. Otherwise, in every case, a defense attorney could say, we're not sure exactly what information is going to be pertinent to this expert's testimony until we've heard it all. And therefore, until that expert is called to the stand to be examined by the defense, he hasn't heard everything that might possibly affect his testimony. So until he's called to the stand, he can't be asked to write a final report, and the scope of his testimony is undetermined. Your Honor, this idea that the scope of the testimony has anything to do with the discovery is disingenuous at best. There's just no law to support that. The defense attorneys in this case made a very important tactical, strategic decision to make a detailed opening statement and to talk about these witnesses, these experts, within the context of that opening statement. And when Mr. Cochran got up in front of that jury and talked about those experts, talked about not only the experts that we've heard mentioned so far, but tire tread experts, shoe print experts, cuts on hands experts, when he chose to talk about all of those experts and their forthcoming testimony, that conclusively nailed it that he reasonably anticipated calling those experts as witnesses at trial under footnote 11 of Izazaga versus Superior Court. That conclusively established that intention. It does not matter what the defense says now. They cannot go back on that and say, well, we're not sure and we want to hear the full scope. for legal purposes, which is what we're involved in here. We're involved in a discovery proceeding where the court determines legal issues. We're not talking about a factual determination. The defense is almost trying to pull into this legal discussion a factual determination for the court to have to make a finding. But their discussion during opening statement operated as a matter of law to waive any privileges and to require them to disclose the discovery which the discovery statute mandates. It is outrageous for the defense to get up here and now seek to insulate these witnesses and their reports and their notes from discovery by waiting until they testified. That's what the old law was, Your Honor. That was pre-Prop 115, where the defense experts did not have to disclose their materials until they testified. We're in a new age, we're in a new era called reciprocal discovery, and we have been for 5 years now. And that law, including the case law construing it, requires them to disgorge, to use Mr. Ullman's word, this material. And the discovery law in no way, the cases have already held this, in no way does it reduce the prosecution's burden to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In every case where the defense elects to make an opening statement, it gives the prosecution a better idea of what's coming up and therefore allows for that much better preparation of the prosecution's case. That's just the risk the defense takes and knowingly takes when they make the very clear tactical and strategic decision to make an opening statement. And they made that decision in this case not only to make an opening statement, but to make a many, many hours long opening statement detailing all of these areas. So when Mr. Ullman says we don't want to waive, it's too late. They have already waived. They waived before opening statement, but they conclusively nailed it when they discussed all these experts during opening statements. There is no longer an issue of waiver. All of this has been waived, and it was waived weeks ago now, over a month ago. May I have this moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Your Honor, one thing that is very, very troubling about what Mr. Ullman says, it's almost as though the defense is seeking to put the words in the mouth of the expert as far as what the expert is going to say on the stand and as far as what the expert is going to report on. Now, are these experts, are these independent witnesses who are going to offer unbiased testimony, or are these... I see the court stifling a yawn. I don't...
No. I was just shifting position here.
But, you know, truthfully, I mean, it sounds alarming. Mr. Ullman's statement suggested the defense wants themselves to do everything they can but write the reports themselves. There is simply no case law to support that they can insulate their experts' opinions, conclusions, and certainly nothing suggesting they can insulate their notes of their observations and testing, all the case laws to the contrary, to fashion it in a manner they desire. These are supposed to be independent experts. They simply cannot treat them as defense lackeys. There's a stronger word we sometimes use here that I don't want to use before this court, but as defense lackeys to do exactly what the defense bids. The defense in this case made that strategic tactical decision when Mr. Cochran talked at length in front of the jury. Now they are obligated to live with the consequences of that decision. They cannot have their cake and eat it too. They made that decision. The cat is out of the bag. The barn door is open. They have to live with the consequences, the legal ramifications of what indeed they have set up for themselves. Otherwise, the reciprocal discovery provisions when it comes to experts have absolutely no meaning and no effect, because any defense attorney in any case could insulate their expert until the time that expert takes the stand. Going back to the law for a moment, since that's really what the court will be focusing on here, the Rodriguez case was a pretrial case where the only thing that had happened is that the expert had been designated as one intended to call at trial. There had been no discussion in opening statement or otherwise during trial in front of the jury of what the expert would testify to and the area the expert would testify to. So we're far beyond what the Court of Appeal had to decide in the Rodriguez case. I want to make a point with regard to Dr. Henry Lee's report in the sealed envelope, Your Honor. That my impression is that the court's order in that case was based not just on discovery. That was precipitated by a motion that we filed many months ago that had to do with ethical obligations of attorneys. and that was not a discovery issue. So they're trying to say, well, here, at least we've turned over Dr. Lee's report, but that really did not begin as a discovery issue, and that was, the thrust of that was not a discovery issue. Your Honor, finally, I want to make the point that the court has already ordered this material produced. The order was in full compliance with the law. There is nothing to support what Mr. Ullman gets up here and asks the court to do in terms of holding off until witnesses have testified that will allow experts to make final reports. But the final point I want to make, Your Honor, is we are here in the middle of trial. If the court does not rule decisively in this area, we'll be back here again and again and again. The court has already ruled decisively once in its January 29/30th order, and the court ruled appropriately and decisively. We're not here on a motion to reconsider that ruling. The defense never brought such a motion. They never asked for that. In fact, I think there's a 10-day limit on that. They never asked for it. We're here at a point in time for the court to consider whether it should impose the sanction of disallowing the defense from calling these experts as witnesses unless they comply with this court's previously issued order over a month ago and comply now. Now meaning by 5 o'clock tomorrow. Give them overnight a chance to get these materials together. But this gamesmanship and this hiding and this acting frankly, like spoiled children because they don't want to live with the decision that they made to give a detailed, lengthy opening statement detailing all of this. This is highly inappropriate. It's highly inappropriate behavior by lawyers to engage in, and there is no law to support it.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right, counsel, what I'm going to do on this matter, because there are several discrete issues of discovery, several discrete reports, experts, each of which is in a slightly different posture, both on the basis of what was said during the opening statement, on the basis of what's been represented to the court. I am going to issue an amendment to the court order that more specifically delineates what is being ordered to be disclosed. And I hopefully will issue that sometime tomorrow. All right.
Your Honor, would the court consider putting an actual time and date deadline in that order because without
Yes.
it?
Oh, yeah, that's.
Thank you.
I thought immediately meant close of business the next day, but that's what it's going to mean. After I issue the order. Right. All right. All right, let's take a brief recess for the court reporter, and then we'll launch into the, let's see, what's next? DNA, and then cleaning up the investigatory matters.
Placed there simply as a precaution. 25 names are being withdrawn today. 15 of the 25 names being withdrawn today, rather 16 of the 25 names being withdrawn today are names that were not otherwise on the prosecution's witness list. Therefore, Your Honor, that leaves 108 names that are on our list but are not on the people's list. Your Honor, so the court should understand by way of background, our office first appeared in this case on July 22nd of 1994, one day before the Mary Ann Gertrude statement was taken, 1 week before the first Rosa Lopez interview. At that time, Your Honor, I can speak for myself, Mr. Cochran, and Ms. Chapman, we were focusing as much, if not more, on obtaining and synthesizing the 3 full-size notebooks that made up the homicide book in this case, as well as reviewing the transcript from the preliminary hearing and the grand jury investigation that was ended prematurely. As well, Your Honor, the case at that point was moving at a breakneck speed. We early on had meetings in Mr. Shapiro's offices, and it was made quite plain that Mr. Simpson wanted to fully exercise his rights to a speedy trial, and that under no circumstances would there be any continuances of the trial date. And in fact, I'm sure that the record will bear that that's exactly what occurred. That factor, I believe, is central to a fair understanding of the full circumstances under which both offices were forced to work, and such that there is a reasonable and logical explanation, given the fact that there have been 30,000 pages the people have represented of discovery that has been turned over, that in fact it is invariable and expected that there would be an occasional falling through the cracks. In the beginning, Your Honor, documents that would be generated from either Mr. Pavlik or Mr. McKenna or Mr. McNally were sent directly to Mr. Shapiro's office, and then they were forwarded by fax usually to our offices. Sometime in August, that process changed after a conversation that I had with Mr. Pavlik, asking that Mr. Cochran's name be added to the addressee of his memoranda, and asking that Mr. Pavlik directly fax to our office any documents or memoranda that he would fax to Mr. Shapiro's office, because I was concerned that just with all the paper flow, with the fact that Mr. Shapiro's office was being inundated as it was with different discovery, with photocopying those documents and making sure that reports were disseminated not only to counsel but also to different experts around the country, that we perhaps were not receiving all of the documents in a full and timely fashion. And as a prophylactic device, I then set forth the procedure that Mr. Cochran's name be added, and you will see in the later reports that his name was added as a companion to Mr. Shapiro's name, and that the document be faxed directly to our offices rather than having the middle step. September 1, Your Honor, was the date by which the court ordered that we on the defense compile documents and names of witnesses that we would then be including on a list to submit both to the court and to counsel. Because Mr. Shapiro's office was earlier involved in this case and had a better familiarity with the state of the record and the names of the witnesses, their offices took the primary responsibility of compiling the witness list and preparing the documents that were going to be placed in the folder that was then ultimately turned over to the prosecution. I will say that I have always been a part of our office's representation on the discovery effort. I was present at meetings early on, if not in July, then in August, with Mr. Hodgman, meeting on the 18th floor, discussing some of the discovery issues, but I was not present at the meeting in September or in August when the documents that were transferred over were compiled or analyzed. Sometime in early January, Your Honor, when the primary focus of the defense efforts were transferred from Mr. Shapiro's offices to Mr. Cochran's offices, I then assumed responsibility for coordinating that effort. The problem that has occurred, Your Honor, as I've said, is partly attributable to the sheer volume and size of the files and the work that had to be done. Indeed, coordinating an effort of this size between offices that are miles apart takes some coordination, and it is probably not unexpected that there would be occasional lapses in the process. I think also, Your Honor, that the fact that the trial proceeded without a speedy trial waiver, such that the jury selection began 2 months and 3 days after Mr. Simpson's first appearance in Superior Court, is very telling and very important to fairly analyze and consider what really occurred. In January, Your Honor, the 23rd of January, when I was in charge of coordinating the efforts, we were directed to both review our files, and we were also directed, Your Honor, to compile a book setting forth the names of witnesses, setting forth the documents that were turned over, etc. On that occasion, Your Honor, I spoke to both William Pavlik and Patrick McKenna, who were then the two investigators that were presently working on the case, telling them of the problem, telling what my obligations were, and asking whether or not there was anything that they might have in terms of witness statements or other items that would have been complying with the court's directions. My office then, Your Honor, endeavored to both review the documents.
Counsel, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could we have the investigators for the defense excluded, please?
Yes, gentlemen, would you wait outside, please? Mr. Douglas?
My office, Your Honor, then endeavored to review the names that were contained in the documents that were submitted against the names and the documents that were then in our possession to see if there was any change or any other documentation that may or may not have been turned over. What occurred basically, Your Honor, is that there would be a check-off system such that the name Rosa Lopez, statement from Pavlik to Shapiro, 2 pages, was checked off. There's a check mark, and we then went on to the next name because there were dozens of names that we were seeking to review. We had but 2 days to review them and to submit them to the court. I primarily focused on creating the notebook and checking through the names on the notebook and making sure that that was going to be prepared in an orderly fashion because that was going to be submitted to the court and was also going to be submitted to the other side. What I did not do, Your Honor, on that occasion was to personally check each name of each statement and each date of each witness statement against that which was submitted to the prosecution. I have, however, in the interim, performed that particular task. As well, Your Honor, in January, I did not contact any investigators who had previously been employed by the defense team but were not then working on behalf of the defense team because I was under the impression that all of their notes, all of their reports, all of their documents, anything that they had on the case had been turned over to either Mr. Pavlik, who was the senior investigator, by the time of January, certainly 1995. The court should understand that there have been 7 different investigators who have worked in some fashion or context since the institution of this case. That number since late October of last year has been whittled down to 2. And my communications and my contacts on virtually a daily basis has been with either or Mr. Pavlik and or Mr. McKenna. Since January of 1993, Your Honor, and up until maybe 1:30 this afternoon, I sat forward in my office and reviewed by date each of the documents, each of the names to determine whether or not, one, there were some names that were simply surplusage and could fairly be deleted. I've compiled a list to that effect. I have not yet compiled a list of those names, the 97 names of Chicago witnesses, because there was simply just not enough time, and I will in the future endeavor to pare down that list as well, working with Mr. McKenna, who is involved with interviewing those particular witnesses. Let's turn to the question of notes and what's happened to the notes. And certainly the court understands that when the court considers the fairness of imposing a discovery sanction, that must be considered in view of the hands and the cleanliness, if you will, of the hands on the other side. I think it is not an understatement to say that 95% of all of the documents that we have received in this case are typed statements by investigators, with the exception of clues, because clues are handwritten. But 95% of all of the other reports are typed statements of the author of a particular document, and there is only a very small percentage that might include a parallel handwritten document of the same statement that is ultimately typed up. We do not have, Your Honor, a wealth of extemporaneous rough notes that may have been taken in the field or that may reflect some extemporaneous markings and thoughts and impressions of Detectives Lang, Van Adder, etc. We do have handwritten...
Douglas, let me save us all some time. I'm not really concerned about that.
Well, I want to, Your Honor, there's a question of where are the notes, and I want to just say that so the court understands as I lead into...
I understand the point.
Very well, then I'll move on.
I don't find it persuasive.
Very well.
Given the situation we're in.
The notes, Your Honor, as the court will appreciate, were a matter of severe concern for security reasons. It has been clear very early on this case the depths to which others may sink to try to learn intimate facts and details concerning this particular case. I'm sure the court even has firsthand information of how low others will sink to go through trash cans and other matters seeking to find out things about this case. The court will also remember that early in this case there was a minor incident at Mr. Shapiro's office where there was a sort of a break-in or a tampering of some of the files. That event served to send shockwaves throughout the defense team and necessitated that we take very careful and calculated steps to protect the integrity of the defense effort. That is simply one explanation offered to support the reasons why, once documents were prepared and notes were immediately destroyed, because we did not want to have loose notes laying around for anyone to pick up or for them to be misplaced. Let's turn to the question of tape recordings, Your Honor. Your Honor, I represent, as an officer of the court, that never have I been involved in a meeting or a conversation with another lawyer or another investigator when there was ever any intimation that any particular interview or conversation or defense effort had been tape recorded until Monday evening, when we returned from court to our offices and had a conversation, attempting then to learn everything that was known about any tape recordings. And I will represent that each of the lawyers that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to all of the local lawyers on the team, there is not one lawyer that had any knowledge, notice, or understanding that there had ever been a tape recording of any particular witness until moments before it was announced here in open court for all to see. Other than the statements of Mr. Kaland and Alan Park that Mr. Shapiro turned over at the preliminary hearing early in the case and before our office was involved in the case. That was the reason, Your Honor, that I could state, and Mr. Cochran could state, with seeming confidence that there were no other tape recordings in existence because we knew that there was no other. It would be sheer folly, Your Honor, for anyone to suggest or believe that I would stand before this court or any other court and boldly state that no tapes exist if I had known the true facts to be different. I take my obligations as an officer of this court very seriously, and I would not knowingly mislead this court as to something as serious as that. I would also like to share, Your Honor, that I take my obligations under the Discovery Act and under Prop 115 equally as seriously. I appreciate the reason for the concern. I appreciate the necessity for this inquiry, but I strongly feel that any problems that were then in existence have been resolved. I am of the opinion that there will not be any future problems. There is, as I've mentioned to the court, my need to clarify in my own mind a couple of matters with you consistent with the rules of this court so that we may in chambers ex parte decide whether or not there would be an obligation for us to turn over, for example, certain documents that we have in our possession that are impeaching or used to perhaps impeach a witness that is on the prosecution's witness list. And, Your Honor, just to lend some insight into the interpretation of our obligation in the Discovery Act, I think it important to note that though we have no obligation, and I think it plain, to turn over any reports of any statements of witnesses who are presently on the prosecution's witness list, we did, in our September 1 filing, turn over a couple of such statements, particularly, for example, in connection with Dale St. John. He is a prosecution witness. We turned over statements that we had concerning Mr. St. John. Pat Berman is a prosecution witness. We turned over statements that we had on Ms. Berman. That simply is offered to prove that it is not and has never been our intention to engage in gamesmanship or to boldly flout any of the directions or orders of this court or any of our obligations in complying with reciprocal discovery. In closing, Your Honor, as I've said, the cause for the court's concern is justified. I do believe, however, that there are no other documents that exist that we are obligated to turn over. I have, Your Honor, endeavored to obtain and I am still obtaining sworn declarations from each of the other investigators who have worked on this case, acknowledging what they have all told me personally. And over the last 2 days, I have spoken to all 7 of them personally, 2 of whom I had not spoken to until Tuesday afternoon, but each of whom have told me that there are no records in their possession, there are no handwritten notes in their possession, there are no tape recordings in their possession, and I represent that to the court. I would like to add, Your Honor, that my recollection of Mr. Pavlik's remarks, and Mr. Ullman can comment on them more fully, was that the fact that he was alone was only one of the criteria which led to his choosing to tape record the statement of Rosa Lopez. It was not the sole criteria. He said that she was a female. He said that she was Spanish-speaking. All of these reasons, I think it also important that she was an important witness. All of these factors, and I think probably the more important factor was the potential language problem and the difficulty in making sure that one could clearly record and recall that which was said would be the primary reason why he chose to tape record that particular interview. I have, Your Honor, had more than a dozen conversations with Mr. Pavlik in the last 2 days since this disclosure, repeatedly asking him whether or not there are any other statements, why he chose to tape record that particular statement, are there tape recordings of any others, and he has assured me that there are no other tape recordings, that he did not record any of the witnesses, and there is nothing else in his possession. Dean Ullman, Your Honor, I'd like to complete the remainder of our offer.
Well, Mr. Douglas, before you leave, let me ask you this question. What is your response to the prosecution's request that I instruct the jury that the delay that we've experienced since Monday is a result of a failure of the defense to turn over this tape-recorded statement regarding Rosa Lopez, that I lift the sanctions delaying the presentation of some of the prosecution's case, that I admonished the jury at the time Ms. Lopez, even when the 1335 is played for the jury, that I admonished the jury as to the delay in the failure of the defense to adequately comply with the court's previous orders, and that I allow the prosecution to argue during the course of the closing argument the withholding of evidence by the defense. Also, what is your response to their request that I require you to submit to the court in a timely manner a list of the names of all the witnesses on your witness list as it exists today, the dates of each interview, the dates of each written report, whether or not there are any notes in existence, whether or not there are any video or audio tapes or any other memorialization existing with regards to those interviews.
As to the witnesses, Your Honor, that are currently on our witness list, I already compiled the table, if the court will recall, that provides that particular information. There is whether or not the witness was on the prosecution's list, whether or not the witness was interviewed and the date, whether or not a statement was taken and the date to which each was turned over. We had prepared, Your Honor, for Dean Ullman to answer the specific questions concerning the discovery sanctions, and I would defer to him if the court pleases.
All right. Madam Reporter, how are you doing?
Today, Your Honor, seems a particularly appropriate day for the defense to appear in sackcloth and ashes, and we do. We appear before the court as penitents. We screwed up. We admit that. We apologize for that. I know I speak for every member of the defense team in offering a sincere apology to the court and to counsel for the prosecution. The only explanation we can make is that we are human, but we do not admit to ignorance of the law or contempt for this court's orders with respect to any of our efforts with respect to complying with the discovery law. I think we have made an effort in every case where there was some confusion in terms of how this law should be applied to get a ruling from the court and to comply with that ruling in good faith. We are not contending everything is privileged. The privilege argument that was presented to the court today is based squarely on a ruling of the Court of Appeals in the Rodriguez case. Justice Ardias, who is certainly not a Pavlovian defense advocate, recognizing that there are serious privilege problems in the context of making discovery of expert reports. I think Your Honor, of course, realizes that the biggest motivator for lawyers to comply with what the law requires in terms of discovery is not the threat of sanctions. It's the fear of losing their credibility, of damaging their reputations. And those are motivators that apply equally to all of the lawyers involved in this case. And I don't think there is any basis in the record that we have before us to assume that any of the conduct that Your Honor is dealing with involved deliberate concealment of evidence. We would not be here discussing sanctions because we are dealing here with evidence that was disclosed, although later than it should have been, and we certainly admit that. I think it's also ironic, Your Honor, that we're discussing this issue only 3 weeks after we were screaming just as loudly as the prosecution in this case over the delay in producing a videotape of Mr. Simpson greeting guests the evening that this murder took place at the junior high school or the junior school where the presentation by his children had taken place. And it was interesting because that tape had been in the hands of the prosecution since June. And it was only made available to the defense approximately 3 weeks ago. And just as they're screaming about this, we were screaming about that. And the explanation that was offered was a very simple one. It fell through the cracks. And I find it ironic that when it turns out we've got some cracks ourselves, that the immediate conclusion is leapt to that there was some sort of deliberate effort here to conceal evidence or to engage in unprofessional behavior. The question of sanctions is addressed directly by Section 1054.5 of the discovery law. And it indicates upon a showing that a party has not complied with Section 1054.1 or Section 1054.3, which is true, and upon a showing that the moving party complied with the informal discovery procedure provided in this subdivision, a court may make any order necessary to enforce the provisions of the chapter, then specifying a number of alternative sanctions. And the question we would simply address is whether the prosecution is in a position of being able to come before this court, especially in view of what just happened 3 weeks ago, and say that they have fully complied with all of the informal discovery procedures themselves. This is not in any way to denigrate or to indicate that what we did is less serious than it is, but simply to indicate that there are going to be human errors made on both sides, and I think the purpose of fashioning a sanction is to put things right, to level the playing field, to eliminate any advantage that a party might have gained by their failure to fully comply with the discovery law. And that, I think, was the guiding principle in Your Honor's imposition of sanctions against the prosecution, of imposing the sanctions simply of, since all of the witnesses who were revealed later than they should have been, delayed the defense efforts to conduct investigations. Those witnesses could not be called until all of the previous witnesses had been called. So it was essentially fashioned to put the prosecution in a position they would have been in if they had fully complied. And I think we need to seek the same sort of equity in this situation, to put right any wrong that they have had to endure in terms of their position as litigants in this case. But sanctions should not ever redound to the detriment of the defendant himself, to burden the defendant who is on trial with the sins of his lawyers, and to suggest to the jury that the defendant or the evidence that he is presenting is less credible because his lawyers did not comply with a specific statutory requirement. And I think it would be highly inappropriate under these circumstances to suggest to the jury that any adverse inferences could be drawn against Mr. Simpson based on the withholding of evidence. I invite Your Honor to look at the CALJIC instruction on the concealment or withholding of evidence, and it makes it quite clear that that instruction is only appropriate when the concealment or withholding of evidence is directly attributable to the conduct of the defendant himself, not the conduct of his lawyers. With respect to lifting the sanctions that have already been imposed on the people, those sanctions were imposed to even the playing field. And it's not going to even the playing field in terms of the disadvantage that the defense suffered by the late disclosure of prosecution witnesses to lift those sanctions when we're dealing here with the late production of one tape recording with respect to one witness on the part of the defense. I think Your Honor has largely already addressed the problem created by this tape recording itself in requiring immediate disclosure, in delaying the testimony and allowing the prosecution time to analyze that tape recording and prepare to cross-examine the witness, and by imposing on the defense the costs of the delay to the extent that it required additional accommodation of the witness. I honestly don't believe that any further sanctions are necessary to right the wrong and to level the playing field in this case. I think what Your Honor does have to be concerned with is to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I think the suggestion of requiring the defense to provide the very detailed accounting that Mr. Douglas has already offered to the court, laying out precisely every witness on our list, when and where they were interviewed, when the statements were turned over, and to require that be submitted under oath should remedy the problem.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Well, we're beyond the one attorney rule.
If I may indulge the court just for a brief moment.
Briefly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the court is, I'm sorry, but the court has been very, this is the one thing the court has held to in requiring one lawyer per issue. I argued the earlier motion. Ms. Clark is arguing this one.
The reason I am going to indulge Mr. Shapiro is because Mr. Shapiro's conduct as being the conduit for all of these reports calls into question his professional reputation, and I think he's entitled to address that issue. I assume that's what you're going to say.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
I would do the same for any counsel.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity. Your Honor knows the speed at which this case has moved and knows the number of lawyers on both sides that have been involved. I was hired as Mr. Simpson's initial lawyer and remained his lead counsel until the beginning of presentation of evidence, at which time Mr. Cochran took responsibility as being the chief trial lawyer for this case. But this began and this remained as a team effort. And as such, somebody on a team must take ultimate responsibility. Since I was in charge of this team, from the time that Mr. Simpson returned on the 13th of June until the time of the presentation of evidence, I will take that responsibility. And if there are sanctions to be imposed, those sanctions should not go towards Mr. Simpson because of his choice of lawyers, but should go to his lawyers who, in fact, are responsible for the position the court finds itself in today. As to what is an appropriate sanction, I will say the following to Your Honor, that my policy has always been an open discovery policy, and I shared that policy with Mr. Hodgman up until the time of his recent unfortunate health problems, where I offered him the opportunity to come to my office and review everything we had. I will tell Your Honor.
You know, I object to that argument at this time, Your Honor, Mr. Hodgman not being present to tell us what
Mr. Hodgman won't contradict that. I will also tell Your Honor that the only tape recordings that I was aware of until yesterday in this case were the two tape recordings that I did myself, which was unique for me, but because of the time limitations placed upon us and the desire to get information fresh and to never be in a position where anything that I might have said to a witness could ever be misinterpreted, I recorded those conversations between Mr. Kalin, Mr. Park, and myself, and I immediately turned those over to Mr. Hodgman, although I had no legal, moral, statutory, or other reason to turn them over. I felt that it was a proper thing to do. We are here now to address two issues that I think Your Honor is rightfully concerned with. Number one, there were two reports of memorandums to myself regarding the interview of Rosa Lopez. It came to my attention during the presentation of testimony that there was an error, that two reports existed, that only one had been turned over. I immediately called the lawyers together, and we went into chambers to discuss the issue with Your Honor. The second was when Your Honor asked me to call Mr. Pavlik. I reached Mr. Pavlik immediately. He had been watching the proceedings, and I asked him if there were any notes or tape recordings. He immediately told me he tape recorded the first interview. I said, come to court immediately. That time I met with Mr. Pavlik right before Your Honor called him in and told him he had to disclose that to the court. So in both instances, even though it was negligence on our part, even though those were our obligations to find out, we did not. However, as soon as they became apparent to me as an officer of this court, I made it available to Your Honor. If I have been in contempt of court, I will suffer appropriate sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Lewis, do you have any response?
No, this is, Ms. Clark has been handling this particular motion with regard to witness statements and so forth.
I don't see how counsel can stand before this court and argue the fact that they have sometimes complied with the discovery laws to avoid the sanctions that should be imposed upon them for the very egregious misconduct they've engaged in with respect to the most recent and, of course, the opening statement violations that we've seen. For Mr. Ullman to stand before this court and say that no sanctions are needed is offensive. For Mr. Ullman to stand before this court and attempt to avoid the sanctions that are sorely needed in this case by saying he wears sackcloth and ashes should be unavailing and unimpressive to this court. Frankly, I don't care if he wears a dress, because what he wears is of no moment to the people's right to a fair trial. That's what I want to see here, and that's what the defense has been actively engaging in trying to prevent. It is trying to prevent the search for the truth, and what the court should look at is the fact that their fear of losing credibility is obviously not enough of a sanction. How can they even bear to utter those words after they engaged in such serious misconduct during the opening statement, making those representations about witnesses who were never produced, upon whom they relied, placed great reliance, obviously, in mentioning in their opening statement.
Which is why the court imposed an unprecedented sanction.
That's right. That's right, for which we applaud the court in its willingness to take a step that is unprecedented. And in a case like this, that takes a lot of strength. And we do appreciate that, Your Honor. We do. But for counsel to get up and tell this court that no sanctions are needed when now they've engaged in the very same thing, and in an egregious manner, is really something to behold. To compare a videotape submitted by a private citizen that goes to a barely peripheral issue of little evidentiary value, which was given to them, to what they've done with Rosa Lopez and what they've done with the opening statement witnesses is unconscionable, is just unbelievable. And it's very interesting now to hear the defense attempt to excuse its misconduct due to the speed of the case and to plead their humanity. Those were arguments that they were particularly unmoved by when the people were just 2 or 3 weeks late in discovery with some of their items. And they complained about 30,000 pages of discovery. It wasn't theirs, Your Honor. That was ours. It's understandable if something slips through the cracks when we have 30,000 pages of discovery and hundreds of tapes, audio, and video. It is not understandable when the statements of a key defense witness, and they only have 70 or 80 pages of discovery, but nevertheless, the statements of a key defense witness somehow slips through the cracks. That's unbelievable, and it should not be accepted by this court at face value as being something that was merely negligent. They were afraid when this witness took the stand that she would be asked on cross-examination how many times she spoke to Mr. Pavlik, and that maybe she's not controllable enough, she would come out with that fact. Yes, I've spoken to him 2, 3, 4 times. Who knows how many times now, Your Honor? That's what they're afraid of. And that's why that report came floating out at the 11th hour. I think that the reason that the sanctions requested by the people are so imperative at this time is that what we have here is a continuation of a pattern. It's a sinister scheme, and it's one which was revealed at the time of opening statements and one that has now been continuing. In each case, we aren't talking about peripheral witnesses, Your Honor. We're not talking about a chain of custody witness. You know, you could understand where that might be slip someone's attention. We're talking about key statements, key evidence, and key witnesses. No lawyer, let alone one for the dream team, is going to misplace a statement of a key witness, misplace a tape recording of a key witness. This makes no sense. And although Mr. Douglas claims to have taken his obligation to follow the law very seriously, he certainly has shown his contempt for it, not just by his action, but by his words. If the court will recall, the last time we visited this issue, after the opening statements, Mr. Douglas argued vehemently and with passion his disbelief, his unwillingness to follow the law of discovery, in his belief that it was in derogation of the defendant's rights. And what you're seeing now is conduct consistent with their true belief. They do not believe they were required to follow the law. They have shown their contempt for the law, and they will continue to flaunt the law unless the court makes them pay. It's a cost-benefit analysis, Your Honor. If it doesn't hurt badly enough, then they're going to keep doing it because they have gotten away with so much, and they are still ahead of the game, way ahead.
Strategic and tactical win on your part, don't you think?
Depends. At this point, knowing what we know about Rosa Lopez, we want them to call her, so.
Well, then maybe you should subpoena her.
Maybe we will. In any case, Your Honor, yes, I'm sure that's been a great burden to the defense. 4 millionaires over here paying, what, $100 a night? Anyway, when we visited this issue after opening statements, we saw them argue to the court that everything was taken care of, and now we're hearing the same argument again. I can't believe that that anybody buys this anymore. Certainly, the people do not. They argue vehemently that a sanction should not redound to the detriment of the defendant. It doesn't. It redounds to the detriment of the witness. Given the fact that under our discovery laws now, the court is well within its authority to preclude the introduction of evidence altogether, to deny them the right to call a witness altogether, it is clear that allowing the people, and the people haven't even asked for preclusion, although we would be well entitled to at this point, all we're asking from the court is the admonition to the jury and the ability to argue what is a clear pattern of conduct by the defense. Because this is a sinister scheme. This is a conspiracy. They are trying to hide the ball. They are trying to prevent the jury from hearing what the witnesses are really about and from hearing the truth. And I think that, at the very least, the people should be entitled to argue that fact, to say this witness was withheld.
All right,
This statement.
Do you recall the instruction that I gave to the jury before I allowed you to reopen? That the jury can take into consideration the impact of the delay on the credibility of a witness, if any.
Mm-hmm.
However, as Mr. Ullman pointed out, the case law that deals with the jury instruction regarding the fabrication and manufacturing of evidence, the hiding of evidence, there must be a direct link to the defendant as authorizing that conduct before I can give that instruction.
No, as I understand it, Your Honor, that's not the same instruction, though. We're
No,
asking
but
for-
certainly it's analogous.
I don't think so.
Delay in disclosure and willful non-disclosure. In any event, something to think about.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
obviously the court would like if the court would like, we would draft an admonition for the court's
I think
review.
I've already done something about delay of disclosure of witnesses or information regarding witnesses, haven't I?
You mean in the
Something
opening
pretty
statement?
close, yes. All right, Ms. Clark, do you have any other comment?
Yes, specifically this, Your Honor. Mr. Douglas again indicates a lack of understanding of the law of discovery when he indicated today that any reports that were generated solely for impeachment are not discoverable. That's not correct. That is not the law. Under Izazaga, reports on impeachment are discoverable if they contain witness names or statements that are to be introduced in rebuttal. Only if the defendant goes back and re-interviews a witness the people have provided and gets an inconsistent statement is that not discoverable. So, just so we're clear on that. With respect to then...
I think you're referring to, what is it, footnote 7 and...
Is it footnote 7?
14.
Footnote
And then
14.
Yeah. One's a pass.
One of those,
We know.
yeah.
The dog-eared pages we all have.
14, footnote 14.
I think it's really interesting, too, that counsel now attempts to expand the circumstances under which Mr. Pavlik will tape to include being female. What is it about being female that requires us to be taped, I'd like to know. And I'd like to have Mr. Pavlik under oath and ask him those questions, too. I really want to know about that one. Nevertheless, Mr. Pavlik himself, when questioned, indicated that the criteria he used was that he was alone and without a partner. And that's a nice gender-neutral reason that I think makes sense. However, we have to find out if that's true, because if that's true, there are a number of witnesses that he refers to as having interviewed alone, and we have no tapes for them. And if the court would like, I can read those names into the record.
Please.
Ms. Lynette Goldner, Goldner. Ms. Cassandra Ahearn. Mr. Richard Aaron, Aaron. Mark Partridge. Ronald Taylor, Taylor. Steve Valerie, Valerie. For whom we have one statement on June 23rd and another one on June 17th. Howard Bingham, Bingham. Richard Walsh, Walsh. Tony Valenzuela, Valenzuela. Mr. Ed McCabe, Mccabe. Bethy, Bethy Vaccarano, Vaqueno, Ms. Kay Bell, that's K period, Mr. Jason Wood, Mr. Tony Parker, Ms. Rachel Berman and her mother Pat Berman and her father Mr. Berman, and Michelle Abudram, Abudram. All of those were indicated by Mr. Pavlik as having been interviewed by him alone. And we would like for the court to inquire of him under oath as to where the tapes are that should exist of those interviews. 20. Those are 20 witnesses.
All right. Any other comment, Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to take the motion for sanctions and further discovery orders under submission at this time. I'll issue a written ruling on this matter as well. And Mr. Douglas, you had asked for a 1054.7 in camera. I'm going to continue that over till tomorrow morning at 8:30.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to order you to be here. I'm sorry. 8:30. All right, I have another sentencing matter at 8:30, but be here at 8:30. All right, counsel, anything else before we stand in recess? All right, Ms. Clark, are you aware of any reason why we can't go forward with the 1335 tomorrow morning?
I haven't heard anything, so I'm assuming we will be ready to go.
All right. Anything else, counsel? All right, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. And Mr. Douglas, 8:30. All right, thank you, counsel. Anything we need to put on the record before we invite Ms. Lopez to rejoin us? All right. Deputy McNair, let's have Ms. Lopez, please.
Kindly excuse from the courtroom Mr. McNally, Irma, and Mr. Pavlik, if he is here.
Yes, any other persons who may be called to testify regarding this witness be excused from the courtroom. All right, Ms. Lopez, would you please resume the witness stand? All right, good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señora López.
Buenos días, señor.
You're reminded that you're still under oath.
Se les recuerda que todavía está bajo juramento.
Sí, señor.
All right, let's
Yes,
have
sir.
it quiet in the courtroom, please. And Mr. Cochran. I don't know. All right, well, Mr. Cochran, you conclude your direct examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor, and at your request, Your Honor, this will enable me, I understand, to move around as needed. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señora López.
Buenos días, señor.
Good morning, sir.
Are you glad to be here today?
¿Le da gusto estar aquí hoy?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Why not?
¿Por qué no?
Oh,
Prefiero oír que la señora Clark dijo que mi vida estaba más bien aquí en el...
I would prefer, I heard that Miss Clark said that my life was better here,
Pero quiero decirle algo.
but I want to tell...
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, when last we asked you some questions, I guess that was
Ahora.
on Tuesday. Call that.
Usted escribió...
I mean, she talked about a detective here, that's what I'm saying.
All right, rephrase the question.
Okay. You talked about it, and you told us this detective was named Mark Fairman. Is that what you said?
Y usted nos dijo que el nombre
Ms. Clark, I'd appreciate this. This is the third time we've done this on this witness.
Just ask another question.
Please.
You still would rather not be here, is that right, ma'am?
De todas formas, ¿usted preferiría no estar aquí? ¿No es eso así?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you still planning to leave the Los Angeles area as soon as you finish testifying?
¿Y todavía planea irse del área de Los Ángeles en cuanto termine de dar testimonio?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, when last we asked you some questions, I guess that was
Ahora.
on Tuesday,
La última vez que le hicimos preguntas, el martes pasado,
you described a detective who came to your door in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994. Do you recall that?
usted describió...
I mean, she talked about a detective here, that's what I'm saying.
All right, rephrase the question.
Okay. You talked about a detective who came to your door in the early morning hours of June 13th, is that correct?
Usted habló acerca de un detective que habló con usted temprano por la mañana del 13 de junio del 94. ¿Es esto correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you told us this detective was named Mark Fairman, is that what you said?
Y usted nos dijo que el nombre de ese detective era Mark Fairman. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And if you were to see a video of this particular person, would you be able to identify him?
Y si usted viera un video de esta persona en particular, ¿usted lo podría identificar?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And I would like to have Mr. Harris call up a portion of a video.
I would object, show the witness a video of a single individual would be unduly suggestive, Your Honor, and leading.
She's given us the name, Your Honor, and if she can identify it, then so be it. If she can't, then so be it.
And in addition, if I might,
Hold on.
I'd like to see the exhibits before they're shown to the
He has
witness.
seen this before, and I'll be glad
When have
to.
I seen
All right,
this?
let's display it on council's video
Okay.
only, please.
Not up on the witness
Right.
video. Council seen during the opening statement.
To show the witness a single photograph, Your Honor, is unduly suggestive. In addition, there's a name flashing directly across the
Without the name, Your Honor.
the person is seated at the
Stop it.
witness stand with a... It's objectionable, Your Honor.
I can ask a couple of foundational questions, Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
After this detective, whom you said was Mark Furman, came to your residence,
Después de que ese detective, quien usted dice que es Mark Fairman,
did you ever have
llegó a su
occasion
casa,
to see that individual in court on television at any time after June 13th, 1994?
Sustained.
Did you ever, Your Honor, if I can ask this question, did you ever see this person on television at any time?
Yes.
En algún momento dado, vio usted a esta persona en televisión en algún momento dado.
Sí, señor.
Yes,
And
sir.
When was that?
¿Y cuándo fue eso?
Cuando vino él a testificar.
When he came to testify.
And how did you see him when he came to testify?
¿Y cómo lo vio usted cuando él vino a dar testimonio?
Lo mismo como cuando lo vi en la puerta.
The same way, like when I saw him at the door.
And was it the same person?
¿Y era la misma persona?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you saw this on television?
¿Y usted vio esto en televisión?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And do you think you'd recognize this person again if you saw a video of that person?
¿Y usted piensa que reconocería a esta persona de nuevo si usted viera un video de esta persona?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
So Your Honor, I'd like to leave you to show the video, at least the first part of it.
Have you shown this to her before?
No, I'm not showing it to you, no.
Same objection.
All right, it's overruled, goes to the wait.
All right. And can you stop it before there's any name comes across the screen? Or at some point, if that, I'd prefer their name not be on there.
Or can we just play it, Mr. Harris, and just freeze it at that point and then put it on the screen? All right.
Freeze that. Can you freeze that?
Still on the screen, I'd object, Your Honor. You should preclude counsel from asking the witness any further questions regarding this video.
All right, overruled. Can we freeze that?
She has already seen it all.
Now, you haven't looked at your monitor yet, have you?
Ahora, usted todavía no ha visto su monitor, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Okay. Can you look at your monitor now?
¿Podría ver a su monitor ahora, en este momento?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize the person in that, depicted in that photograph there, ma'am?
¿Reconoce usted a la persona que muestra esa fotografía que está ahí, señora?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is that person?
¿Y quién es esa persona?
Mark Furman.
Mark Furman.
And is that Well, who is that man in relation to, is that the same man you saw on June 13th, 1994?
¿Y quién es esa persona en relación a... ¿Ese es el mismo hombre que usted vio el 13 de junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And is that the individual you had the conversation with that morning?
¿Y ese es el individuo con quien usted tuvo una conversación esa mañana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Is that the same person who promised you and LAPD officers would come back and talk to you?
¿Es la misma persona?
Sustain.
Your Honor, I would like it to mark this as, I'd like to have that printed and mark this as defendant's next in order, if the court pleases.
Yes. 1046.
Will the court require Mr. Cochran to mark the entire video for purposes of this hearing? I mean, the witness did see the entire
Yes.
video.
Well, not the
Well,
entire
it's
video.
entire video,
Well,
without
she saw
marking.
Mr. Furman's name. and-
All right, Mr. Harris, you'll make that available to us. Thank you.
Then I'd like to mark, if it's not going to be marked by Mr. Cochran, I'd like to mark
I'll
people's next
I'll
in
mark it,
line.
I have no problem.
1046 is the video, 1046A will be the still from the video.
Can you print out the still? All right, great.
Proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Now, you mentioned at some point, Ms. Lopez, that you knew something about the inside of Mr. Simpson's house. Do you recall that?
Ahora, usted mencionó en cierto momento, señora López, que usted sabía algo acerca del interior de la casa del señor Simpson. ¿Recuerda eso?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And would you tell the court whether or not you'd ever been inside the Simpson residence at Rockingham?
¿Y le podría decir usted al juez si en algún momento dado ha estado usted dentro de la casa del señor Simpson en la Rockingham?
Sí, señor juez.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was the occasion that you were, occasion or occasions that you went inside that residence?
¿Y en qué ocasión o en qué ocasiones es que estuvo usted dentro de esa casa?
Porque Michelle me invitaba a tomar un té cuando estábamos solas.
Because Michelle would invite me to come over for tea when we were alone.
And who was Michelle?
¿Y quién es Michelle?
Era la housekeeper de Mr. Simpson.
She was Mr. Simpson's housekeeper.
And when you, on the occasions when you go over for tea, was Mr. Simpson ever at home during those times?
Y en las ocasiones cuando usted iba a tomar té, ¿el señor Simpson estaba en casa en esas ocasiones?
No.
No.
All right, did you ever have any other occasion to interact with Michelle or do anything at the Simpson home?
Muy bien, ¿en algún otro momento tuvo usted la oportunidad de juntarse con Michelle o hacer alguna otra cosa en la casa del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that, if you will.
Y háblenos con respecto a eso, si podría hacerlo.
Michelle un día me llamó por teléfono
Michelle wasn't feeling, one day she called me on the phone
que no se sentía muy bien
that she didn't feel very well,
y quería que le hiciera el favor
and she wanted me to do her the favor
que hiciera la cama de Mr. Simpson.
to make Mr. Simpson's bed.
And do you know when that was?
¿Y sabe usted cuándo fue eso?
No, no me recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
On how many occasions that it happened that you helped her out by making Mr. Simpson's bed?
¿Cuántas veces pasó eso de que usted le ayudó arreglándole la cama del señor Simpson?
Una vez.
One time.
And was he home on that occasion?
¿Y él estaba en casa en esa ocasión?
No.
No.
And that was the only time?
Y esa fue la única vez.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, on Tuesday, you described for us that after 10 o'clock, you came out with the dog and walked the dog in the front of the house. Do you recall that?
Ahora, el martes usted nos describió que usted había salido con el perro y que había caminado al perro enfrente de la casa. ¿Recuerda usted eso?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And when you're up in the front of the Salinger's home on Rockingham,
Y cuando usted estuvo enfrente de la casa de la familia Salinger sobre la Rockingham
with the dog,
con el perro,
were you able, from the place you were walking the dog, able to see the Bronco?
usted pudo, desde el lugar donde se estaba caminando al perro, ¿pudo ver el bronco?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
With regard to this dog, is the dog, is that a young dog or an old dog, or what about that dog?
Con respecto a este perro, ¿ese es un perro viejo, un perro joven o qué nos dice de ese perro?
No recuerdo porque no Mr. Salinger le pregunté la edad del perro y no me acuerdo. Parece que tiene 39, 34, 39 años, algo así.
I don't remember. I asked Mr. Salinger the age of the dog, and I think he said something like he's 34, 39 years
I don't
old.
know.
I don't remember, something like that.
7 years, something like that. I don't know.
7 years, something like that. I don't know.
One of the reasons I asked you that was that you'd said something about the dog bit himself or scratched himself.
Una de las razones por la cual le digo eso es porque usted dice que el perro se mordió, se
If I
rasguñó.
can finish. You'd mentioned
Algo
that
así.
the dog had some kind of a collar because of some propensity to, or some inclination to bite or scratch itself.
Usted mencionó que el perro tenía una clase de...
Yes.
Yes, she can say yes or no. It's asking for an affirmation of that. Also, we've heard testimony about it already.
El perro tenía una clase de collar puesto porque tenía la tendencia de rascarse o de morderse, algo así.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, back in June of 1994,
Ahora, en junio de 1994,
did you have a friend by the name of Sylvia?
¿usted tenía una amiga con el nombre de Silvia?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, do you know Sylvia's last name?
¿Y en ese entonces usted sabía el apellido de Silvia?
No.
No.
Did you see Sylvia? Sylvia in court here, I guess, on Tuesday afternoon?
¿Usted vio a Silvia en esa sala del tribunal aquí, supongo que el martes por la tarde?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that the same Sylvia that you knew back in June of 1994?
¿Y esa es la misma Silvia que usted conocía en junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Was Sylvia a friend of yours in June of 1994?
Silvia era amiga suya en junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, but I thought Mr. Cochran was not allowed to go into his underwear.
I thought the court had indicated. May we approach?
Yes, please, with the court.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Lopez, have you been promised anything at all of a monetary nature for your testimony here?
Ahora, señora López, ¿se le ha prometido a usted alguna clase de compensación financiera a cambio de su testimonio aquí hoy?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Have you received anything from any person for your testimony here and on last Tuesday?
¿En algún momento dado ha recibido usted alguna clase de compensación por su testimonio que ha dado aquí hoy y el jueves?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Have you received, however, some funds in the mail and through Western Union from other people throughout the United States since you testified last Friday?
Overruled.
¿Pero ha recibido usted fondos de otras personas de los Estados Unidos a través de Western Union?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Have you also received some funds and some help from your lawyer, Mr. Jones and Ms. Hamburger?
¿También ha recibido usted fondos de su abogado y de la señora de... I'm sorry, Mr. Cochran, could you repeat that question,
From
please?
Mr. Carl Jones and Ms. Maya Hamburger.
Del señor Carl Jones y de la señorita Maya Hamburger.
Me han comprado mi ropa.
She has purchased my clothes.
Received anything else other than that?
¿Ha recibido alguna otra cosa aparte de eso?
Flores.
Flowers.
And who'd you get the flowers from?
¿Y quién le mandó las flores?
Muchas personas, no recuerdo ahorita.
Many people I don't remember right now.
They were not from your lawyers, is that right?
No fueron de sus abogados, ¿es eso
No.
correcto? No.
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 Very well, I have nothing further at this point, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
Cochran.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Darden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señora López.
Buenos
Good
días,
morning, sir.
You understand that today, just as you were last Friday, you are under oath.
¿Entiende usted que
Overruled. Proceed.
hoy, tal como lo fue el viernes pasado, usted está bajo juramento?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that oath, right?
Y usted entiende ese juramento, ¿correcto?
Overruled.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understood it last Friday when you testified?
¿Y lo entendió el viernes pasado cuando dio testimonio?
Sí.
Yes.
And you understood that oath on Monday when you testified?
¿Y entendió eso también el lunes cuando dio testimonio?
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand the difference between truth and a lie, correct?
Y usted entiende la diferencia entre la verdad y una mentira, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
When you told us last Friday that you hadn't filled out your unemployment forms, that wasn't true, was it?
Cuando usted nos dijo el viernes pasado que no había llenado sus formularios,
Your Honor, Mr. Cochran is coaching this witness on the
Overruled.
counsel table.
Overruled. Thank you. Proceed.
may the question be repeated, please?
You told us last Friday you hadn't filled out the unemployment forms.
Usted nos dijo el viernes pasado que usted no había llenado su planilla.
That was a lie, correct?
Eso fue una mentira, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
You had filled out your unemployment forms, hadn't you?
Ya había llenado sus formularios de
Yo me
desempleo, ¿correcto?
referí a la aplicación que ellos le dan a uno para que la lleve de regreso.
I was referring to the application that one is given for one to take it back.
You never applied for unemployment?
¿Usted nunca solicitó fondos de desempleo?
Sí.
Yes.
You told us last week that you weren't turning in your forms for unemployment because you were leaving the country.
Usted nos dijo la
Correct.
semana pasada que usted no estaba entregando sus formularios de desempleo porque usted iba a salir del país, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But in fact, you had turned in your forms.
Pero
Correct.
de hecho usted había entregado sus formularios, ¿correcto? Todavía no
Overruled.
conteste.
Overruled.
Correct?
¿Correcto?
No le entendí.
No, I didn't understand you.
Well, have you filed for unemployment?
Bueno, ¿usted ha solicitado fondos de desempleo?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you filed for unemployment on what, February 15, correct?
Y solicitó fondos de desempleo el 14 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Filed for unemployment knowing that you were going to leave the country for several months, correct?
Solicitó desempleo a sabiendas de que iba a salir del país por varios meses, ¿correcto?
Si me daban el desempleo, señor, no tenía por qué salir del país.
If I was given unemployment, sir, there was no reason for me to leave the country.
Are you aware that your unemployment insurance hearing was scheduled for yesterday, Ms. Lopez?
¿Está al tanto usted que su audiencia para que le dieran fondos de desempleo estaba fijada para el día de ayer, señora López?
No me recuerdo porque no ando conmigo los...
Because I don't carry the forms with me.
Did you attend the hearing yesterday?
¿Usted fue a la audiencia ayer?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Mr. Cochran wearing my microphone.
I believe he is. I believe he is.
I know there's his name on it, Your Honor, but I'll be more than happy to take it. The microphone off was given to me back there.
All right. I think this is a loan from Channel 4. Mr. Schuman? Mr. Darden? It's not often the camera people get on camera.
While we wait, Ms. Lopez, when you told us last week that you hadn't filled out your unemployment forms,
Mientras que esperamos, señora López, cuando usted nos dijo la semana pasada que no había llenado sus formularios,
Your Honor,
was asked, let me just say this, was asked in connection with Ms. Pondo, when she was there with Pondo, as I understand it, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can either clarify that on redirect, or Mr. Darden can ask some additional questions as to when and where. Proceed.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Cochran making these speaking objections as if to suggest to the witness what the response ought to be in this situation. We all went to law school. We all know how to make legal objections, and I would ask the court to require Mr. Cochran to make legal objections as opposed to speeches.
All right. Thank you. I think it's well taken on both sides. Thank you.
Okay. When you told us that you had not filled out the unemployment insurance forms, you wanted us to think that you hadn't applied for unemployment insurance, correct?
cuando usted nos dijo que no había llenado sus formularios para fondos de desempleo, usted quería que nosotros pensáramos.
Sustain.
Did you want us to think that you had not applied for unemployment insurance when you testified last week?
It's argumentative.
That's argumentative?
Yes, it is.
This is cross-examination, Your Honor.
I realize that. It's argumentative of the way the question's formed.
Her state of mind, is it relevant?
Why don't you rephrase the question? The way it's phrased, it's argumentative. You wanted us to think that. Was your state of mind X that you wanted us to believe? Just
asking questions. Asking questions. Asking questions with an interpreter is an art, Your Honor.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Proceed.
Thank you. Why did you tell us that you hadn't filled out those forms when in fact you knew that you had filled out unemployment insurance forms?
¿Por qué nos dijo usted que no había llenado esos formularios cuando de hecho usted había llenado esos formularios?
Me referí a la aplicación que le dan a uno para que se lleve a la casa.
I was referring to the application that one is given to take home.
Okay. Did you fill out an application at the unemployment insurance office?
¿Usted llenó una solicitud en la oficina de fondos de desempleo?
Sí.
And did
Yes.
you indicate on that application that you had suddenly become unemployed?
¿Y usted escribió en esa solicitud que de pronto se había quedado sin empleo?
No recuerdo lo que yo le dije que sí.
I don't remember what I said yes.
And did you check a box on that application indicating that you wanted unemployment insurance payments?
usted marcó una casilla en esa solicitud diciendo que usted quería pagos de seguro de desempleo?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you indicate on the application that you had been terminated from the Salingers?
Y usted
Home.
indicó en esa solicitud que a usted le habían quitado el empleo en la casa de la familia Salinger.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, you filled out those forms and filed them on February 15, correct?
Bueno, usted llenó ese formulario y los entabló el 15 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Ay, no me recuerdo qué día fue.
I don't remember what day it was.
How much were you expecting to receive in unemployment insurance?
¿Cuánto estaba esperando usted recibir de seguro de desempleo?
Yo no sé cuánto me darán.
I don't know
Primera vez que
how
voy
much.
allí.
I don't know how much they'll give me whenever I go there.
Last week you told us that after you left the Salingers, you moved in with your daughter.
La semana pasada usted nos dijo que cuando se había ido de la casa de los Salingers, usted se fue a vivir a la casa de su hija.
Sí.
Yes.
And you were living there on Friday, February 17, correct?
Y usted estuvo viviendo ahí el viernes 17 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
When you filled out your unemployment insurance application,
Cuando llenó su solicitud de fondos de desempleo,
you did not list your daughter's address on the
usted
application, correct?
usted no puso la dirección de su hija en la solicitud, ¿correcto?
Sí.
You
Yes.
did not list the Salingers' residence as your own residence, correct?
Not.
On your unemployment insurance form, you did not indicate that you lived at the Salinger home.
En su solicitud de desempleo, usted no puso que estaba viviendo en la casa de la familia Salinger.
Que no vivo con los Salingers.
I don't live with the Salingers.
Okay. Well, you were living with your daughter on February 15, right?
Bueno, estaba viviendo con su hija el 15 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Whose address is this on your unemployment insurance application?
¿De quién es el domicilio que aparece en la solicitud de seguro de desempleo?
¿Tendré que decirle, señor juez?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, what is people's next in order?
Mrs. Robertson, people's next in order. 87. Do you want this whole
I have to
package
tell Your
marked as
Honor?
87?
Yes, the entire application, Your Honor, may be marked collectively as People's 87.
All right, people's 87.
I'm
Thank
going
you, counsel.
to place a small 87 in the upper right-hand corner of the first page of the document. Ms. Lopez, showing you what has been marked as People's 87.
Señora López, mostrándose lo que se ha marcado Fiscalía 87.
You see line 2, box 6, where it asks for your address?
¿Ve usted el renglón 2, la casilla número 6, en donde dice su domicilio?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Read that address.
Well, no, Your Honor, I've asked that you not read that address. She can read
All right,
the address
it's
to
not-
herself, you mean?
It's not necessary at this point.
Not it.
Okay. Read the address to yourself.
Lea ese domicilio en silencio.
That's not your daughter's address, is it?
No.
Ese no es el domicilio de su hija, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
That's not the
No.
Salinger's address, is it?
No es el domicilio de la familia Salinger, ¿verdad? No.
So you were living somewhere else then?
Así es que estaba viviendo en otro lugar entonces.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Whose address is that?
¿De quién es ese domicilio?
Es la dirección de mi hijo, señor.
It is my son's address, sir.
You weren't living with your son, were you?
Usted no estaba viviendo con su hijo,
No.
¿verdad? No.
So when you filled out the form, you put false information on the form?
Así es que cuando usted llenó el formulario,
That's her son's address. They got to get her mail in. That's
Overruled.
argumentative.
Overruled.
¿Usted puso información falsa en ese formulario?
No es falsa, señor.
It is not false, sir.
That's not your address, is it?
Ese no es su domicilio, ¿verdad?
No, señor.
No, sir.
The form asks you to write, quote, your address.
El
unquote.
formulario le pide que
Correct.
escriba, entre comillas, su domicilio, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But you wrote your son's address instead, correct?
Pero usted en vez escribió el domicilio de su hijo, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So were you going to leave the country and still get unemployment insurance while you were out of the country?
Así es que usted iba a salir del país mientras que recibía seguro de desempleo durante el tiempo que usted estaba fuera del país.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Are you aware that on that form
¿Está al tanto que en ese formulario,
and in bold print,
en
And in-
letras de molde,
that it indicates that it is a violation of the law to make false statements
indica
on that form?
Overruled.
que es una infracción de la ley el dar información falsa?
Yo no lo leí, señor, que está ahí.
I didn't read it, sir. Whatever's there.
You didn't read it?
No.
¿Usted no lo leyó? No.
Well, it has a box that says print your first name, correct?
Bueno, tiene una casilla que dice escriba su primer nombre, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you printed your first name in that same box, correct?
Y usted escribió su primer nombre en esa misma casilla, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And it has a line that indicates where the claimant should sign, correct?
Y tiene un renglón en donde dice que tiene que firmar el aplicante, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you signed on that line, correct?
Y usted firmó en ese renglón, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you are the person claiming unemployment benefits, correct?
Y usted es la persona que está pidiendo prestaciones de desempleo, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So you did read the form.
Así es que usted,
Overruled.
así es que usted sí leyó el formulario.
Poquito.
Ah, a little.
Well, the box has, let's strike that. The document has several questions listed
El,
on the
doc-
face of it, correct?
el documento tiene varias preguntas escritas al frente de este, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And to the right of each of those questions, there are boxes to be checked yes and no.
Y a la
correct?
derecha de cada una de esas preguntas hay casillas en donde se debe de marcar sí o no, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you checked the appropriate boxes, correct?
Y usted chequeó las casillas apropiadas, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So you read the whole form, right?
Así es que usted leyó todo el formulario, ¿correcto?
Lo que entiendo.
Well, what I understand.
Is that yes?
¿Ese es un sí?
Yes.
Yes.
You do recall that you're still under oath, right?
Usted rec-
Overruled, but I think we've exhausted that line of questions.
Usted recuerda que todavía está bajo juramento, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, and I'd like to ask the witness about some of the inconsistencies in her testimony last week.
Go ahead and ask the question. We'll see if there's an objection.
Last week when you testified,
La semana pasada, cuando usted dio testimonio,
Overruled.
you told us that you'd made reservations to leave the country.
usted nos dijo que había hecho reservaciones para salir del país
That morning,
esa mañana,
when in fact you had not, correct?
cuando de hecho no lo había hecho, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a lie, correct?
Y eso fue una mentira, ¿correcto?
Yo no me acordaba que había hecho reservaciones antes.
I didn't remember that I had made reservations previously.
You told us that you had made reservations last Friday morning, correct?
Usted nos dijo que había hecho reservaciones por la mañana del día viernes, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
But you had not,
Pero
correct?
no lo había hecho, ¿correcto?
sí.
Yes.
And you knew that,
¿Y usted,
Correct.
¿Y usted sabía eso, correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
and you lied.
¿Y usted mintió?
No.
No.
Well, what do you call it?
Bueno, ¿cómo le dice usted a eso?
Porque no necesita usted hacer reservaciones para ir en estos tiempos.
Because one doesn't need to make reservations to go around this time.
Yo voy con mi dinero, lo compro el ticket y me lo dan para en la noche.
I go with my money, I buy the ticket, and they give it to me for the evening.
And not only did you not make reservations last Friday morning,
No solamente no hizo usted reservaciones el viernes pasado por la mañana,
but you didn't admit
pero usted no admitió
that fact
ese hecho
until I confronted you with proof
hasta que yo le confronté con prueba
that you had not made the reservation.
de,
That you,
de que usted no había hecho la reservación,
correct?
¿correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, you understand why you're still here today, correct?
Ahora, usted entiende por qué es que usted todavía está aquí hoy, ¿correcto?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
When was the first time that you were interviewed by Mr. Pavlik?
¿Cuándo fue la primera vez que el señor Pavlik la entrevistó?
Ay, no me recuerdo, señor.
Oh, I don't remember, sir.
Well, did you write the date on the calendar?
Bueno, ¿escribió usted la fecha en un calendario?
No, a mí no me interesa escribir fechas.
No, I'm not interested in writing dates.
Well, did something else happen that same day? Something that you can reflect on and which might help you recall the date?
Bueno, ¿alguna otra cosa pasó ese mismo día? ¿Algo en lo cual usted pueda pensar que le haga recordar esa fecha?
No.
No.
How many times were you interviewed by Mr. Pavlik?
¿Cuántas veces la entrevistó el señor Pavlik?
No me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was it more than 5 times?
¿Fueron más de 5 veces?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, give us an approximate number.
Bueno, denos un número aproximado.
Tal vez 2 veces o no me recuerdo.
Maybe two times or I don't remember.
Maybe 2, maybe more?
Tal vez 2, tal vez más.
No, no más.
No, no more.
So it's 2 then.
Así es que son 2 entonces.
Yo creo.
I believe.
Okay. Well, the first time you were interviewed by Mr. Pavlik,
Bueno, la primera vez que a usted le entrevistó el señor Pavlik,
where did that interview take place?
¿en dónde tuvo lugar esa entrevista?
En Mr. Simpson's office.
At Mr. Simpson's office,
At Mr. O.J. Simpson's office?
en la oficina del señor O.J. Simpson.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the week after the murders occurred?
Y eso fue la semana después de que ocurrieron los asesinatos.
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did someone drive you to Mr. Simpson's office?
Bueno, ¿alguien la llevó en carro a la oficina del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Who drove you there?
¿Quién la llevó en carro allá?
La secretaria del señor.
The gentleman's secretary.
Mr. Simpson's secretary?
¿La secretaria del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
That would be Kathy Randa.
¿Eso sería Kathy Randall?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did she pick you up somewhere first?
¿Ella la recogió a usted en cierto lugar primero?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Where were you when she picked you up?
¿En dónde estaba usted cuando ella pasó por usted?
En la Clifford,
At
en la calle Clifford.
Clifford, on Clifford Street.
Okay. And what is on Clifford Street?
¿Y qué está en la calle Clifford?
Pues está la calle.
The street is there.
Okay. Okay. So you met her on the street? Is that
Así es
correct?
que usted se encontró con ella en la calle, ¿es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You waited at the corner?
¿Usted esperó en la esquina?
No, en la esquina, señor. En mi carro.
Not at the corner, sir. In my car.
So you sat in your car and waited for her to arrive to pick you up?
Así es que usted estuvo sentada en su carro y esperó a que ella llegara por usted.
Ya ella me estaba esperando, señor.
She was already waiting for me, sir.
Okay. Why did you decide to meet her on the street?
¿Por qué decidió usted encontrarse con ella en la calle?
No lo sé.
I don't know.
Well, did you ask her to meet you on the street?
Bueno, ¿usted le pidió a ella que se encontraran en la calle?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did she ask you to meet her on the street?
Bueno, ¿ella le pidió a usted que se encontraran en la calle?
Es que no me recuerdo, señor.
It's just that I don't remember, sir.
Well, the two of you met on the street so that no one would know you were meeting, correct?
Bueno, las dos ustedes se juntaron en la calle para que nadie supiera que se iban a encontrar, ¿correcto?
No lo sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
Well, were you trying to keep the fact of this meeting a secret?
Bueno, ¿estaban tratando de mantener el hecho de este encuentro en secreto?
Yo no sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
Well, you agreed to meet her on the street, didn't you?
Bueno, usted acordó en encontrarse con ella en la calle, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Why?
¿Por qué?
Why there?
¿Por qué ahí?
Porque así me dijeron ellos, así lo hice yo.
Because that's what I was told, and that's what I did.
Well, who told you to meet her there?
Bueno, ¿quién le dijo que se encontraran ahí? Que le encontrara ahí.
Kathy.
Kathy.
Did Michelle tell you to meet her there?
Michelle le dijo que la encontrara ahí.
No.
No.
Well, you could have met her at the Salingers, correct?
Usted podía haberse encontrado con ella en la casa de la familia Salinger, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
They could have picked you up in front of the Salingers, correct?
A usted se le podía haber recogido frente de la casa de la familia Salinger, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Can I have one moment?
Mr. Darden.
Were you asked to park your car in front of a specific address for residents?
¿Se le pidió que estacionara su auto frente de cierto domicilio o casa?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, did Kathy Randa strike that? Had you spoken to Kathy Randa in person prior to that day?
¿Había hablado usted con Kathy Randa en persona antes de ese día?
Por teléfono, señor.
By phone, sir.
Okay. So the two of you had never met?
Así es que
Correct.
ustedes nunca se habían conocido,
No,
¿correcto?
no, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. So you called her first, or did she call you first?
Así es que usted hizo la primera llamada o fue ella quien hizo la primera llamada?
Ella me llamó.
She called me.
Do you recall?
Fue por, Fue por la tarde.
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you recall if it was after dark?
¿Recuerda si fue después de que oscureciera?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Your Honor, would you kindly instruct Mr. Cochran to not feed this witness the answers to the questions, please?
No, that's ridiculous. I'm sitting over here minding my own business. That's ridiculous.
I didn't notice anything that would maybe... Mr. Cochran.
Your Honor?
All right.
I mean, as amusing as I find Mr. Cochran, he is making speaking objections, and the witness is adopting his objections as her answers. And I think that's clear and apparent to everybody watching this. And so, well then, why continue to make speaking objections, Mr. Cochran?
All right. At this point, that objection's overruled. I did not observe anything or hear anything of that nature at this time. Thank you, Mr. Darden.
Well, I believe you did instruct Mr. Cochran to limit his objections to legal objections.
I did, as I did the prosecution. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Okay, so you don't know what time or what day it was that you first met Kathy Randall?
Así es que usted no recuerda ni a qué hora ni qué día es que usted se encontró con la señorita Randall.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. By the way, was there a reward out
Por cierto, ¿había alguna recompensa
for any
disponible
person who could help Mr. Simpson win this case?
para
that
cualquier
time?
persona que le pudiera ayudar al señor Simpson a ganar este caso?
Que yo sepa, no.
Not to my knowledge.
Was someone else in the car with Kathy Randall
¿Había alguna otra persona en el carro con Kathy Randall
when she picked you up?
cuando ella la recogió?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, so you left your car there and you got into her car, correct?
Muy bien, así es que usted dejó su carro ahí y se subió al carro de ella, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she took you to Mr. Simpson's office, correct?
Y ella la llevó a la oficina del señor Simpson, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
By the way, did anyone go with you?
Muy bien. Por cierto, ¿alguna
To meet
persona
Miss Randall?
fue con usted? ¿Con la señorita Randall?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Who did you meet with
¿Con quién,
once you arrived in Mr. Simpson's office?
¿Con quién se encontró una vez que usted llegó a la oficina del señor Simpson?
Con un señor llamado Bill.
With a gentleman whose name is Bill.
His name is what?
¿Cuyo nombre es qué?
Bill.
Bill.
And is Bill an attorney?
¿Y Bill es un abogado?
Yo no sé si será abogado.
I don't know if he's an attorney.
Okay. Well, is Bill Mr. Pavlik?
Bueno, Bill es el señor Pavlik.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Johnny there at the time?
¿El señor Johnny estaba ahí en ese momento?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. Shapiro there?
¿El señor Shapiro estuvo ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Pat McKenna there?
¿Pat McKenna
No,
estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. McNally there?
¿El señor McNally estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. Kardashian there?
¿El señor Kardashian estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. Jones there?
¿El señor Jones estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So did you go into an office located inside of Mr. Simpson's offices?
Así es que usted entró a una oficina ubicada dentro de la oficina del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And who did you speak with at that time?
¿Y con quién habló usted en ese momento?
Con el señor Bill.
With Mr. Bill.
Did you speak with anyone else?
¿Habló con alguna otra persona?
Que yo recuerde, no.
Not that I can remember.
Well, when you and Mr. Bill first began speaking,
Cuando usted y el señor Bill empezaron a platicar,
did he have a notepad with him?
¿él tenía una libreta con él?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did he write down the things that you said?
Bueno, ¿él escribió las cosas que usted dijo?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did you see paper in the office?
Bueno, ¿vio usted papel en la oficina?
Señor, hace mucho tiempo de esto y yo no me recuerdo.
Sir, it's been a long time since this happened, and I don't remember.
Well, what month was this?
¿Y en qué mes fue esto?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Was it in August?
¿Fue en agosto?
Yo no me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Was it during the summer?
¿Fue durante la temporada de verano?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
What year was it?
¿En qué año fue?
El 94 nomás sé.
I just know that it was in 94.
Okay. Was it on July 29th?
¿Fue el 29 de julio?
Tal vez.
Maybe.
Now, a moment ago, you told us you couldn't recall the season, the date, the month, or the time of day.
That's complex and it's argumentative also.
Overruled.
Hace un
Correct.
momentito nos dijo que no se acordaba de la temporada, de la fecha, del mes, ni de la hora que era. ¿Correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
But you think that perhaps it was June 29th?
Pero
Si
usted
usted lo
piensa
dice.
que tal vez era el 29 de junio. If you say so.
Well, I'm not saying so. I'm asking you to say so, ma'am.
Bueno, yo no lo estoy diciendo. Yo le estoy pidiendo a usted que nos lo diga, señor.
Es que yo no me acuerdo la fecha porque yo no ando apuntando la fecha.
It's just that I don't remember that date because I don't go writing a date.
Do you have a hard time remembering dates?
Overruled.
¿A usted le cuesta recordar fechas?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Do you have a hard time remembering times?
¿A usted le cuesta recordar horas?
Si no la tengo apuntada, ¿cómo me voy a acordar?
If I don't have it written down, how can I remember?
Okay. Is that the only way you can remember dates and times?
Esa
That
es la
is, if it's
única.
written down?
Esa es la única forma como usted puede recordar fechas y horas del día. Eso es, si están apuntadas. Todavía no contesto. Puede contestar.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, isn't that what you just told us a moment ago?
Pero ¿qué no es eso lo que nos acaba de decir hace un momento?
Overruled. Overruled.
Puede contestar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik,
Cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik,
did he ever tape that conversation?
en algún momento dado, él grabó esa conversación.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did he tape both the conversations that you had with him?
Él grabó ambas conversaciones que usted tuvo con él.
La segunda no lo sé.
I don't know about the second one.
Well, during the second interview, was there a tape recorder present?
Bueno, durante la segunda entrevista, ¿había una grabadora ahí?
Él no me dijo.
He didn't tell me.
Well, did he tell you that he was taping the first one?
Él le dijo que estaba grabando la primera.
Yo vi que puso algo en la mesa, pero no me interesó.
I saw that he put something on the table, but it didn't matter to me.
When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik the first time,
Cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik la primera vez,
you talked about times and voices.
hablaron con respecto a horas y voces.
Is that right?
¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you were trying to tell him what you believed were the correct times, correct?
Y usted estaba tratando de decirle lo que usted pensaba que eran las horas correctas. ¿Correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pavlik kept trying to push some of your times later. Didn't he?
That's argumentative.
Overruled. Overruled.
Let me re-ask the question, if I may. Two questions. You gave Mr. Pavlik some times, correct?
Usted le dio ciertas horas al señor Pavlik. Le dijo ciertas horas al señor Pavlik, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you tried to tell him the times you believed were correct.
Y usted trató de decirle las horas que usted pensaba que eran las horas correctas.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's Mr. Pavlik who decided that you saw the Bronco at 10:15 or 10:20 as opposed to a few minutes before or around 10 o'clock, correct?
Sustained. Sustained.
That's argumentative.
No, it's also, it assumes facts not in evidence at this point, and it also calls for speculation that it was Pavlik who decided. We've reviewed the tape.
Yo solamente dije después de las 10.
All I said was that it was after 10.
And so you don't know how long after 10.
Así es que usted no sabe cuánto tiempo después de las 10.
No,
¿correcto?
señor.
No, sir.
You don't know how long after 10?
¿Usted no sabe cuánto tiempo después de las 10?
Yes or no?
¿Sí o no? ¿Usted no sabe cuánto tiempo después de las 10?
Yes or no?
¿Sí o no?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Mr. Pavlik is the one that first suggested 10:15 or 10:20, correct?
El señor Pavlik fue la primera persona en sugerir que fue como a las 10:15 o a las 10:20, ¿correcto?
Si eso es lo que dice él, está bien.
If that's what he's saying, that's fine.
Okay. But what you told Mr. Pavlik was that you saw the Bronco sometime after 10 o'clock and you don't know how long after 10,
Por lo
correct?
que usted le dijo al señor Pavlik es que usted había visto el Bronco cierto tiempo después de las 10 y no recuerda cuánto tiempo después de las 10.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that at some point Mr. Pavlik put something into the tape recorder.
Usted dice que en algún momento dado el señor Pavlik puso algo dentro de la grabadora.
Yo no he dicho que puso algo.
I haven't said that he put anything.
Okay. Well, did you say that at some point Mr. Pavlik turned on the tape recorder?
Bueno, dijo usted que en cierto momento el señor Pavlik encendió la grabadora.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You and he had a long conversation first, correct?
Usted y él tuvieron una conversación larga primeramente, ¿correcto?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Have you listened to the tape that is within the last couple of days?
¿Usted ha escuchado la cinta? Eso es durante el último par de días.
Aquí en la corte.
Here in court,
Mr. Johnny played a cassette tape for you?
el señor Johnny le puso una cinta de cassette a usted.
Sí, señor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he played a tape that included your voice and Mr. Bill's voice, correct?
Le puso una cinta que incluía la voz suya y la voz del señor Bill, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And when you heard that tape,
Cuando escuchó esa cinta,
did you also hear paper shuffling?
Sí, señor.
yes, sir.
Okay. And he played a tape that included your voice and Mr. Bill's voice, correct?
Le puso una cinta que incluía here in court,
Mr. Johnny played a cassette tape for you?
el señor Johnny le puso una cinta de cassette a usted.
Sí, señor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he played a tape that included your voice and Mr. Bill's voice, correct?
Le puso una cinta que incluía la voz suya y la voz del señor Bill, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And when you heard that tape,
Cuando escuchó esa cinta,
Did you also hear paper shuffling, the sound of paper shuffling in the
¿Usted
background?
también, usted también escuchó movimiento de papeles en el trasfondo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
During the conversation you had with Mr. Pavlik,
Durante la conversación que usted tuvo con el señor Pavlik,
you would give times and he would give other times, correct?
usted daba horas y él daba otras horas, ¿correcto?
Si usted lo dice, señor.
If you say so, sir.
What I'm asking you, ma'am,
Pero le estoy preguntando a usted, señora.
is that correct?
¿Es eso correcto?
Está correcto.
It is correct.
And you did not agree with all the times that Mr. Pavlik.
Y usted no
Said,
estuvo de
correct?
acuerdo con todas las horas que dijo el señor Pavlik, ¿correcto?
Tal vez él no me entendía.
Maybe he didn't understand me.
Señor, pues yo quisiera un poquito de agua.
Your Honor, I would
Yes.
like some water.
Gracias.
And we have one for the interpreter as well. Right. All right, we're going to take a break in about 6 minutes.
During the conversation you had with Mr. Pavlik,
Durante la conversación que usted tuvo con el señor Pavlik,
he never told you that he did not understand you, correct?
él en ningún momento dado le dijo a usted que él no le entendía, ¿correcto?
Él no, pero yo sí.
He didn't, but I did.
You told Mr. Pavlik that he was not understanding you correctly?
¿Usted le dijo al señor Pavlik que él no le estaba entendiendo a usted correctamente?
Cuando íbamos a empezar la conversación,
When we were about to start the conversation,
yo le dije, a ver si nos entendemos, señor,
I told him, let's see if we understand each other, sir,
porque mi inglés es muy malo.
because my English is very poor.
Okay, and did you and he have a conversation?
Y, muy bien, ¿y usted y él tuvieron una conversación?
Cuando estaba grabando.
Okay,
When it was being recorded.
okay. Well, you have no difficulty in saying 8:30, correct?
Bueno, a usted no le causa ninguna dificultad decir las 8:30, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Or 10 o'clock, correct?
O las 10 en punto, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Or 9 o'clock or 9:15, correct?
Las
Okay, and did you and he have a conversation?
Y, muy bien, ¿y usted y él tuvieron una conversación?
Cuando estaba grabando.
Okay,
When it was being recorded.
okay. Well, you have no difficulty in saying 8:30, correct?
Bueno, a usted no le causa ninguna dificultad decir las 8:30, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Or 10 o'clock, correct?
O las 10 en punto, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Or 9 o'clock or 9:15, correct?
O las 9 en punto, las 9:15, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Would you say 10 o'clock for us?
¿Nos podría decir las 10 de la noche, las 10 en punto?
After 10, señor.
After 10, sir.
You also?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And were you planning to have a cup of tea?
Estaba planeando ¿Nos podría decir las 10 de la noche, las 10 en punto?
After 10, señor.
After 10, sir.
You also told us the other day
Usted también nos dijo el otro día
that before going out,
que antes de salir,
you put some water on to boil.
usted puso agua a hervir.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And were you planning to have a cup of tea?
¿Estaba planeando tomarse una taza de té?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Are you a coffee drinker at all?
¿Usted es tomadora de café en lo absoluto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
When you put water on to boil,
Cuando usted puso agua a hervir,
what you did was you put a cup of water into the microwave, correct?
lo que usted hizo fue poner una taza de agua en el microondas, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you set the microwave for a minute and a half?
¿Y usted le puso 1 minuto y medio al microondas?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And that's how you always do it, correct?
Y es así como siempre lo hace, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do it.
Minuto agua de té.
Sí.
Are you,
¿Usted es tomadora de café en lo absoluto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
you put water on to boil,
Cuando usted puso agua a hervir,
what you did was you put a cup of water into the microwave, correct?
lo que usted hizo fue poner una taza de agua en el microondas, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you set the micro a minute and a half?
¿Y usted le puso 1 minuto y medio al microondas?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And that's how you always do it, correct?
Y es así como siempre lo hace. ¿Correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And after
¿Escuchó esa cinta?
did you also hear paper shuffling, the sound of paper shuffling in the
¿Usted
background?
también, ¿Usted también escuchó movimiento de papeles en el trasfondo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
During the conversation you had with Mr. Pavlik,
Durante la conversación que usted tuvo con el señor Pavlik,
you would give times and he would give other times, correct?
usted daba horas y él daba otras horas, ¿correcto?
Sí, usted lo dice, señor.
If you say so, sir.
What I'm asking you, ma'am,
Pero le estoy preguntando a usted, señora.
is that correct?
¿Es eso correcto?
Está correcto.
It is correct.
And you did not agree with all the times that Mr. Pavlik
Y usted no
said,
estuvo de
correct?
acuerdo con todas las horas que dijo el señor Pavlik, ¿correcto?
Tal vez él no me entendía.
Maybe he didn't understand me.
Señor, pues yo quisiera un poquito de agua.
Your Honor, I would
Yes.
like some water.
Gracias.
And we have one for the interpreter as well. Right. All right, we're going to take a break in about 6 minutes.
¿Está lista?
Sí, señor.
Yes. La conversación que usted tuvo con el ciento dado le dijo a usted que no le entendía, ¿correcto?
Él no, pero yo sí.
He didn't, but I did.
You told Mr. Pavlik that he was not understanding you correctly?
Usted le dijo al señor Pavlik que él no le estaba entendiendo a usted correctamente.
Cuando íbamos a empezar la conversación,
When we were about to start the conversation,
yo le dije, a ver si nos entendemos, señor,
I told him, let's see if we understand each other, sir,
porque mi inglés es muy malo.
because my English is very poor.
Okay, and did you and he have a conversation?
Y, muy bien, ¿y usted y él tuvieron una conversación?
Cuando estaba grabando.
Okay,
When it was being recorded.
okay. Well, you have no difficulty in saying 8:30, correct?
Bueno, a usted no le causa ninguna dificultad decir las 8:30, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Or 10 o'clock, correct?
O las 10 en punto, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, or 9 o'clock or 9:15, correct?
O las 9 en punto, las 9:15, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Would you say 10 o'clock for us?
¿Nos podría decir las 10 de la noche, las 10 en punto?
After 10, señor.
After 10, sir.
You also told us the other day
Usted también nos dijo el otro día
that before going out,
que antes de salir,
you put some water on to boil.
usted puso agua a hervir.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And were you planning to have a cup of tea?
¿Estaba planeando tomarse una taza de té?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Are you a coffee drinker at all?
¿Usted es tomadora de café en lo absoluto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
When you put water on to boil,
Cuando usted puso agua a hervir,
what you did was you put a cup of water into the microwave, correct?
lo que usted hizo fue poner una taza de agua en el microondas, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you set the microwave for a minute and a half?
¿Y usted le puso 1 minuto y medio al microondas?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And that's how you always do it, correct?
Y es así como siempre lo hace, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And after you started the microwave, you left the house?
Y después de que usted puso el microondas, ¿usted salió de la casa?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, you didn't have your coffee, did you?
Bueno, no sé.
That's-
Oh,
I'm sorry. You didn't have your tea, correct?
Perdón, usted no se tomó su té, ¿verdad?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you leave the house while the water was boiling in the microwave?
¿Salió usted de la casa mientras que el agua estaba hirviendo en el microondas?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You never had your tea?
¿En ningún momento dado se tomó su té?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You told us that when you went out around 10 o'clock,
Nos dijo que cuando salió,
Just ever so slightly rephrase the question, please.
well,
bueno,
when you testified the other day,
cuando dio testimonio el otro día,
and when you were asked what you did at 10 o'clock,
y cuando se le preguntó que qué fue lo que hizo a las 10 de la noche,
you
perdón, a las
stuttered
10,
and you said,
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
That's argumentative.
The stuttering part is yes.
What if that's what happened? Does that still make it argumentative? Okay.
No, argumentative is the objection, Mr. Cochran. And you're also arguing with me about arguing.
I was just pointing it out, sorry.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, proceed. Re-ask your question, please.
When you were discussing what you did at, after, or around 10 o'clock,
Cuando usted dijo lo que usted hizo a más o menos o alrededor de las 10,
didn't you say in Spanish
¿qué no dijo usted en español?
that you last looked at the clock shortly before 10 o'clock?
Que había visto el reloj por última vez poco antes de las 10.
A las 10 en punto, señor.
At 10 o'clock, sir.
Now, the clock that you looked at 10 o'clock,
Ahora, el reloj que usted vio a las 10 en punto,
is that the clock that was in your bedroom?
¿es ese reloj que está en su dormitorio?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Salinger would sometimes come into your bedroom, correct?
La señora Salinger a veces entraba a su dormitorio, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé si entraba a mi cuarto ella cuando yo no estaba.
I don't know if she would come into my bedroom when I wasn't there.
Okay. Well, would she come into your bedroom sometimes when you were there?
Bueno, ella entraba a su dormitorio a veces cuando usted estaba ahí.
Que yo recuerde, no.
Not that I can remember.
Are you sure that you had a clock on your nightstand in your
¿Está
bedroom?
segura usted que tenía un reloj en su mesa de noche en su dormitorio?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And this clock that you had, was it a digital clock or did it have hands?
¿Y este reloj que usted tenía era digital o tenía manillas?
Era digital, señor.
It was digital, sir.
Is that the only kind of clock you can tell time from?
¿Esa es la única clase de reloj que usted puede leer?
No, señor.
No, sir.
But when you did leave at 10 o'clock, you left for a very short time, correct?
The 6th for the Halloween party death is in January. The Folio 6 hasn't been scheduled yet. Okay, Moki, thank you for clarifying. We will see what January brings regarding the... So we have some possible trials we're going to see in January. April 8 is for the Folio 6. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. As we kick off 26, we will have these trials, etc. to cover. All right. And January is Halloween trial. Okay. Thanks, chat.
Oral.
Could you repeat your question, please?
When you when you left at 10 o'clock, you said,
Cuando se fue,
Oral.
cuando
You can
se
answer the
fue a las 10 de la noche,
Last
a
question
las
before the
10.
break.
you were outside a very short time, correct?
Estuvo afuera por muy corto tiempo, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take our recess.
Oh, okay. She just found the date. Okay. That's good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Lopez, we're going to take a break for the court reporter and the interpreters. You're ordered to come back at 11 o'clock. All right, 15 minutes. All right. All right, back on the record.
You're reminded that you were still under oath. Ms. Lopez, when you left the Avenger's house, did you pack your clothes? And admin?
You already had them packed, sir.
Yeah, that is correct, Moki. In NY, there is no cameras in the courtrooms, unfortunately. Okay, a J Brandt trial, J Master J murder case scheduled for 26. Okay. Yeah, that's why usually with the trials in NYC, they have the cameras outside the courthouse.
So you just grabbed your bags and left.
Not all of your stuff, sir. You had a lot of stuff unpacked, sir.
Only took your clothes with you when you left?
I took everything, sir.
What's all that?
The claws that I have, sir. Things that I have, sir.
Little things that you gave me. You took some furniture?
And I don't have a home to live in. I don't have furniture, sir.
You don't have
Don't have a home. I can't have furniture, sir.
only took your clothes and your photographs, personal papers?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Happy holidays, 666. Thank you for the kind wishes. You too.
Now, you and I spoke here in this courtroom last Friday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're speaking here in this courtroom here today. Correct.
I believe so.
Judy, I remember the cameras. I remember those cameras in the Folio trial. Sarah Grace Patrick trial is January 5, 26. Oh, okay, not 666. Thank you for that. I didn't know about that trial. Okay, thanks. Yeah, we're trying to figure out which trials are when.
Very good.
Jam Master J was part of Run DMC. Oh, okay, thank you, Moki.
You have never given Ms. Clark a face-to-face interview, correct?
Never asked me to, sir.
And she's never given me a face-to-face interview.
Right. That's what my lawyer's for, sir.
Hello, Aaron. Okay, back, Miss Construe brought you chocolate. I was stuffing my fat face with yesterday. Hilarious. So thanks for bringing the treats for chat, Aaron.
Mr. Johnny told you not to talk to me? Well, someone told you not to talk to me. Are you aware that I've asked your lawyer many times to talk to you? It is less. I understand. You aware that I asked Mr. Jones to ask you if it would be okay if you and I talked?
I don't know that until now, sir.
So no one told you that I wanted to talk to you, right?
No, that I know of, sir.
But you've talked to Mr. Johnny on many occasions, right?
Sir?
And you talked to the gentleman who's there, too? Yes, sir. And Mr. Makina?
Yes, sir.
Talk to Mr. Bailey.
Sir.
You talk to every lawyer in this room except for Miss Clark and me. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go during the recess that we had just a few moments ago?
Back of the office, sir.
You went to?
Yeah, 666. Condolences for your loss, by the way.
A room that's located just behind this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
That's called the jury room.
I don't know, sir.
There's a large table there.
A round table, sir.
And there's approximately 12 chairs located in that room. No answer yet.
There's no dispute that's the jury room.
There's no dispute the jury room, Mr. Khan. Is that stipulation?
Is that, I'm just saying, it's a minor point.
I'm glad they're going to Olive Garden and playing games. That's good. That they're getting out and doing things. Doing activities. That's very good, Mookie. Yeah, Aaron, I was thinking myself about that in this trial, why she's answering sir. I mean, it's misgendering going on. That's what she's doing, misgendering.
Right there, obviously, since we now have, what is it, 22 jurors there, 22 chairs back there, other than that minor point.
When you went into that room, you went into that room with Mr. Johnny, who's here.
I went in first, sir.
And Mr. Johnny went in after you.
Yes, with my attorney, sir.
Okay. And who else went into the room with you?
Irma, sir.
Irma?
Darradin's at the stand right now.
Irma. Irma?
Yes, sir.
Hamburger.
Miss Hamburger, she came into the room.
Miss Hamburger. Scared.
I mean, my attorney, sir.
Okay, I think what's happening is they dubbed the voice. That's what I think is going on. Because I was like, I'm hearing these different voices. It has to be with that in general. Probably voice dubbing, in my opinion. But I'm not entirely sure.
Very good. And who else came into the room?
But it's a pre-recording, though. This is a pre-recording. Yeah, see, Moki, this is, in my opinion, is a recording from something else that they took. I don't think it's her. She's not saying anything. That's why it's not in sync, because she's not even technically talking. It's kind of like how we watch a trial and they play a recording of a police interrogation. It's something like that. But I'm also myself, because the video started after Darradin was talking to the judge, and this is what we were given. Yeah, it was the podium. It was Darradin's the one with the. He was the one at the stand.
Mr. Biller. Sir, here are the two attorneys who were there.
Douglas Bailey.
Mr. Douglas and Mr. Bailey?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Did anyone else come into the room?
No, sir.
Yes, Remy, it's still the same lady.
And after you came into the room and they closed the door.
I don't know if they closed it, sir.
Well, you talked to all those attorneys back there in the jury room, right? Well, you talked about your testimony?
Sir.
No, sir. What did you talk about?
We talked about always telling the truth, sir, and that's what I'm telling you right now, sir.
Now, she is talking. That's not her voice. I think it's some sort of voice dubbing they must have done during this trial. I'm not entirely certain. Okay. When does court open? If you're talking about the trials, next month there's going to be some trials at the trial the trial channel. Yeah, but as I said, I'm still a little bit perplexed about what we're witnessing. It's some sort of, in my opinion, some voice dubbing because it's not her voice. That's probably why it's not synced. I don't really know 100% certain exactly, but that's what I think. Oh, the verdict being on poster boards and windows. Oh, yeah, wow, interesting, 666. So, in this trial, there was this situation that occurred where the voice, so like the audio is excellent, but now the audio sucks in courtrooms. So they need to bring back whatever system, in my opinion, they need to bring back whatever system they had before, but hook up modern technology so it could be streamed on a computer. Because their audio was perfect back then. Yes, I see how stuff was in your time. Now, when I was growing up, it was like this with the big clunky computers. Those are the first computers I originally used. So I grew up with some of that stuff, but I could see a lot of things that are different, where, different than my time coming, as an adult, of course, because, yeah, the computers are different. There's lots of books and papers, and everything now is on a digital device. There's different technology that's not used anymore and different types of styles. So yeah, it's like looking at a time machine back in that day. Yeah, no laptops, none of that. TVs were heavy picture tube TVs. Yeah. I grew up with those type of TVs but now everything's all flat screen. My computer monitor is actually a small flat screen. It's completely different than these types of computers. But yeah, they had those big TVs and VHS, and also something else I'm seeing, Six, is that the computer the monitor's on its back, and that's how they're showing stuff to the audience with the camera. Like when they show them a video. That's so different than anything I've seen in the modern day. And there seems to be more laughing in the courtroom. There's more reaction from the audience. And the opening statements are much longer than the modern ones, it seems. So there are certainly differences from that time to now in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Mr. Please.
Yeah, this guy on the stand right here, on the stand, is Darden. He's the prosecutor. He's not the defense.
Thank you.
And who told you to say that? Yeah, shoot, true. Man, Kenny. Oh, shit.
And who told you to only tell the truth?
They've been telling me that all along, sir.
Very good.
Trial was long back then, day 9 months. Yeah. Originally we thought it was 8 months, but then I found out later it was 9 months, yeah. So it's certainly a very long trial. Hello, Christine. She says, Moki, how are you doing? Moki will respond at some point to that. And she has been, with us in chat, and we've been talking to her. So I'm glad that she's... all of you are here, and especially her, too, as well. Thank you for asking. Oh, snow's coming down really bad. Scared. Scared. Yeah, it's coming down bad. Wow, well, that is nice. And it's not nice in some ways because snow can be tedious, but it's also probably pretty to look at, but not always good to be in 24/7. Yeah. So, good luck with all that snow. It's good to see you.
That's what they told you last year. Yeah?
Ever since I first saw you, sir?
And that was last year, 1994.
I don't remember if I saw him in 94.
Sir. Did you see Mr. John?
No, sir.
You saw Mr. Douglas 94.
No, sir.
You hear Mr. Johnny's opening statement on January 23rd.
I was working. I didn't hear it, sir.
You had spoken to Mr. Johnny before you heard his name. His name on television.
Sir.
Where did you first speak to Mr. Johnny?
In Mr. Simpson's office.
Mr. Johnny was there that day when you spoke to Mr. Pav. Mr. Johnny was Mr. Simpson's office the first time you spoke to Mr. Bill Bugad?
No, sir.
Very good. Well, when you first spoke to Mr. John, that was in the same office that you had.
Aaron says, Christine, where are you? We have a huge storm now in southern Ontario, Canada. Oh, okay. Well, good luck to y'all that are dealing with those winter storms. Scared.
Had spoken to Mr. Bill previously.
Yes, sir.
Who else was present with you and Mr. Johnny?
I don't remember, sir.
Well, there were other attorneys present.
I didn't know who they were up until now. At that point, I didn't know if they were attorneys or not, sir. There were people there, more people.
Any other people here in this courtroom at this time?
I don't remember, sir.
Only remember Mr. Johnny.
Yes, sir.
Kathy Rand was present.
No, sir.
The lady was present.
I don't remember, sir.
Yeah, Judy, these voices are really trippy. Yeah. I'm like, what on earth am I listening to?
Irma was present.
No, sir.
You have a failing memory, sir?
No, sir, that I believe.
The gentleman told you to tell the...
Valley Dolls. Okay, Aaron says 12 Fahrenheit and storm just started. I think we're getting 5 to 10 centimeters, and we're getting 4 to 10, but I'm trusting it. Oh, okay. Some storm will hunker down. Yeah, hunker down. Scared.
The truth when you testified. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about Sylvia.
A 6 says, you know, man, you had more snow last year than I did. Yeah. Yeah, I did a snow live stream because a miraculous snowstorm came down here, and it was all the way up, like, past my kneecap. And I did a stream, and one of my most favorite streams, and I was in the snow, and it looked like a winter wonderland, and it was more snow than 666 got. And he's all the way up north. That was quite insane. That, you know, down here we got more snow than he did. Yeah, but it was a lot of snow, and it was here for a couple of days, maybe nearly a week or over a week. It was very interesting. I remember I had a winter garden up, and the winter garden was perfectly fine, and the snow, like, preserved the greenery, so that was pretty cool. All right, Christine says, Alien, how was your Xmas? You see my pic of me still up. I don't change PFP, you know how I change it. Oh, yes, it's very, I like your PFP. Is very, very nice picture you have there. I'm glad you kept it. And my Christmas was very good. I had a good time with family and watching movies and presents. It was a good Christmas, indeed. How was yours? I hope that yours went well. And I felt the holiday cheer spirit. It was very good. I hope everybody had a good holiday season. Yeah. Last year, Florida even got some. Yeah, Florida got some too last year. Yes. Neighbors fault, the probation officer just came back to Indiana when that snow hit. Oh, okay. Okay, Judy, it's their fault. Scared. The probation officer. The neighbor's fault. Oh, it was in Florida. Okay. Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate y'all being here for each other. Good support team. All right. Now for the Twilight Zone Voices trial right now.
Yes, sir.
When you first spoke to Mr. Pav, the entire interview was recorded.
I don't know, sir.
Well, you listened to the recording of your interview with Mr. PL just the other day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That tape contained everything that you and he talked about that day.
No, sir.
There were other things that the two of you talked about that weren't on that tape. Is that right?
Sir. And when you talked about those other things, the tape was on. Right. Don't know, sir.
Well, what did you see Mr. Bill do with the tape recorder?
The first time, sir.
The first time I saw a button Yeah. Well, you had a conversation with him here before you pressed the button. I don't remember, sir.
I know. I don't. Scared. Yeah, I don't know. It's. I don't know. All right. Continue with this. Scared voices.
Tell us the other things that you said to Mr. Bill that aren't on the tape.
Oh, ask me, sir, because I don't remember, sir.
Oh, ask me, sir.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, if you don't remember, how do you know that there are things that you said to him that aren't on the tape?
Ask me anything you want, sir, but I can't answer that.
Do you think there are things that were said on the tape that aren't on the tape anymore? Anymore? Not yet. Don't answer that question.
By the way, the questions.
When you testified the other day, you did not mention Sylvia, correct?
No, sir.
You did not mention her name.
No, sir.
Very good. And in the tapes of your interview with Mr. Bill, there was no mention of Sylvia, correct?
Okay, Alien, for the next 59 minutes, please play this on repeat. Alien, are you tipsy? I'm not getting tipsy, but I'm getting trippy from listening to this. I might be on a Timu tipsy. Scared? Okay. We're gonna play this. All right, we're gonna play this. Oh, chat, there's 41 minutes of this, and I don't know where the. I think this was like on a videotape, and they're playing it in the courtroom. Whatever it is, they did these interesting voices, these Timu voices. I don't know. Timu voices. How about Dollar Tree voices, Sears voices, Kmart voices, etc. Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
No, sir. You say anything to Mr. Bell about Sylvia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm seeing this. It looks like it's. I tell you, I don't know, because it's being played over Darden talking, and that doesn't make any sense. So I don't know this specific video. I tell you, I don't know if they put some recording about the events that happened to make the audio better in here. I don't know what the reasons were, but anyway, this is a speculation about what this audio is exactly. All right, we'll continue.
Did you say anything to him about Sylvia during this first conversation that you had with him?
I don't remember, sir.
When did you say anything to Mr. Bell about Sylvia of Desert Day?
Don't remember the day or the time because it's been a long time.
Well, you only had 2 conversations with Mr. Wright. What was it, the first time or the second time?
The second time, sir. And that second interview that you had with Mr. Bill took place in August, correct?
If that's what you say, sir, that's what it will be.
That's what you told Mr. Bell. That if that's what you say, that's what it will be.
You're asking me a different question, sir.
In August, you told Mr. Bill that you had a friend named Sylvia Ames. That's right, sir. And you told Mr. Bill that Sylvia stopped by his house to have coffee.
She came to have coffee with me, sir.
The night of the murders, Sylvia came to his house.
All right, we'll skip it. I don't mind skipping ahead, Moki. Okay, let's see.
Last Sunday,
¿Recuerda usted si usted vio a estos abogados
yes or no?
el domingo pasado, sí o no?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, isn't
Alright,
it
this is more normal.
true that at least one of these attorneys visited you at your hotel
Bueno, que no es cierto que por lo menos
last Sunday?
uno de esos abogados la visitó a usted en su hotel el domingo pasado.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Now, when I ask you a question, you look over at the lawyers on the other side of the
I
table,
can see you
correct?
then. Okay, I can turn my chair this way, señor. No see Mr. Get it. I can see only you.
Now,
I can see you, Mr. Boss? Okay. I turn this way. I'm looking my better looking you.
Actually, Ms. Lopez, since we are tape recording, I'd
Okay.
prefer if you looked at Mr. Darden.
Taking my picture beautiful, okay?
Thank you. Good.
Everybody looking me new today.
yeah, you can look at the camera. You don't want
Okay.
to look at me.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
fine.
Fine.
Now, let me ask you again. Were you
Dij-
visited at your hotel
Déjeme preguntarle una vez más.
by one of these lawyers on Sunday?
¿La visitó a usted alguno de estos abogados el domingo pasado en su hotel?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Were you visited by Mr. Douglas here with the red tie there?
¿La visitó el señor Douglas, el que está allá
Last
con la
Sunday.
corbata roja el domingo
No,
pasado?
señor.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you say you were taken shopping?
Usted dice que a usted la
I definitely agree, Moki. Absolutely.
llevaron de compras.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh
And-
yeah, like Woody. Yeah. Yeah. She was like the Woody of this trial.
And when you went shopping, did you spend your own money?
Y cuando usted fue de compras, ¿usted gastó su propio dinero?
Dinero que me han regalado, señor.
Money that has been given to me as a gift, sir.
Okay. When you went shopping on Sunday,
Cuando usted se fue de compras el domingo,
did someone buy you clothes?
¿alguien le compró ropa a usted?
La esposa de mi abogado, señor.
My wife's, excuse me, scratch that.
The wife of
My attorney's wife, sir.
And do you see your attorney's wife here in court now?
¿Y ve usted a la esposa de su abogado?
Oh, okay, Moki. The flying carpet needs to be steam cleaned. Yeah. Well, I hope that in time there will be other adventures with the magic carpet that flies around. Like Aladdin, the flying carpet. And here we go, continuing.
Abogado aquí en esta sala del tribunal?
No, señor.
Was that
No,
Mr.
sir.
Was that Mr. Jones's wife that bought you clothes?
¿Fue la esposa del señor Jones que le compró ropa?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was it Miss Hamburger's wife that bought you clothes?
No,
She
I
says
think
her-
it's deliberately asked that way.
Oh.
How about the spouse of the Ms. Hamburger?
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Okay. Who is the husband of the wife that bought you clothes on Sunday?
¿Quién es el esposo de la esposa que le compró ropa a usted el domingo?
Mr. Carl Jones, señor.
Mr. Carl Jones, sir.
Okay. Mr. Carl Jones's wife bought you clothes.
La esposa del señor Carl Jones le compró ropa a usted.
Sí, señor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he buy you the shoes you're wearing today?
¿Y le compró los zapatos que tiene puestos hoy?
Me compró 2 pares, señor.
He bought me 2 pairs, sir.
2 pairs of shoes.
2 pares de zapatos.
And did he buy you the lavender dress you wore in court on Monday?
Y le compró el vestido color lavanda que usó para venir al tribunal el lunes pasado.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did he buy you the lovely dress you're wearing here today?
Y le compró el vestido tan bonito que tiene puesto aquí en el tribunal el día de hoy.
Gracias, señor, pero me lo compró la señora Hamburger.
Thank you, sir, but this was bought for me by Miss Hamburger.
Okay. And the blazer you're wearing, who bought that for you?
Y el saco que tiene puesto, ¿quién se lo compró?
La señora me lo compró ayer.
The lady bought it for me yesterday.
Okay. What lady?
¿Qué señora?
Mrs. Hamburger.
Mrs. Hamburger.
Okay. Now, when you left the Salingers
Ahora, cuando usted se fue de la casa de los
on
Sanders,
February 10,
el 10 de febrero,
they gave you some money, correct?
ellos le dieron dinero, algo de dinero a usted, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor. Tenían que
Yes.
pagarme.
Yes, sir, they had to pay me.
Okay. They gave you more than $1,000?
¿Le dieron más de $1,000?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How much money did they give you?
¿Cuánto dinero le dieron?
Ahí le tendré que decir, señor.
Do I have to tell you, sir?
Yes.
¿Sí?
Hello, Shell. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, this is extremely yucky. It's pretty Domer, yes. And this is manipulative of the witness to say, do I have to answer? That's a little bit manipulative of her. So yeah, very hostile witness.
Que yo recuerde, señor, me dieron 2 chequecitos, señor.
That I can remember, sir. They gave me 2 small checks, sir.
Okay. Was one of those small checks for $700?
Uno de esos chequecitos era de $700.
No, señor.
No, sir.
What was the check for?
Era
¿Por cuánto era el cheque?
318, señor.
318, sir.
Y centavos.
And some cents.
Okay, and what was the other check for?
Muy bien, ¿y de cuánto era el otro cheque?
318, señor.
318, sir.
Okay, so they gave you $600.
Oh, Moki, I believe it. Definitely. It's an extremely corrupted trial. Extremely. She said a lot of witnesses were compromised in some way. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. It's a dark, dark time of justice. Yeah, a violation of justice. Ashley Buzzard pleading not guilty, and they are not going for DP. She shot her daughter in the head 2 times, sneaky driving to another state to do it. Mental illness, my EOS. She knew what she did. Yep. Yeah, that is extremely evil, what she did, Christine. Yeah.
$138?
Something that.
Así es que le dieron
36.
637, something like that.
Now, and when you left the Salingers, you went to your daughter's house, right?
Y cuando se fue de la casa de los Salinger, usted se fue a casa de su hija, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, the attorney that you got originally, Mr. Jones, right?
Ahora, el abogado que usted contrató originalmente, el señor Jones, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
He was recommended to you by Mr. Johnny?
¿El señor Johnny se lo recomendó a usted?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to pay Mr. Jones, correct?
Y usted no tiene que pagarle al señor Jones, ¿correcto?
Hemos hecho arreglos que luego pagar poquito a poquito cuando empiece a trabajar, señor.
We have made arrangements that I'm going to pay him little by little when I start working, sir.
Well, last Friday when you testified, you said that you were going to pay him when the case was over, correct?
Bueno, el viernes pasado,
That's to be teaching. I object to the form of that question. With regard to testimony, I think it's an improper form of question.
Or will.
Last Friday, you told us
El
that you
viernes-
were to pay Mr. Jones after the case was over, correct?
El viernes pasado, usted nos dijo que le iba a pagar al señor Jones una vez terminar el caso, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And that's the arrangement you have with him, correct?
Y ese es el arreglo que usted tiene con él, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you don't have to pay him in small portions, as you just indicated a moment ago, correct?
Así es que usted no tiene, así es que usted no tiene que hacerle pequeños pagos como nos acaba de indicar, ¿correcto?
¿Cómo no, señor?
Yes, I do, sir.
Well, how much are you going to pay him? We'll strike that. How much does Mr. Jones charge per hour?
I object to that. I object to the I think the approach, I think Ms. Hamburger might want to address that.
Your Honor,
I haven't heard an objection. Overruled.
How much does Mr. Jones charge per hour?
¿Y cuánto cobra el señor Jones por hora? Todavía no contesto.
Your Honor, we went through this last week. Mr. Jones was here, and I conferred with him prior to even discussing the fee arrangement, and he had no objection. There was a waiver, clearly a waiver in the record already.
All right, well, wait.
Okay, so as of late December 25, specific motives for why Ashley Buzzard allegedly killed her, which we believe is guilty, in my opinion, allegedly killed her 9-year-old daughter, Melody Buzzard, has not yet been determined by authorities. Law enforcement and family members have provided the following context regarding the case. Santa Barbara County Sheriff described the killing as calculated, cold-blooded, and involving criminally sophisticated premeditation. Buzzard reportedly used wigs, changed license plates on rental cars during the road trip to Utah and avoid detection. Mental health concerns. Family members noted that Ashley began showing signs of mental instability several years ago following the death of Melody's father in a motorcycle accident when the child was 6 months old. Uncooperative behavior since Melody's disappearance in October 25. Ashley has been described by investigators as cooperative, has not provided a confession or plausible explanation for what happened to her daughter. Okay, so that's the info, and let's see. No excuse at all, I agree. It's completely evil. No excuse. Maybe she don't want to be a mother anymore because who else could be? Just don't randomly murder your child. You're murdering your child like that in such a brutal way is, I'd say, a sadistic element to it. Also, people like that need to be locked away.
All right, we're going to take our recess as far as Ms. Lopez is concerned at this time. We do need to inquire, however, into attorney-client privilege before we break for the afternoon. Ms. Lopez, I'm going to excuse you at this time. We're not completed with our questions, but we're going to take a break for lunch.
Todavía no terminamos con las
All right, I'm going to order you to return at 1:30, and Ms. Hamburger, would you escort your client? Actually, why don't you wait for just a minute because we'll need to chat with you, but Ms. Lopez, you're excused. You're ordered to come back at 1:30.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Hamburger, do you want to approach, please? Address the court on
I, of course, took over.
whether or not there's an attorney-client privilege here.
I do, Your Honor. I, of course, took over on short notice from Mr. Jones, and I have not conferred with him on this
Issue.
ostensible waiver, and therefore I beg attorney-client.
Hoagie said, I do kind of feel bad for her. I mean, she's been on the stand for weeks. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. She's been, like, held hostage there. Yeah. Nick Reiner, no excuse meds were being leveled at that point, but he was doing drugs, and he got a hotel and wash up and knew what he did. Right. Miss Hamburger herself. Right.
Client privilege until I can ascertain otherwise, if there is an otherwise.
All right, why don't you then take the noon hour to contact Mr. Jones and confer with him. However, we did visit this issue during the course of the hearing, whether or not to conduct a 1335. Mr. Jones was present here in the courtroom. There were similar questions asked without objection. So that's the history of the case.
I recall there was not a question of the amount of the fee, though.
There was not a question as to the hourly rate, but there was a question regarding the fee arrangement.
The fee arrangement, but not the amount.
Correct.
That's the thing that I thought that he should certainly have a right to.
Your Honor, I said nothing about the fee arrangement. That is between
All right, why don't you
Mr.
confer then with
Jones, but
Mr.
I-
Jones?
Thank you.
See if the privilege is going to be asserted, and we'll come back at 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to report to point out the portion from the transcript where this was already brought out. There has been a waiver of this topic completely.
Well, that's an argument that we'll see after Ms. Hamburger comes back. She may agree that it's an issue that they don't wish to contest. Who knows? But I'll hear the argument at 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess 1:30. Thank you, counsel.
Yeah, that is, and it's very gruesome too, Judy. Yeah, definitely rage, indeed.
Are you in the courtroom, please? All right, Ms. Hamburger, did you have the opportunity to discuss the matters with your co-counsel, Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor, it did exactly as you said. Mr. Jones has no recollection of a waiver of a particular hourly charge. However, he has no objections about any arrangement that he may or may not have made with Ms. Lopez.
All right. Thank you, counsel. And if you can remain in the courtroom in case there's any other issue that comes up or any other objection you wish to make on behalf of Ms. Lopez. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, good afternoon again, Ms. Lopez. Thank you for coming back. Records reflect that
Buenas tardes, señor.
all parties
Good
are
afternoon,
present.
sir.
Ms. Lopez, you're reminded you are still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Buenas tardes,
tardes,
señora
señor.
Lopez. Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Lopez, how much does your attorney charge you per hour?
Señora López, ¿cuánto le cobra a su abogado por hora?
No hemos hablado
We haven't spoken
por cuánto me va a cobrar. Yo lo más le he dicho a él que cuando termine el caso yo le voy a hablar con él para pagarle poco a poco.
about how much he's going to charge me. I have told him that when the case is over, we're going to talk so that I can pay him little by little.
Okay, so at this point then, there is no agreement as to an hourly rate, correct?
Así es que hasta este momento no hay ningún convenio con respecto a lo que le va a cobrar por hora, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And has he charged you a flat fee?
¿Y él le ha cobrado una cifra en total?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. But you don't have to worry about paying him completely until after the case is over, correct?
Pero usted no tiene que preocuparse por pagarle todo en su totalidad hasta que el caso termine, ¿correcto?
I agree, Moki. Absolutely.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, the two of you are going to talk about what you owe him, if anything, after the case is over, correct?
De hecho, ustedes van a hablar con respecto a lo que usted le debe, si es que le debe algo cuando termine el caso, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this point then you basically have a free lawyer, correct?
Así es que hasta este momento, básicamente, tiene un abogado de gratis, ¿correcto?
No lo creo, señor.
I don't think so, sir.
Well, have you given him any money?
Bueno, ¿le ha dado usted a él algo de dinero?
Sí or no?
No.
¿Sí o no?
Okay.
Yeah, Christine, it'll be very intriguing to see how that will go with that one. And like always, glasses lose weight, clean shaven, etc. Go with facts and evidence.
Did you
Yes.
sign any written
No.
agreement?
Usted... excuse me, could we go back?
Yes.
2 questions?
2 questions. But you haven't paid him any money yet.
Pero usted todavía no le ha pagado
Is that
ningún
correct?
dinero en lo absoluto. ¿Es eso correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You haven't given him any money?
¿No le ha dado nada de dinero?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Have you signed any papers?
¿Ha firmado algún papel?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you're planning to leave the country tomorrow, correct?
¿Y usted planea irse del país mañana.
Sí,
¿correcto?
señor.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know when you're coming back, correct?
Y usted no sabe cuándo va a regresar, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you don't know if you're ever going to come back, do you?
Y no sabe si en algún momento dado ni siquiera va a regresar, ¿correcto?
Yo puedo regresar cuando yo quiera, señor.
I can come back whenever I want to, sir.
But do you plan to come back?
¿Pero usted planea regresar?
No por corto tiempo, señor.
Not for a short time, sir.
What's a short time?
¿Cuál es un corto tiempo?
Tal vez hasta en enero, diciembre, quién sabe.
Maybe
¿Desee
not-
venir, señor? Estoy free.
Maybe not until January, December. Whenever I wish to come back, sir, I'm free.
This morning when I asked you some questions, you could not recall certain incidents and certain times, correct?
Esta mañana, cuando yo le hice ciertas preguntas, no podía recordar usted ciertos incidentes y ciertas horas, ¿correcto?
Es verdad.
That's true.
Okay. Well, you had trouble recalling times and events on June 13 as well, correct?
Bueno, usted también tuvo dificultad recordando horas y eventos del 13 de junio, ¿correcto?
No lo creo, señor.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. Well, you told us about the voices and footsteps and prowlers and barking dogs that you heard, correct?
Bueno, nos dijo,
Sustain.
Well, you told us about the voices you heard, correct?
bueno, usted nos dijo de las voces que había escuchado, ¿correcto?
Good point, Smokey.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't really remember what time of the evening it was that you heard those voices, correct?
Pero usted,
Sustain. Why don't you rephrase the question? Because it's vague as to what we're talking about.
You don't remember the exact time that you heard any of those voices,
pero usted
correct?
no recuerda la hora exacta cuando escuchó ninguna de esas voces, ¿correcto?
Depende de qué voces me está refiriendo, señor.
It depends on which voices you're referring to, sir.
Okay. Well, you were interviewed by a reporter from KABC
Bueno.
on June 13, correct?
A usted le entrevistó una reportera de KABC el 13 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And he asked you what time it was that you heard voices, correct?
Y él le preguntó que qué horas eran cuando usted escuchó las voces, ¿correcto?
Yo no he hablado con ninguna reportera, señor. De voces, ni de nada.
I haven't spoken to any reporter, female connotation, sir, regarding voices or anything.
Did a reporter ask you on June 13, 1994,
Un reportero o una reportera le preguntó a
whether or
usted
not you heard voices?
el 13 de junio de 1994 que si usted había o no había escuchado voces.
Me preguntaban tantas cosas.
So
Yo
many
me recuerdo.
things were being asked of me. I don't remember.
You don't remember telling a KABC reporter that you heard voices, but that you did not know what time it was when you heard those voices?
¿No recuerda usted haberle dicho a un reportero o una reportera de KABC que usted había escuchado voces el 13 de junio, pero que no recordaba? ¿A qué hora es que había escuchado esas voces?
Yo nunca le he dicho a nadie de los reporteros que he oído voces, señor.
I have never told anyone of the reporters that I have heard voices, sir.
Did you tell a reporter that you heard?
Oh, Christine, thank you for those theories. It is extremely, it's extremely morbid about the darker attributes, even more darker things about it. Yeah, and a lot of stuff like that happens, Christine. You know, it's like a domino effect of corruption.
The voices of little boys
¿Le dijo usted a algún reportero o alguna reportera que había
coming
escuchado
from Mr. Simpson's home the night
las
of June
voces
12?
de un niño que surgían de la casa del señor Simpson la noche del 13 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you ever tell a reporter that you heard the sounds of voices coming from Mr. Simpson's home the night of June 12?
¿En algún momento le dijo usted a algún reportero o reportera que había escuchado voces que surgían de la casa del señor Simpson la noche del 12 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. Have you shown that to counsel?
I was about to do that. Can we queue up a video for Mr.
Wow, that's quite a bit an hour. Wow.
Cochran and I
we
to
have
take a
this
look
only
at?
on the monitors on defense counsel and the court. No. All right.
The video apparently aired on January 3rd.
All right, do you object to the witness seeing it?
Yes. We have the witness step out because there's also audio.
All right, Ms. Hamburger, would you escort your client into the jury room, please, for a few moments while we view the videotape? All right.
What's the date of this video?
I don't know yet. We'll find out in a second. That's why we're going to view it out of the presence of the witness. All right, Ms. Lopez, we need to look at a videotape. I'm going to ask you to step back with your attorney into the jury room, and we'll bring you out in about 5 or 10 minutes. All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Darden, is this tape in English or have any Spanish in it?
It is in English, although there are one or two words spoken in Spanish.
All right, then I'll ask our Spanish interpreters to remain in case there's anything we need interpreted for the record. All right, proceed.
Police, a lot of the FBI coming knock my door. I said, Mr. Simpson, school guard, you know, I don't want you to say. I told him, but very late, very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice?
No, I don't know. Porque I never out. My bedroom over there, I don't know. I can hear only voice. I don't know what they talk or nothing because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
All right. Let's see that one more time. I said I'd like to see that one more time.
Is there any way that we can see this monitor so that
There should be a monitor right there. Do we have that on the... We can put that on the large screen, Ms. Fitzpatrick. Can we start the audio from the beginning, too? All right. Thank you.
Interviewing the housekeeper next door. What did you see and hear today?
Oh, yeah, a lot of police, a lot of the FBI coming knock my door. I said, Mr. Simpson, school guard, you know, I don't want you to say. I told him, but very late, very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice?
No, I don't know. Porque I never out. My bedroom over there, I don't know. I can hear only voice. I don't know what they talk or nothing because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
All right, Mr. Darden. I take it you want to confront Ms. Lopez with what aspect, what statement there?
That she told the reporter she heard voices. She just told us she never told the reporter she heard voices.
I thought you also said something about little boys. I heard you say voice, not voice.
Okay. Well, I asked her about voices and boys, just to make sure there was no ambiguity.
Right, that was asked both ways.
I thought you said voice or something.
Yes, he did. But then the next question was, did you ever tell a reporter you heard voices? All right. Next time I hear something out of the audience, we're going to clear the audience. Thank you. Certainly.
Has indicated to me that the question she asked was, did she ever say she heard the voices of little boys, is what she remembers. And so this would not be impeaching because she said she heard voices and nothing about boys. I think that's what she indicated to me.
Counsel, let me read you the record.
Okay.
It's the question, did you tell a reporter that you heard the voices of little boys coming from Mr. Simpson's home the night of June the 12th? Answer, no, sir. Question, did you ever tell a reporter that you heard the sound of voices coming from Mr. Simpson's home the night of June 12th? Answer, no, sir. So it was asked both ways, which was my recollection. All right, anything else? All right, Mr. Robertson, would you get Ms. Lopez for us again, please?
I asked myself that too, Judy, about he's like an extra.
The thing I'd like to point out is that
Yes, sir.
it seems to me that if that is impeaching, it is impeaching on a collateral matter, because what this does is actually reinforce what she said in court here under oath, that she heard voices that night, late in the night. The other part was she says that I heard voices late in the night. So, and I'll submit it to Your Honor, but I think that's, the court will call the testimony. That's also the testimony.
All right, it is an inconsistent statement, though, about events of June the 12th.
Well,
all right, Ms. Lopez, would you take the witness stand again, please? All right, Mr. Darden, you may resume.
Ms. Lopez, I'd like to show you a videotape, some news footage, and I'd like the video cassette marked People's 89, Your Honor.
All right, People's 89, video cassette.
Can you take a look at the monitor, please?
What did you see and hear today?
Oh, yeah, a lot of police, a lot of the FBI coming knocking my door. I said, this Mr. Simpson school guy, you know, I don't want you to say. I told him, but very late, very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice?
No, I don't know, porque I don't get out. My bedroom over there, I don't know, I can hear only voice, I don't know what they talk or nothing, because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's a very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
Now, before you left the witness stand, you told us that you never told a reporter that you heard voices.
Ahora, antes de que
Correct.
usted saliera, usted nos dijo que nunca le había dicho ni a ningún reportero ni a ninguna reportera que había escuchado voces, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But now you see yourself there on television, right?
Y ahora se ve a sí misma ahí en televisión, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes,
And you
sir.
did tell a reporter that you heard voices, didn't you?
Sí le dijo a un reportero o a una reportera que había escuchado voces, ¿correcto?
Noises. No voces, señor.
Noises, not voices, sir.
So you're saying that you said noise.
Así es que
On the
usted
tape.
nos está diciendo que dijo ruido en cinta.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
That you didn't say voice.
Y no dijo voz.
No.
No.
The reporter asked you what you saw and heard
El,
that day, correct?
el reportero o la reportera le preguntó a usted que qué es lo que había visto o escuchado ese día.
¿Qué había
¿Correcto?
escuchado?
What had I heard?
He also asked you what you saw, didn't he?
También se le preguntó lo que había visto. ¿Correcto?
No creo que me haya preguntado qué vi.
I don't think I was asked what I saw.
Okay, can we play it again one more time, Young? People's 89.
It's People's 89. And do you have a copy of this, Mr.
No, I've
Cochran?
never given a copy of this, first time I've ever seen it.
All right.
Maybe approach with regard to that also. With regard to that.
All right. Mr. Darden? With the report, please.
I'm going to ask you to look at your monitor again and pay careful attention.
Le voy a
Okay?
pedir que
If
vea
you
su
will, please.
monitor una vez más y que
I'm going to
ponga
replay the videotape we just played for you a moment ago.
mucha atención. Le vamos a volver a poner el video que le mostramos hace un momentito.
Interviewing the housekeeper next door. What did you see and hear today?
Oh, yeah, a lot of police, a lot of the FBI coming knocking my door. I said, this Mr. Simpson school guy, you know what you may say. I saw him, but very late, very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice?
No, I don't know, porque I don't get out. My bedroom over there, I don't know, I can hear only voice, I don't know what they talk or nothing, because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
Sounds like John North.
Yeah, Christine, he was definitely talented with orating, and although in these unfortunate circumstances, whatever he did was effective. At the same time, with we would call the times that they were in as well, which I believe OJ was guilty, in my opinion, which gave him the not guilty verdict was acquitted rather. But yeah, he was certainly what you would call a smooth talker, good orator. But we would call one thing about him, he gets really argumentative at times too. But yeah, him and his dream team. Nowadays, I think that the attorneys and the defense, sometimes they act not as the way people acted in this time period. I do also think that the time period this was, people were a little bit, I feel, a better conduct in court, because I've seen modern trials, they don't seem to have this, both sides, I think, present themselves more professionally, but although there's a lot of fighting at times and a lot of deceitfulness and trickery going on, still they have more equity at times, in my opinion, over these modern trials that we'll see. It's more, I feel, casual, but they different time periods have different things, the way they acted, and some people may say that it's not different at all, it's still the same. Yeah. Yes, he was also that too at times as well. Right. Judy, right. And now we'll continue.
Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reporter asked you what you saw and heard that day, didn't he?
El reportero.
Absolutely, Christine. He knew what to do. Right. How to play the game, yeah. And he used all the tricks in his book to do that. In the book or his book could be interpreted both ways.
Pero le preguntó que qué había visto, qué había escuchado ese día, ¿no es así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you never told him that you heard barking dogs, did you?
Y usted nunca le dijo,
Overruled.
y usted nunca le dijo a él que había escuchado a perros ladrando.
No, porque no eran la policía, señor, para darle toda mi declaración a otra gente particular.
No, because
They're not the
they were
police.
not the police, sir. I didn't have to give my declaration to any lay person.
Okay. And you didn't tell that reporter that you heard footsteps, did you?
Y usted no le dijo a ese reportero que había escuchado pasos.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you didn't tell that reporter that you heard a prowler, did you?
Y usted no le dijo a ese reportero que había escuchado a un mañoso.
Nunca he dicho que es un mañoso,
I
señor.
never said that he was a prowler, sir.
Okay. And you didn't tell the reporter that you saw the Bronco parked on Rockingham, did you?
She was never asked that question. I don't understand. That's another fair question.
Overruled.
And you never told that reporter that you had seen the Bronco the night before.
Y nunca
did you?
le dijo usted a ese reportero que había visto el Bronco la noche anterior.
No, señor.
No, sir.
All you told the reporter was that you'd heard voices and that you did not know at what time it was that you heard those voices.
Todo lo que le dijo al
Sustain. Just wait, sustain. That assumes facts, not evidence. There's no discussion of time on the tape.
Well, when you told the reporter that you heard voices, didn't you tell him that you didn't know what time it was that you heard the voices?
Bueno, cuando usted le dijo al reportero que había escuchado voces, ¿no es cierto que usted le dijo al reportero que no sabía qué hora se había escuchado esas voces?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All you knew was that you heard the voices very, very late, correct?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
All you knew about the timing of the voices was that you heard them very, very late, correct?
Todo lo que sabía usted con respecto a la hora de esas voces es que las escuchó muy, muy tarde, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you don't know what time you heard the voices that night, do you?
Usted no sabe a qué hora se escuchó las voces esa noche, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the time you heard the voices?
¿Sabe?
Overruled. The ones that are on the tape.
¿Sabe a qué hora se escuchó esas voces?
Depende de cuáles me está preguntando, señor.
It depends on which ones you're asking me about, sir.
Do you know the times that you heard some of the voices you heard that night?
¿Sabe la hora a la cual escuchó algunas de las voces de las que escuchó esa noche?
Después de las 11:30 para las 12.
After 11:30 to 12.
Other than those voices, you don't know when you heard any other voice that you heard that night, correct?
Aparte de esas voces, usted no sabe a qué hora se escuchó alguna otra voz que haya escuchado esa noche, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, you told us during your testimony earlier that you only met Mr. Simpson one time, correct?
Ahora, usted nos dijo durante su testimonio esta mañana que solamente se había encontrado con el señor Simpson una vez. ¿Es eso así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Pero eso no es cierto. ¿Es eso así?
Es verdad, señor.
It is true, sir.
Well, isn't it true that you've spoken to Mr. Simpson? We'll strike that. Isn't it true that you had spoken to Mr. Simpson
Bueno,
on
que
at
no,
least 3 or 4 different occasions?
bueno, que no es cierto.
No, that's a different question. She said, met Mr. Simpson. I was talking about speaking. That's a different question.
Overruled.
Isn't it true
No es, que no es cierto
that you had spoken to Mr. Simpson on 3 or 4 different occasions?
que usted había hablado con el señor Simpson en 3 o 4 distintas ocasiones?
No, señor, una vez.
No, sir. One time.
Didn't you tell the reporter that you spoke to on this
¿Qué
videotape
no le dijo al reportero con quien usted habló en,
that you had
en
spoken
esta
to
cinta
Mr.
de
Simpson
video?
many, many times?
Que usted había hablado con el señor Simpson muchas veces?
Que lo he visto muchas veces, sí, pero he hablado con él, no.
That I have seen him many times? Yes, but not that I have talked to him.
Okay. The voices you heard around 11:30 or 12, were those the last voices you heard that night?
Las voces que escuchó entre las 11:30 y las 12, ¿fueron esas las últimas voces que usted escuchó esa noche?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Well, when you testified the other day,
Bueno, cuando dio testimonio el otro día,
this is at page 16524, you testified that you heard voices around 12:30.
usted dio testimonio de que había escuchado voces como a las 12:30. Todavía no conteste.
Excuse me, counsel.
Object to that. On that last question, on 3 verses 12:30, she didn't say how long the voices lasted. That's objection to the question.
Overruled.
Puede
When you
contestar.
testified the other day, you said you heard the voices at 12:30.
Usted escuchó el otro
Correct.
día que había escuchado voces a las 12:30, ¿correcto?
Hasta las 12:30, señor, dije yo.
Up until 12:30, sir. That's what I said.
Now, did you get that cue from Mr. Cochran's objection here?
Ahora, ¿le dio esa seña?
That's argumentative.
Overruled.
Ahora, ¿le dio a usted esa seña el señor Cochran aquí a través de lo que acaba de decir?
No me ha dado ninguna seña.
He hasn't given me any cue.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Cochran wave his hands like this back
¿En
and
algún
forth
momento vio
across his chest today?
usted que el señor Cochran moviera las manos así frente a su pecho el día de hoy?
No, señor.
No, sir.
I know we have videotape, but do you want to describe the gesture you just made? for the record.
You never saw Mr. Cochran make a motion like this?
¿Nunca vio que el
With his
señor
hands?
Cochran hiciera una moción así con sus manos?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Sort of a gesture similar to an umpire indicating safe several times.
Did you ever see Mr. Cochran make a gesture like this during your testimony?
¿En algún momento vio usted que el señor Cochran hiciera un gesto así durante su testimonio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Indicating a third base coach saying slide. That's about the closest I can get.
When the reporter asked you what you saw and heard,
Cuando el reportero le preguntó que qué es lo que usted había visto,
you did not tell him
leído,
that you heard Mr. Simpson speaking to the limousine driver, did you?
usted en ningún momento le dijo al reportero que usted había oído que el señor Simpson estaba hablando con el conductor de la limusina.
Señor, yo ya le dije que él no era la policía para darle mi información.
Sir, I already told you that he was not the police for me to give him my information.
I showed you a document earlier this morning.
Te mostré un documento anteriormente, esta mañana.
It's a two-page document from William Pavlik to Robert Shapiro.
Es un documento de 2 páginas
And it's dated
de
July
William Pavlik
29.
a Robert Shapiro.
I believe
fechado
that document
29
has
de
been marked
julio.
already, Your Honor, has it been?
88.
I'm going to ask the interpreter to read to you the first 4 paragraphs of the narrative after Dear Mr. Shapiro.
Le voy a pedir al intérprete que le lea
And then I want to ask you some
los 4
questions about those
párrafos
paragraphs.
después de... I'm sorry, what was your last
I
statement?
want to ask her some questions about
Y después le voy a hacer ciertas preguntas acerca de lo
the
que...
information contained
de la
in
información
Paragraph by paragraph.
I intend to.
All right, well, how about if we have her read the first paragraph so we don't have a retention problem going back?
Why don't you read the first paragraph?
All right, Madam Interpreter.
Acabo de regresar de una entrevista con Rosa López, quien vive y trabaja como empleada doméstica en el 348 al norte de la Rockingham.
Before I ask you about that,
Ella es la vecina del señor O.J. Simpson y su número de teléfono es...
No lo diga.
Phone number.
No lo diga.
Is the phone number changed now? That's in the first paragraph?
Pardon?
The phone number that's in the first paragraph, has it been changed or is
Yes.
that still something? Okay, go ahead and read the
Yes,
phone
it
number.
is.
Y el número de teléfono es 310-472-0900.
Es correcto.
That is correct.
Mr. Darden.
You indicated a moment ago that you did not tell the reporter everything because he was not a police officer, correct?
Y usted indicó hace un momentito que usted no le dijo todo al reportero porque él no era de la policía, ¿correcto?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Had he been a police officer, you would have told him everything, correct?
Si él hubiera sido oficial de la policía, usted se lo hubiera dicho todo, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You were at the Salingers on June 28th, correct?
Usted estuvo en la casa de la familia Salinger el 28 de junio, ¿correcto?
Me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
I'm sorry, did you say yes?
¿Usted dijo sí?
Si es entre semana que tengo que trabajar, sí.
If it is a weekday when I'm supposed to work, yes.
Well, let me show you a photograph of a man
Bueno, déjeme mostrarle una fotografía de un hombre
and ask you if you recognize this man.
y le voy a preguntar que si reconoce la
I have a
fotografía.
photograph on an 8.5 by 10-inch page here, Your Honor. May it be marked People's 90.
All right, People's 90, now being displayed on the Elmo.
You see the man pictured in that photograph?
Yes,
¿Ve
sir.
al hombre que está fotografiado en esa fotografía?
He's someone you've
Yes,
spoken to
sir.
before, isn't he?
Él es alguien con quien usted ha hablado antes, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
But didn't you speak to a police detective on June 28, 1994?
Bueno, ¿qué no habló usted con un detective de la policía el
Sí,
28
señor.
de junio de 1994? Yes, sir.
Okay, you spoke to Detective Otis Marlowe, correct?
Usted habló con el detective Otis Marlowe, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
You spoke to the man in the photograph, didn't you?
Usted habló con el hombre que está en la fotografía, ¿que no?
No lo recuerdo a él.
No, I don't remember him.
Okay, Your Honor, for the record, that is Detective Otis Marlowe. He is retired from the LAPD, and he is now an investigator with the Public Defender's Office. You never spoke to that man?
Usted nunca habló con ese hombre.
Yo no me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, what is the name of the detective that you spoke to other than Mark Furman?
Bueno, ¿cuál es el nombre?
No, she indicated she did if it was a work day on June 28th.
What was the name of the other detective that you spoke to?
¿Cómo se llamaba el otro detective con quien usted habló?
Mark Furman.
Okay.
Mark Furman.
Okay, and there was a second one that you spoke to on June 28th, correct?
Muy bien, y hubo otro con quien usted habló el 28 de junio, ¿correcto?
No, señor, solamente uno llegó a mi casa.
No, sir. Only one of them came to my house.
Didn't you speak to a detective on June 28th
¿Qué no habló usted con un detective el 28 de junio?
while the detectives were searching Mr. Simpson's house?
Mientras que los detectives cateaban la casa del señor Simpson.
¿Cuándo dijo el 28 qué?
When did you say the 28th of what?
June 28th, Tuesday.
June 28th.
Nadie vino más.
June 28th, what?
Tuesday, June
El
28th.
28 de junio, un martes.
Nomás vino nomás una vez un detective, señor, y no volví a ver otro.
A detective came only once, sir, and I never saw another one.
Isn't it true that the detective pictured in that photograph asked you if you'd heard or seen anything unusual the night of June 12th?
No, señor.
I need one moment to find the document, Your Honor. That the witness answered the question before the interpreter interpreted the question.
I think the videotape will reflect that.
Can I have one moment?
Certainly.
I have it.
Dijo que el detective Furman había ido al patio de atrás de la casa de la familia Salinger, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall a detective going to the backyard several days later?
¿Y recuerda que un detective fue al patio de atrás varios días después?
Volvieron a ir con la señora, y entonces la señora Salinger
They
los
went
dejó
again
ir.
with the lady, and then the lady, Mrs. Salinger, let them go.
And that was on June 28, correct?
Y eso fue el 28 de junio, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé qué día sería porque yo no abrí la puerta, señor.
I don't know what day it was because I did not open the door, sir.
Well, didn't Mrs. Salinger introduce the detective to you?
Bueno, ¿qué no le presentó el detective a usted, la señora Salinger?
No, señor. ¿Por
No,
qué?
sir. Why?
Why? Because you told the Salingers you were home the night of June 12, correct?
¿Por qué? Porque usted les dijo a los señores Salinger que usted había estado en casa la noche del 12 de junio, ¿correcto?
A mí no me ha dicho nada la señora.
The lady hasn't told me anything.
Well, didn't Detective Marlowe ask you
Bueno, ¿qué no le preguntó a usted, detective Marlowe,
if you recalled anything unusual,
que si recordaba algo fuera de lo común?
heard
No.
any noise,
Que se había escuchado algún
saw any
ruido,
person
que se había visto alguna persona,
at or around the area
más o menos por esa área,
No.
o en esa área?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So you never spoke to this man before, correct?
Así es que usted nunca habló con este hombre antes, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So if this detective were to testify that you did,
Así
he
que
would
si
be
este-
lying, correct?
Así es que si este detective diera testimonio, así es que si este detective diera testimonio de que usted lo hizo, él estaría mintiendo, ¿correcto?
Que yo recuerde, yo no hablé con él, señor.
I don't remember having spoken to him, sir.
Are you saying that you did not speak to him, or are you saying that you may have spoken to him but you don't remember?
¿Nos está diciendo que usted no habló con él o nos está diciendo que posiblemente haya hablado con él y que no recuerda?
Yo no hablé con ese señor.
I did not talk to that gentleman.
Okay, well, do you recognize him as the detective that spoke with Mrs. Salinger?
Bueno, ¿lo reconoce usted como el detective que habló con la señora Salinger?
No, señor, no me recuerdo.
No, sir, I don't remember.
Well, when you say, no, sir, I don't remember, is it that you don't remember, or is it that he is not the detective you spoke to?
Bueno, cuando usted dice, no, señor, yo no recuerdo, ¿es que no recuerda o es que no es el detective con quien usted habló?
Yo con él no hablé, señor.
I did not talk to him, sir.
Well, the Salingers were not at home on June 12, correct?
Bueno, los señores Salinger no estaban en la casa el 12 de junio, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Okay. In fact, the Salingers were out of the country
De
until,
hecho,
what, June 18?
Los señores Salinger estuvieron fuera del país hasta ¿cuándo? ¿El 18 de junio?
Yo creo que el 17 regresaron.
I think they came back on the 17th.
Okay. Now, they were in Britain, correct?
Ellos estaban en la Gran Bretaña, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé cuándo se fueron, yo creo que fue a Gran Bretaña.
I don't know where they left to. I think it was Britain.
Okay. Well, you telephoned them in Britain, didn't you?
Bueno, usted les llamó por teléfono a la Gran Bretaña, ¿que no?
Yo llamo cuando me caiga un problema en la casa, pero esa vez no le llamé, esa semana no le llamé.
I call them whenever there's a problem at home, but that time I didn't call them that week.
You didn't call the Salingers
¿No llamó a los señores Salinger
between June 12 and June 16?
entre el 12 de junio y el 16 de junio?
Yo no me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, were you the only one staying in the house during that time period?
Bueno, ¿era usted la única persona quedándose en esa casa durante ese periodo de tiempo?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if someone telephoned the Salingers from the Salingers' home
Así es que si alguien le llamó a
during
los
that time
señores
period,
Salinger desde la casa de los señores Salinger
that
durante
person
ese
would have
periodo
had
de
to be
tiempo,
you.
esa persona hubiera sido
Yeah, why don't you rephrase the question?
Speaking objections.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Foundation. Thank you.
Is there an extra microphone for Mr. Cochran, Your Honor?
I'm reluctant to put a microphone on council table.
Well, if objections are being made and there are interruptions in the testimony, the jury ought to hear it. And given Mr. Cochran's propensity for making speaking objections, which have a tendency of then being
I'll
repeated
note
by
that.
the witness.
Thank you. I'll note that. Proceed.
Did anyone else stay in the Salinger home during June 12 through June 16?
¿Alguna otra persona se quedó en la casa de la familia Salinger entre el 12 de junio y el 16 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you allow anyone entry into the Salinger home between June 12 and June 16?
¿Le permitió usted a alguna persona que entrara entre el periodo del 12 de junio y el 16 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, and you had a telephone in your room, correct?
¿Y usted tenía un teléfono en su dormitorio, correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You had your own telephone number, correct?
Usted tenía su propio número de teléfono, ¿correcto?
No mío, de la señora.
Not mine, the ladies.
Okay, well, your phone number was 47209.
I don't believe so.
Was that phone number 4720900?
Ese número de teléfono era el 472-0900.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to reflect carefully, if you will, please.
Y le voy a pedir que piense con cuidado. ¿Es que lo puede hacer? Por favor.
Do you recall calling the Salingers?
¿Recuerda usted haber llamado a los
En
señores Salinger?
No le digo que no me acuerdo, señor.
I've told you that I don't remember, sir.
Okay. And so is it your testimony that you did not call the Salingers?
Así es que es su testimonio que usted no llamó a los señores Salinger.
Yo no me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, had you telephoned the Salingers
Bueno,
during that time period?
les había llamado telefónicamente a los señores Salinger durante ese periodo de tiempo.
No recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, you would only call them in Europe if there was something important to tell them, correct?
Bueno, usted solamente les llamaba a Europa si había algo importante que tuviese que decirles, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if you called them in England,
Así es que si les
during
llamó a
that time
Inglaterra
period,
durante ese periodo de tiempo,
you would have told them that you saw the Bronco and heard the noises
les
next
hubiera
door,
dicho,
correct?
Sustain. Speculation.
Okay. Well, do you consider the fact that you heard these noises and saw the Bronco important?
bueno, ¿usted considera el hecho de que escuchó estos ruidos y que vio el bronco importante?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you failed to tell that information or give that information to the Salingers,
Así es que si usted falló en decirles o darles información a los señores Salinger,
that would mean that you did not tell them something you considered important, correct?
eso significaría,
Sustain. 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 I said sustain.
Well, she just said she considered the information important, Your Honor.
I know. She did.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
But the way the question stated, it's argumentative.
Okay. Well, did you ever tell the Salingers that you saw the Bronco
bueno, en algún momento dado les dijo usted a los señores Salinger
parked
que
on
había
Rockingham?
visto el bronco estacionado sobre la Rockingham.
¿Por teléfono o por qué?
Over the phone or how?
Well, how about over the phone first?
Bueno, ¿qué tal primeramente por teléfono?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you didn't tell them that you saw the Bronco during the month of July or August or September of 1994 either, did you?
Y no les dijo tampoco que había visto el bronco durante los meses de julio, agosto o septiembre. Tampoco.
¿Por teléfono, señor?
Over the phone, sir?
Over the phone or in person?
¿Por teléfono o en persona?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't tell the Salingers that you saw that Bronco at all, at any time during 1994, did you?
Usted no les dijo a los señores Salinger que había visto ese bronco en lo absoluto durante el año del 94, ¿correcto?
No me acuerdo si se lo dije o no, señora, a la señora.
I don't remember if I told a lady or not, sir.
Okay. Isn't it true that the first time you mentioned the Bronco to the Salingers was after you heard your name mentioned on television?
¿Que no es cierto que la primera vez que usted le mencionó el bronco a los Salinger fue después de que había escuchado su nombre en televisión?
Ya les había dicho yo que había oído pasos y ruidos al otro lado también a ellos.
I had already told them that I had heard voices and steps on the other side also.
When did you tell them that?
¿Cuándo les dijo eso usted a ellos?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. It was sometime in 1995, wasn't it?
Fue en algún momento en 1995, ¿no es eso así?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Are you trying to avoid giving me a direct response, Ms. Lopez?
Sustain.
When you testified the other day, you remembered what happened at 9:45 on June 12, correct?
Cuando usted dio testimonio, el otro día usted recordó lo que había pasado a las 9:45 el 12 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
And you
Yes,
remember
sir.
what happened at 11 p.m., didn't you?
Usted recordó lo que había pasado a las 11 de la noche,
Sí,
¿no es
señor.
así? Yes, sir.
But today you've told us that you cannot remember events or times on more than 40 occasions.
Pero
Correct.
hoy nos ha dicho,
Overruled.
Correct? Correct.
could you repeat the question, please?
But you've told us today that you could not remember or recall certain events or times or locations more than 40 times today.
Pero hoy nos ha dicho que no recuerda eventos, ni horas, ni ubicaciones en más de 40 ocasiones. ¿Correcto?
Señor, yo no podía darle testimonio a Mrs. Salinger
Sir, I could not give testimony to Mrs. Salinger
porque es un caso muy peligroso.
because it is a dangerous case.
So you didn't tell the Salingers anything about seeing the Bronco or hearing voices,
Así es
correct?
que no le dijo a los señores Salinger nada con respecto a escuchar voces, haber visto el Bronco, ¿correcto?
Yo le dije que sí, que le había dicho que había oído voces.
I told him yes, that I had heard voices.
But you told them after you heard your name on television,
Pero
correct?
les dijo después de que usted escuchó su nombre por televisión, ¿correcto?
No, señor, les dije un poco antes.
No, sir. I told them a little before that.
Okay. And you heard your name on television the last week of January 1995, correct?
Y usted escuchó su nombre por televisión la última semana de enero de 1995, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't tell them at all about that
Así es que no le
during the
dijo
year
nada en absoluto
1994,
con
correct?
respecto a eso durante el año de 1994, ¿correcto?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You just told us that it was after or right before you heard your name on television, right?
Bueno, nos acaba de decir que fue justamente después, poco antes de que usted escuchara su nombre por televisión, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
No, sir, I told him a little before that.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
I'll withdraw the question. Did anyone live in the Salinger home other than yourself and Mr. and Mrs. Salinger?
¿Alguna otra persona vivía en la casa de la familia Salinger, aparte de usted y el señor y la señora Salinger?
No, solamente yo.
No, just me.
Okay, and you would see the Salingers almost every day, correct?
Muy bien. Y usted veía a los señores Salinger casi todos los días, ¿correcto?
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You saw them in the morning?
¿Los veía en la
Claro
mañana?
que sí, tengo que servir el desayuno, señor.
Of course I did. I have to serve them their breakfast, sir.
Okay. You saw them in the evening?
¿Los veía
Sí,
en la
señor.
noche?
¿Le sirvo el lunch, señor?
Yes, sir. I served them lunch, sir.
And there were occasions when you and the Salingers discussed the charges pending against Mr. Simpson, correct?
Y hubieron ocasiones cuando usted y los señores Salinger hablaron con respecto a los cargos pendientes contra el señor Simpson, ¿correcto?
Que yo me acuerde, no.
Not that I can remember, sir.
Was there any discussion in the Salinger home about the O.J. Simpson murder case?
Nunca hubo una plática en la casa de los señores Salinger acerca de los asesinatos relacionados con el señor Simpson.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Can you give me the first names of your three closest friends?
¿Me podría
Overruled.
dar los nombres, los primeros nombres de sus tres amistades más cercanas?
All right.
Todavía no.
All right, Mr. Schuman, do we still have power on the camera? All right, counsel, given the nature of our proceeding, the court elects to proceed in light of the whiz-bang system power shortage. And we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. All right, proceed. Do you have any other exhibits that are electronically generated? All right.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Lopez, please give me the first names of your three closest friends.
Por favor, deme el primer nombre de sus tres amistades más cercanas.
Victoria González.
Victoria.
You just need to give us
Oh,
the
Victoria.
Victoria.
Alma.
Alma.
En Coralia.
And Coralia.
You told us the other day that you were expecting a policeman to come to the house and ask you some questions, correct?
Usted nos dijo el otro día que esperaba que un oficial de la policía llegara a su casa a hacerle algunas preguntas, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you concerned after so much time went by and no police officer came?
¿Y se preocupó usted después de que cierto tiempo pasó y no llegó un oficial de la policía?
No, ¿y por qué?
No. Why should I?
Well, you knew the information you had was important, correct?
Bueno, usted sabía que la información que usted tenía era importante, ¿correcto? Todavía no contesté.
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
No lo sé.
I don't know.
Well, a moment ago you testified that you thought that the information you had was important, didn't you?
Bueno, hace un momento usted nos dijo que usted pensaba que la información que usted tenía era importante. ¿No es así?
No importante, peligrosa tal vez.
Not important. Dangerous, maybe.
Well, you just testified a few moments ago that you thought the information you had was important.
Bueno, acaba de dar testimonio hace un
Isn't that
momento
true?
que usted pensaba que la información que usted tenía era importante. ¿Eso es cierto?
Si usted lo dice.
If you say so.
I'm asking you, Miss Lopez, did you consider the information important?
Yo le estoy preguntando a usted, señora López, que si considera usted la información importante.
Para mí no.
Not to me.
Okay. So when you told us a few minutes ago that the information you knew and had was important,
Así que cuando usted nos dijo hace un momento que la información que usted sabía que tenía
you weren't being
era
honest with
importante,
us?
Sustained.
Well, why did you tell us it was important
¿por qué nos dijo que era importante?
if in fact you did not believe it to be important?
Si de hecho usted no creía que era importante.
Porque nunca llegaron a preguntarme, nunca les importó antes.
Because no one ever came to ask me about it. No one ever worried about it before.
Well, after the murders,
Bueno, después de los asesinatos,
lots and lots of people came by the Simpson home, correct?
muchas personas llegaron a la casa del señor Simpson, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Hundreds and thousands of cars began driving up and down Rockingham and Ashford.
Cientos y miles de carros empezaron a conducir por las calles Rockingham y Ashford.
Es verdad.
That's true.
Lots and lots of reporters camped out at the Rockingham
Muchos
intersection.
reporteros llegaron a la intersección de la Rockingham.
Sí, es verdad.
Yes, that's true.
And the police were called in to handle the traffic, correct?
Y se le llamó a la policía para que se hicieran cargo del tránsito, ¿correcto?
Es verdad.
That's true.
Okay, and there were policemen surrounding Mr. Simpson's home
Y
during that
habían
first week after the murders, correct?
policías rodeando la casa del señor Simpson durante la primera semana después de esos asesinatos, ¿correcto?
Es verdad.
That's true.
And those policemen were in uniform?
¿Y esos policías estaban uniformados?
Unos y otros no.
Some of them and others weren't.
Okay, and those policemen all had badges, correct?
Y todos esos policías tenían carnets, ¿no?
Yo creo.
I think so.
But you never stopped one and told him or her about the information that you had, did you?
Pero usted nunca paró a ninguno de ellos y le dijo a él o a ella la información que usted tenía.
¿Por qué?
Why?
Because you thought it was important.
Porque pensaba que era importante.
Si ellos no vienen a mí, yo no voy a ir a buscarlos.
If no one comes to me, I'm not going to go looking for somebody.
You said that you never go looking for anybody? Is that what you said?
Usted dice que...
Sustained.
Okay, well, what did you say?
Bueno, ¿qué fue lo que dijo? No conteste.
Overruled.
Bueno, ¿qué fue lo que dijo?
Que yo no lo pudiera buscar a la policía para informarles.
That I am not going to go looking for the police to inform them.
You only had to go right outside your own front door, correct?
Solamente tenía que ir justamente afuera de la puerta de enfrente de la casa donde usted estaba, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But you did go looking for Michelle, didn't you?
Pero usted sí fue a buscar a Michelle. ¿Es eso así?
No la fui a buscar a Michelle yo, señor.
I didn't go look for Michelle, sir.
Can I have the
Is that an objection at this point?
We SDT. Okay, we SDT the phone bills from GTE, and
All right, let me see counsel sidebar.
they told us they were faxing them to the court. Ms. Lopez, let me show you a copy of the phone bill, the actual phone bill.
Señora López, déjeme mostrarle una copia de una cuenta telefónica para el número 310-472-0900.
The bill date is
La fecha del cobro es 28 de junio del 94.
and if you mark people's
Se puede marcar
91,
Fiscalía 91.
People 91.
I'm indicating 91 in the upper right-hand corner, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez, showing you the bill marked People's 91. Please take that.
Señora López, mostrándole la cuenta que está marcada, Fiscalía 91. Por favor, tome eso.
Do you see?
Your Honor, could we have Mr. Godfrey's microphone on, please?
Yes.
Do you see your telephone number
¿Ve usted su número de
on the
teléfono
face of that bill?
en la parte de enfrente de ese cobro?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you to take a look through the pages,
Quiero
if you will,
pedirle
please.
que ojee las páginas. Si podría hacerlo, por favor.
Do you see many of the telephone numbers you called
¿Ve usted muchos de los números de teléfonos donde usted llamó
during the month of June
durante el mes
1994?
de junio de 1994?
Sí, señor, los de Glendale.
Yes, sir. The ones from Glendale.
Okay.
Es que no solamente yo uso este teléfono, también lo usa mi patrona.
It's
Porque de
just
ella.
that I'm not the only one that uses this telephone. The lady that I work for also uses it because it's hers.
Well, you were the only one home on June 13, 14, and 15, correct?
Bueno, pero usted fue la única persona que estuvo en casa durante el 13, el 14 y el 15 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you page 6 of the phone bill.
Déjeme mostrarle la página número 6 del cobro.
Okay. And there are 5 phone calls between June 11 and June 16 to the United Kingdom, correct?
Y hay 4 o 5 llamadas a Inglaterra entre el 11 de junio y el 16 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you made those calls?
¿Y usted hizo esas llamadas?
Pues si están en esa fecha, yo las hice, señor.
Well, if they happened on that date, on those dates, then I made them, sir.
Ma'am. Do you recall calling the Salingers to tell them about the traffic problems in the area?
¿Recuerda haberle llamado a los señores Salinger para comunicar?
What's the legal ground?
The ground is this is, the court has to see the bill. The court look at the bill and you understand there what I'm indicating.
I've got the bill in front of me.
And look at the period. Check the form of the question. I think it's unfair to the witness, Your Honor, based upon that.
Overruled.
In calling the Salingers in the UK,
¿Llamó usted a los señores Salinger
were you calling them to tell them about the traffic problems in the area?
en Inglaterra?
Overruled.
¿Le llamó para comunicarles los problemas de tránsito que estaban ocurriendo?
Sí, señor, le llamé.
Yes, sir. I called them.
Tell them about the traffic problems?
¿Le dijo de los problemas de tránsito?
No recuerdo si hablé con ella porque no tienen diferente tiempo y nunca los encontraba en el hotel.
I don't remember if I spoke to her because they have different times and I wouldn't find them at the hotel.
Did they call you back?
¿Ellos le llamaron de regreso?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You mentioned a close friend named Alma, correct?
Usted mencionó una amistad cercana con el nombre de Alma, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Is that Alma Guerrero?
¿Eso es Alma Guerrero?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, you do know Alma Guerrero, don't you?
Bueno, usted sí conoce a Alma Guerrero, ¿no es
No
así?
conozco a Alma Guerrero, yo, señor.
I do not know Alma Guerrero, sir.
Well, do you know a woman named Alma
Bueno, ¿conoce usted a una mujer cuyo nombre es Alma?
who works for a family on Rockingham?
Que trabaja con una familia sobre la Rockingham?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a document. I'm going to show you the address.
Le voy a mostrar un documento, le voy a mostrar la
I'm going to ask you
dirección.
to look at the address,
Le voy a pedir que vea la dirección.
if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yo la busco, no se preocupe.
I'll look for it, don't worry about it.
May I point it out to you, ma'am?
Es over here, señor.
Yes.
30
Okay, just keep it to
Okay.
yourself.
En silencio.
Okay.
All right. Is that the address where Alma works?
¿Ese es el domicilio de donde trabaja Alma?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And she is a housekeeper and a nanny, is that correct?
Y ella es una empleada doméstica y es niñera, ¿es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And she's someone that you speak to or used to speak to
Y ella es
almost on a
alguien
daily basis,
con
correct?
quien usted habla o con quien solía hablar casi diariamente, ¿correcto?
No todos los días, pero salíamos a caminar el baby.
Not every day, but we would go out to walk the baby.
Okay. And you would do that often, correct?
Y hacía eso con frecuencia, ¿correcto?
Cuando yo tenía tiempo.
When I had time.
Okay. And you would meet her in front of the Salinger's house?
Y se encontraba con ella frente a la casa de los señores Salinger.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you would talk about the Simpson family?
Y hablaban con respecto a la familia Simpson.
No, porque yo no sé la vida de Mr. Simpson, señor.
No, because I don't know Mr. Simpson's life, sir.
Well, you would talk about the murders and how tragic it all was, correct?
Bueno, hablaban con respecto a los asesinatos y lo trágico que todo esto era, ¿correcto?
Ella tenía que saberlo, si ella vive también.
She must have known it. She lives there too.
Well, But you and she talked about it on occasion, didn't you?
Muy bien, pero usted y ella hablaban con respecto a eso ocasionalmente, ¿correcto?
No, hablamos de otras cosas, de la vida de nosotras.
No, we would talk about other things, about our own lives.
Okay. So you were living next door to Mr. Simpson's estate,
Así es que usted vivía,
but you
al
never
lado
talked
de
about
la
the
residencia
murders
del
with
señor
your best
Simpson.
friend Alma.
Pero usted nunca habló con
Sustained. No, assumes facts are not in evidence.
She said she was her best friend.
No, she said that's what she said.
No.
Okay. Is the Alma that works at 535?
I'm sorry, counsel?
See, you mentioned all over the world now.
All over the world knows now.
It's so bad.
Bad. Okay. That's the Alma that works there is your best friend, correct?
La alma que trabaja ahí es su mejor amiga.
Somos
¿correcto?
amigas, señor.
We are friends, sir.
Okay. You've known her almost 5 years, correct?
Ya son casi 5 años de que usted la conoce.
No,
¿Correcto?
señor.
No, sir.
How long have you known her?
¿Por cuánto tiempo la ha conocido?
Como unos 2 años y medio, por ahí.
About 2.5 years. Around there.
Okay. Well, during the many conversations you had with her,
Bueno, durante las numerosas conversaciones que usted ha tenido con ella,
you never mentioned anything about seeing the Bronco.
usted nunca mencionó nada
The
con
night of the
respecto a haber visto el Bronco la noche de los asesinatos.
Correct?
¿Correcto?
No me recuerdo haberle dicho nada, señor.
I don't remember having told her anything, sir.
All right, Mr. Darden, I have to stop because of the videotape is running out at this point. We need to change tapes.
Okay. I would ask that Mr. Cochran not discuss the information I just gave the witness with the witness, Your Honor, during the break.
Ask her lawyer.
It's up to her lawyer.
Okay. Well, I'd ask that Mr. Cochran not give the information I just gave to him, to her lawyer.
No problem. Talk to her lawyer.
All right. All right, we'll stand in recess for 15. Comment?
Yes, Your Honor, I wanted to, while the cameras were going, to straighten out something for the record, the court pleases. At one of the sidebars, Mr. Darden said that some local channel or some, Mr. Darden and Ms. Clark said something about some television station was reporting that I was signaling the witness. That is absolutely ludicrous, and I think it's actionable. What happened, and we went back, and my client, in fact, Mr. Simpson, reminded me, and I talked to the court reporter. When Mr. Darden asked Ms. Lopez a question about what we had talked about, and she said she was told to tell the truth, Mr. Darden started to he made a sound that was kind of like a laugh or some kind of a sound. I asked Your Honor to strike that from the record, if Your Honor recalls. I then looked at Chris, as I oftentimes do, and I asked her to strike that from the record. And I went like this, get that from the record or whatever. She was trying to tell me that she couldn't get a laugh or a smile or a grin down. And I wanted to make that clear for the record, that I will hold anyone actionable who would make any such a statement like that. I would never, ever do anything like that, and I very much resent it. And I would like, Your Honor, to hear from Chris with regard to the fact she sat there and watched me do that. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, it is.
So I'm just furious that people would be so desperate, Your Honor, for a story. I've never looked at that witness. I wasn't paying attention to the witness. I was talking to the court reporter. From my seat here, I can barely see up there. And I was talking to her about striking that from the record. So I hope the record is clear in that regard, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor.
All right, record should reflect that Rosa Lopez has again resumed the witness stand. Good afternoon again, Ms. Lopez. Hopefully this will be the end of it. I'm sorry.
For the conditional exam, even if that also, Mr. Darden did approach the witness stand. The conditional exam, would that be on the same tape?
I assume it's all on the same tape, and I assume we have a backup tape from Court TV.
No, he approached the bench and asked some questions of the witness, and so I want to make sure that we had equal time with regard to that. But I didn't have my microphone on that time, so I was just inquiring the court and of Chris, the court examiner.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, before the end of the day, can we make sure that...
Do you want to secure the tape of that particular passage?
No. What I would like to do is to make sure that my response goes on that tape, because later on, you're going to have to be faced with editing that and making a judgment on that. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right, I'm not as concerned about that because we do still have the verbatim court reporter's transcript.
what I was going to say, if the court wants me to, I'll go up by the witness and make the same kind of gestures that he did when he was at Ms. Lopez, is what I'm saying.
Well, we'll get to that when we get to redirect. All right, thank you for your comments, Mr.
Thank you.
Carter. All right, good afternoon again, Ms. Lopez. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Tarde, señor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Subtle, huh?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Is there still a problem with the telestrator? There's a problem with the telestrator and with copying. And we haven't even gotten to the photographs we want to talk about, so just so you know.
He was indicating there's still a problem with the telestrator and the printer at this point, but we're going to proceed in its absence in any way.
Okay.
All right, proceed.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, you told us that you consider the information that you had
Usted nos dijo que usted consideraba la información que usted tenía
as somehow posing a danger.
que en alguna forma presentaba un peligro.
Peligro, pero es una información que creo que no se le puede dar a cualquier persona, o sea, cualquier
Danger,
persona
well,
que no
this is
sepa.
the kind of information that you can't give to just anybody that doesn't know it.
Okay. All right, so you didn't give it to the police?
O sea, usted se la dio a la policía.
Okay. You know, I'm going to object to...
Overruled. Counsel, let me make this real clear. Objections are objection, and then I'll ask you to state the legal grounds. Mr. Durden.
Okay. You didn't give this information to the police,
Usted
correct?
no le dio esta información a la policía, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
Did you give it to the police?
¿Usted se la dio a la policía?
No.
No.
Okay. Did you give the information to the Salingers? That is prior to January 15, 1995?
¿Usted le dio esta información a los Salinger? Eso quiere decir antes del 15 de enero de 1995?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't give it to Alma Guerrero, right?
Usted no se la dio a Alma Guerrero, ¿correcto?
Yo no creo que... Ah, no me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Prior to the break, you told us that you did not tell your friend Alma about having seen the Bronco, correct?
Overruled.
Can I have the question read back, please?
Prior to the break, you told us you did not tell your friend Alma about having seen the Bronco, correct?
No me acuerdo yo, señor.
I'm sorry, what did she say?
She doesn't remember.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You don't remember telling Alma, or you don't remember telling us?
¿Usted no recuerda habérselo dicho a Alma o no recuerda habernoslo dicho a nosotros?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember your testimony from 15 or 20 minutes ago?
¿Usted no recuerda su propio testimonio de hace 15, 20 minutos?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Can't remember it?
¿Usted no lo puede recordar?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Can you remember your testimony from this morning?
¿Usted puede recordar su propio testimonio de esta mañana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also have a friend named Sylvianne Walker, correct?
The
You
last
have a
name?
friend named Sylvianne Walker?
Usted también tiene una amiga que se llama Sylvia Ann Walker, ¿verdad?
Ella no es mi amiga, señora, ella fue mi patrona porque es muy rica para que sea mi amiga.
She's not my friend, sir. She's my boss. She is too rich to be my friend.
Okay. She is someone you used to work for, correct?
Ella es una persona para la que usted trabajaba antes, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You worked for her prior to your working for the Salingers, correct?
Y usted trabajó para ella antes de haber trabajado para los Salinger, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you've been working for the Salingers for 3 years, correct?
Y usted ha estado trabajando para los Salinger por 3 años, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
But you do speak to Miss Walker on occasion, correct?
Pero usted habla con la señora Walker ocasionalmente, ¿verdad?
De vez en cuando, señor.
Once in a while, sir.
You also know Miss Walker's husband, correct?
Usted también conoce al esposo de la señora Walker, ¿verdad?
Oh, sí, señor.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And you like him a lot, correct?
Y él le cae muy bien a usted, ¿verdad?
Todas las personas buenas caen bien, señor.
All good people, I think all good people are nice, sir.
Okay. And you usually cook him a birthday dinner every year, correct?
Usted generalmente le cocina a él una cena de cumpleaños todos los años, ¿verdad?
Cuando me necesitan, sí, señor.
When they need me, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall calling Miss Walker in August 1994?
¿Usted recuerda haber llamado a la señora Walker en agosto de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you and Miss Walker discussed the murders, correct?
Y usted y la señora Walker hablaron de los asesinatos, ¿verdad?
No recuerdo que hayamos hablado de asesinato, señor. Hablamos de la cena que le iba a hacer al señor.
I don't remember that we discussed about any murders, sir. I do remember about the dinner that we were going to cook for the gentleman.
Are you saying you don't remember because you don't remember? Or are you saying...
It's a vague question. We could rephrase it.
You know, so there are about 50 questions that I've asked you now that you don't remember.
Overruled.
Hay ahora como 50 preguntas que le he hecho que de las cuales usted no sabe la respuesta.
That you don't remember the answer to, or the event, or the time, or the
Usted no
occasion.
recuerda la ocasión o la hora.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. It's actually compound and complex because it calls for many several different answers. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Ms. Lopez, during the conversation you had with Ms. Walker,
Señora López, durante esa conversación que usted tuvo con la señora Walker,
did you tell her that you had information regarding the location of the Bronco the night of the murders?
¿usted le dijo a ella que usted tenía información tocante al lugar del Bronco en la noche de los asesinatos?
No me recuerdo habérselo dicho, señor.
I don't remember having said that to her, sir.
Did someone tell you that if you say that you don't remember something, that it'll make it easier for you?
¿Alguien le ha dicho a usted que si usted dice que no se recuerda algo, que le va a salir todo más fácil a usted?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't tell Alma that you saw the Bronco.
Usted no le dijo a Alma que usted vio el
Did
Bronco,
you?
¿verdad?
No recuerdo haberle contado eso a ella.
What's the objection? Overruled.
You didn't tell Alma that you saw the Bronco that night, did you?
Usted no recuerda haberle dicho a Alma que usted había visto el Bronco esa noche, ¿verdad?
No me recuerdo, pregúntenle a ella si se lo dije, porque no me acuerdo.
I don't remember. Ask her if I told her, because I don't remember.
Okay, well, if I told you that she told us, but you never told her about it.
Overruled to 770 foundation.
If I told you that she told us.
Si yo le digo a usted que ella nos contó a nosotros.
Rephrase.
Are you aware that we spoke to Alma?
Usted sabe, usted tiene conocimiento.
Overruled. I think she understands who we're talking about.
¿Usted tiene conocimiento que hemos hablado con Alma?
No, señor, usted nunca me lo ha dicho.
No, sir, it's never been said to me.
Didn't you testify earlier that Alma told you that we had spoken to her
¿No dijo usted
some time ago?
I'm sorry?
Didn't you testify earlier that you knew that we had spoken to Alma before?
No es que
Sustained.
She did tell us that earlier.
Same. Sustained.
Okay. During the conversation you had with Ms. Walker,
Durante la conversación que usted tuvo con la señora Walker,
did you discuss the upcoming trial of O.J. Simpson?
¿usted habló del juicio pendiente de O.J. Simpson?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you discuss the possibility that you might testify?
¿Usted
In this
habló
case.
de la posibilidad que usted podía atestiguar?
No recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you discuss the possibility that you might testify in this case?
Usted habló de la posibilidad de que existía la posibilidad que usted iba a rendir testimonio en este caso.
Con ella no me recuerdo haberle dicho eso, señor.
I don't remember having said that to her, sir.
Does that mean that you did or that you didn't?
¿Eso quiere decir que usted lo hizo o no lo hizo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, who did you tell about the Bronco? That is, during the year 1994.
Pero
did you
¿a
tell
quién
anybody?
le dijo usted acerca del Bronco durante el año de 1994? ¿Usted le contó a alguien?
Se lo dije al señor que me fue, al investigador, señor.
I said this to the to the investigator, sir.
Mr. Bill?
¿El señor Mayo?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And is he the only person you told this to during 1994?
¿Él es la única persona a quien usted le dijo esto durante el año de 1994?
Después había otra persona, no me acuerdo su apellido.
Later on, there was another person, I don't remember the last name.
Does that person work for Mr. Johnny?
¿Esa persona trabaja para el señor Johnny?
No lo sé, señor.
I don't know that, sir.
Who does that person work for, if you know?
¿Para quién trabaja esa persona, si usted sabe?
Parece que para Mr. Shapiro, yo no sé.
It seems that it's for Mr. Shapiro. I don't know.
Other than that person and Mr. Bill, did you tell anybody else during 1994?
Además de esa persona y el señor Bill, ¿usted le contó a alguien más en el año de 1994?
No recuerdo si a quién más.
I don't remember who else, sir.
Well, did you tell someone else?
¿Usted le contó a alguien más?
Ya le dije que no me acuerdo, señor.
I already told you that I don't remember, sir.
During your conversation with Miss Walker,
Durante su conversación con la señora Walker,
isn't it true that you told her,
¿no es cierto que usted le dijo a ella,
quote, O.J. Simpson is a great guy,
repito al pie de la letra,
and I'll testify
no
to
es cierto que
anything,
el señor O.J. Simpson es
anytime?
una magnífica persona, yo voy a atestiguar a su favor en cualquier momento?
No me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
You're not denying having made that statement then.
Pero no está negando que usted dijo eso entonces.
Es que no me acuerdo si se lo dije, ¿no?
It's that I don't remember if I said that or not.
So you could have said that.
O sea, usted podría haber dicho eso.
No lo sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Ms. Lopez,
Señora López o señorita López.
you spoke to the investigators,
Usted habló con los
Mr.
investigadores,
Bill and the other man, during August,
con el
correct?
señor Bill y con el otro señor durante el mes de agosto, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to Ms. Walker during August, correct?
Usted habló con la señora Walker durante el mes de agosto, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, you spoke to Ms. Walker after you spoke to the investigators,
Y
correct?
usted habló con la señora Walker después de que usted habló con los investigadores, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And so when you spoke to Ms. Walker, you knew that you might be testifying in this case, correct?
Así que cuando usted habló con la señora Walker, usted sabía que existía la posibilidad que podía rendir testimonio en este caso, ¿verdad?
Y yo les había dicho a los investigadores que yo no quería venir a testiguar a corte, señor.
I had told the investigators that I didn't want to come and testify in court, sir.
Ms. Lopez, did you
Señora
tell
López.
Ms. Walker that you would testify to anything, anytime?
¿Usted le dijo a la señora Walker que usted iba a testiguar, a rendir testimonio sobre cualquier cosa en cualquier momento?
No me acuerdo haberlo dicho, señor.
I don't remember having said that to her.
Ms.
sir.
Lopez, this is supposed to be the murder case of the century.
Objection?
Sustain. No. I'm sustaining the objection.
There's something else I want to point out, word I be aware of.
All right. With the reporter, please. May continue.
Ms. Lopez, could you have told Ms. Walker
Señora López, usted podría haberle dicho a la señora Walker
that you will testify to anything, anytime in this case?
de que
Sustained. I think we've asked this question about this statement to Ms. Walker now about 8 different ways. So
Is
why
the
don't we
court
move on?
accepting the witness's response that she can't remember?
Well, counsel, that's a different issue under 770 and 1335. Or what is it, 1235?
Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
you've had many, many conversations with the lawyers and investigators in this case, correct?
usted ha tenido muchas conversaciones con los abogados y con los investigadores de este caso, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you've had a conversation with one of these lawyers,
Y
for Mr.
efectivamente,
Simpson,
usted tuvo una conversación con uno de los abogados del señor Simpson.
each and every day over the past 6 days, correct?
Todos y cada uno de los días por los últimos 6 días, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Mr. Simpson's office on Saturday for 7 hours, correct?
Usted fue a la...
Sustained.
Were you at Mr. Cochran's office from 2 to 9 p.m. last Saturday?
¿Usted estuvo en la oficina del señor Cochran de las 2 hasta las 9 de la noche el sábado?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How long were you there?
¿Por cuánto tiempo estuvo usted
No
ahí?
lo sé, señor.
I don't know that, sir.
Okay. But you were there several hours, correct?
Pero usted estuvo ahí varias horas, ¿verdad?
No, señor. Unas pocas horas, no sé cuántas.
No, sir. Just a few hours. I don't know how many.
When you say just a few hours, do you mean like 2 hours?
Cuando usted dice unas pocas horas, ¿se refiere a 2 horas?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How many hours?
¿Cuántas horas?
No sé cuántas estuvimos ahí, señor.
I don't know for how many we were there, sir.
You weren't paying attention to the clock?
¿Usted no se estaba fijando en el reloj?
No me importan las horas, señor.
I don't care about the hours, sir.
You're not very time conscious, correct?
Usted no tiene mucha conciencia o no le importa mucho el tiempo, entonces.
Sí me importa el tiempo que pierdo aquí.
Yes, I am conscious about the time that I waste here.
Well, let's stop wasting time.
Bueno, entonces, dejemos
Overruled.
de perder el
I
tiempo.
assume that's a preface to winding up cross-examination.
You don't know what time it was that you heard any of the voices that you say you heard, correct?
Usted no sabe qué horas eran cuando...
Sustained.
You don't know what time it was that you saw the Bronco.
Usted no
The
sabe
night
qué
of June
horas
12.
eran cuando usted... ¿A qué horas eran cuando usted vio al Bronco?
¿Le contesto, señor?
El día 12 de junio.
Señor, yo siempre he dicho que fue después de las 10.
Sir, I've always said that it was
Los minutos
after 10.
ustedes los sabrán acomodar, porque yo no solo sé
And
que
perhaps you accommodated the
vi
other
el reloj,
minutes.
eran las 10 de la noche,
But
herví mi agua,
because I saw the clock, it was
Puse
10
té.
o'clock, I boiled my water, I made my tea,
y que le quité el collar a la perra,
and I took the collar off the dog.
busqué el leash,
I looked for the leash,
se lo puse
I put it on her,
y está ahí para afuera, señor.
and I went outside, sir.
What clock are you referring to?
¿A qué reloj se refiere usted, señor?
Me referí al de la cocina, primero el de mi recámara y después el de la cocina, señor.
I referred to the one in the kitchen, the one in my bedroom, and then later the one in the kitchen.
Okay, so you looked at both of those clocks prior to going outside that night?
¿Y usted miró ambos de esos relojes antes de salir para afuera esa noche?
No puedo estar en mi cuarto, señor, y en la cocina al mismo tiempo.
I can't be in my bedroom, sir, and in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you look at the clock in your bedroom and then look at the clock in your kitchen?
¿Usted miró el reloj de su cuarto y después el reloj de su cocina?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
What time was it when you looked at the clock in your bedroom?
¿Y qué horas eran cuando usted miró el reloj de su cuarto?
Las 10 de la noche, señor.
10 in the evening, sir.
What time was it when you looked at the clock in the kitchen?
¿Y qué horas eran cuando usted miró el reloj de la cocina?
Póngale a las 10 y 30 segundos, señor. Póngale que es 2 segundos.
Say 10 and 30 seconds, 2 seconds.
And what time was it when you looked at your watch?
¿Y qué horas eran cuando usted miró?
Sustained.
Your Honor, never mind. In Spanish, there's only one word for reloj, whether it's a watch or a clock. So,
Were you wearing a wristwatch? How about that?
¿usted tenía un reloj de pulsera?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, when you went outside, you weren't wearing a watch.
Y cuando usted salió para afuera, usted no tenía puesto un reloj de pulsera.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did Sylvia Ann Walker ask you what you thought of the murder charges pending against Mr. Simpson?
Objection, hearsay. Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's a question, Your Honor.
You can answer.
La señora Walker le preguntó qué pensaba usted acerca de los cargos de asesinato contra el señor Roger Simpson.
A mí no me puede preguntar la señora porque ella es más inteligente que yo.
She couldn't have asked me that because she's more intelligent than I am.
Well, didn't Miss Walker ask you, well, what do you think?
No es que la señora Walker le preguntó, bueno, ¿qué piensa usted?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, relevant.
Overruled.
Didn't she ask you, what do you think that is about the murder charges?
No, señor.
Ella le preguntó que qué pensaba usted acerca de los cargos de asesinato. No, sir.
Didn't she ask you if you thought that Mr. Simpson committed the murders?
No es que ella le preguntó a usted que si usted pensaba
Overruled.
que el señor Simpson había cometido los asesinatos. Puede contestar.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And isn't it true that you responded, oh no, senora, he had somebody do it for him?
Y no es cierto que usted respondió, oh no, señora, él hizo que alguien más lo hiciera.
No, señor, no me acuerdo haber dicho a la señora eso.
No, sir, I don't remember having said that to the lady.
You last spoke to Miss Walker on January 6th of this year, correct?
La última vez que usted habló con la señora Walker era el 6 de enero de este mismo año, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you saw her here in court on Monday, correct?
Y usted la vio aquí en la sala del tribunal el lunes, ¿verdad?
No la vi, señor.
I did
Si no
see
la
her,
saludo
sir,
porque la
or I
aprecio
would have
mucho.
said hi to her because I like her very much.
So
I
you
respect her very much.
So you're saying you didn't see Miss Walker?
O sea, usted está diciendo que usted no vio a la señora Walker.
No, señor, no la vi aquí.
No, sir, I did not see her here.
And do you like her and respect her because you believe her to be an honest person?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Character.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
I know Miss Walker approximately 12 years, correct?
Usted tiene aproximadamente como 12 años de conocer a la señora Walker, ¿verdad?
Correct?
¿Verdad?
La conozco desde 1900, a mediados de 1981, señor, o 82.
I've known
Empecé a
her,
trabajar con ella en el 82.
I've known her since halfway 1981, 82. I started working for her in 1982.
And has she always been kind to you?
Yes.
Don't we just want to ask if there's some reason why this might be, why those statements might have been said?
I like my way better, you know.
All right.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you think of any reason why Miss Walker might lie and say that you told her that you will testify to anything, anytime in this case?
¿Puede pensar en alguna razón por la cual la señora Walker dijo que mintió cuando usted le dijo que usted iba a testiguar en cualquier momento, a cualquier hora?
Es que yo no me recuerdo habérselo dicho a ella, señor.
Well, it's that I don't remember having said that to her, sir.
Okay. So it could be that perhaps you did make that statement, correct?
O sea,
Overruled.
es posible que ella se inventó esto, entonces.
No lo creo, señor.
I don't think so, sir.
Do you know that you didn't make that statement?
I'm sorry?
Do you-
Sustained.
I asked you the other day if you had ever spoken to anyone from the Inquirer.
Le pregunté el otro día que si usted había hablado con alguien del Inquirer.
Do you recall me asking you that question?
¿Usted recuerda que yo le hice esa pregunta?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you understand the question when I asked it then?
¿Usted entendió la pregunta cuando se la hice en ese entonces?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever
¿Alguna vez usted ha...
Have one moment, Your Honor. Let's go back and talk about Michelle for a moment.
Vamos a volver a hablar de Michelle por un momento.
Okay, that is Michelle Abduram, correct?
Ese es Michelle Abdul, ¿verdad?
Yo no le sé su apellido, solo la conozco por Michelle.
I don't know her last name. I just know her by Michelle.
And she used to be the maid over at Mr. Simpson's home, correct?
Y antes era ella la muchacha en la casa del señor Simpson, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she got fired, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Basis.
Calls for speculation.
Okay.
If she knows.
Okay. Are you aware that Michelle got fired from Mr. Simpson's home?
Speculation, Your Honor.
Are you?
¿Usted sabe si la despidieron de la casa del señor Simpson?
Que yo sepa, no.
No, that I
yo
know.
no sé.
I don't know.
Well,
Yo no le pregunté eso a ella.
I don't ask those things to her.
well, you do know that Nicole slapped Michelle
Bueno, pero
one day,
usted
correct?
sí sabe que Nicole le dio una cachetada en la cara a Michelle una vez.
Porque ella me lo dijo.
Because she told me that.
And Michelle was very upset when she told you that, correct?
Y Michelle estaba muy alterada cuando ella le contó eso a usted, ¿verdad?
Estaba muy triste.
She was very sad.
And she told you that she hated Michelle, or rather that she hated Nicole, correct?
It's not started off materialism.
Oh.
Y ella le dijo que ella odiaba a Nicole, ¿verdad?
No me dijo que la odiaba.
She didn't tell me she hated her.
Pardon me? What was the
Perdón?
answer?
No me dijo que la odiaba.
She didn't tell me that she hated her.
Well, she was crying when she told you that she had been slapped, correct?
Pero ella estaba llorando cuando ella le dijo a usted que le habían dado una cachetada en la cara, ¿verdad?
Cualquiera llora, señor.
Anyone would cry, sir.
Or was she crying?
Pero estaba llorando ella.
Sí, señor, mucho.
Yes, sir, a lot.
And were you upset that Nicole had slapped Michelle?
¿Y usted estaba alterada porque Nicole le había dado una cachetada en la cara a Michelle?
No, nomás la traté de consolarla.
No, I just try to console her.
Well, isn't it true that you didn't like Nicole?
¿No es cierto que a usted no le caía bien Nicole?
Yo una vez la vi en Nicole, no puedo decir que no la quiero.
I only saw Nicole once. I can't say that I don't like her.
Well, didn't you tell someone that you did not like her because she slapped Michelle?
Sustain.
Did you ever tell anyone that you disliked Nicole because Nicole had slapped Michelle?
Overruled.
¿Es que usted alguna vez le dijo a alguien que a usted no le gustaba Nicole porque ella le había dado una cachetada a Michelle?
Es verdad.
It's true.
A nadie le gusta que le peguen, señor.
Nobody likes to get slapped, sir.
And so you were angry at Nicole for having slapped Michelle, correct?
O sea, usted estaba enojada con Nicole por haberle pegado a Michelle, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
No me pegó a mí.
She didn't hit me.
Y no, yo le doy para atrás a ella yo.
Because if I would have hit her back.
Did you ever tell anyone that you hated Nicole?
Overruled.
¿En algún momento usted le contó a alguien que usted odiaba a Nicole?
No le dije que la odiaba, le dije que no la quería.
I didn't say that I hated her. I said that I didn't like her.
Why is it that you do not like her?
Porque le
Y
pegó a
por
Michelle.
eso, because she hit Michelle.
She didn't hit you, correct?
Ella no le pegó a usted, ¿verdad?
Pero es mi amiga y somos housekeepers y ganamos el dinero con el sudor de la frente las dos.
Yeah, but we are friends. We are both housekeepers, and we earn our living with the sweat of our brow.
And so for Nicole to strike Michelle is a form of disrespect to you too, isn't it?
O sea, el hecho de que Nicole le haya pegado a Michelle es también una forma de falta de respeto hacia usted también.
Claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Okay. And you are offended that a homeowner would slap their maid, correct?
Y usted está ofendida que una patrona le pegara a su muchacha, ¿verdad?
No ofendida, pero no me gustaba.
Not offended, but I didn't like it.
And you already told us that you didn't tell.
Ya no
Strike
dijo.
that. Wait, strike that. Even though you didn't tell any of the uniformed officers in front of Rockingham,
Aunque usted no les haya dicho esto a ninguno de los oficiales uniformados de Rockingham,
about your having seen the Bronco,
acerca de que usted había visto el Bronco,
okay, you did tell Michelle, correct?
usted sí le dijo eso a Michelle, ¿verdad? Puede contestar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you told Michelle before you told the Salingers,
¿Y usted le contó a Michelle antes de haberle contado a los Salinger, a los señores Salinger?
correct?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you told Michelle before you told Sylvianne Walker.
¿Y
or
usted
your
le
best
dijo a
friend
Michelle
Alma?
antes de contarle a Sylvianne Walker?
Sustained.
What was the last name?
Walker.
I've sustained the objection on the grounds of compound.
And you consider the information that you had to be very dangerous, right?
Y usted considera que la información que usted tenía era bastante peligrosa, ¿verdad?
Claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Did you think you were putting Michelle in danger when you told her what you knew about the Bronco?
¿Usted pensó que estaba poniendo en peligro a Michelle cuando usted le dijo a ella lo que usted sabía acerca del Bronco?
Es que no lo hablamos en la forma que usted me lo pregunta, señor.
Is that we didn't discuss it in the same way that you're asking me this, sir.
Well, did you tell Michelle that you'd seen the Bronco?
Bueno, ¿usted le contó a Michelle que usted había visto el Bronco?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did Michelle tell you what time it was that you saw the Bronco?
Y Michelle, I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Did
question?
Michelle tell you what time it was that you saw the Bronco?
Michelle le dijo a usted qué horas eran cuando usted vio el Bronco?
No me acuerdo si se lo dije, señor.
I don't remember if I said that to her, sir.
Okay. Well, did she say it to you?
Pero ella se lo dijo a usted.
No.
No.
But you and she discussed everything you knew
Pero usted y ella hablaron
about
todo
the
lo
Bronco,
de todo lo que usted sabía acerca del Bronco,
correct?
¿verdad?
Unas poquitas palabras.
A few words.
Señor juez, yo quisiera
Your
agüita.
Honor,
Yo quisiera agüita.
I would like some more water.
Yes, Mr. Robertson.
Please.
Please.
Were you given a business card from someone who claimed to be with the Inquirer?
Alguien le dio una tarjeta a usted que decía que era de una tarjeta de negocios que le decía a usted que eran del Enquirer.
Me dieron muchas tarjetas, señor.
They gave me many cards, sir.
Well, were you given a business card from Michael Duffy?
Michael Duffy le dio a usted una tarjeta de negocios.
Yo no sé, señor, el nombre del hombre porque no me acuerdo.
I don't know, sir, the name of that man because I don't remember.
How about Michael Glenn?
¿Y Michael Glenn?
No sé, señor, no me acuerdo los nombres. Me dieron muchos
I don't know
nombres.
that, sir. I don't remember the names. They gave me many with many names.
How about Brad Weisberg?
I'm checking these names these are names of, I don't know who these names are. It's relevant for the objection.
Oh, well.
How about Brad Weisberg?
¿Y de Brad Weisberg?
Yes.
Señor, no me acuerdo porque tenía que estar apuntando tanto reporteros que llegaron. Si llegaron cientos de reporteros de todo el mundo.
Sir, I
no
don't
puedo
remember
acordarme.
because I would have had to been written down hundreds of the names of reporters because reporters came from all over the world.
Well, did you speak to all of those reporters that came
Bueno,
from all over the world?
¿Usted habló
Oh, well.
con todos estos reporteros que supuestamente vinieron de todo el mundo?
Con los que llegaron a la casa, pues tenía que decirles que no, ¿qué voy a hacer, pues?
Well, with the ones that came over to the house, I had to say something. What am I going to do then?
You could say no comment.
Usted podría decir no.
Not a question. Not a question.
So you did talk.
Good night, Chrissy. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Oh yeah, the phones drain batteries. Yeah, it sucks when it happens. Now we'll continue.
Several reporters, incorrect?
O sea, usted sí ha hablado con varios reporteros, ¿verdad?
Siempre decían no comentarios.
Yes, but I said no comment.
You just saw the video footage we played for you on the monitor, right?
Usted acaba de ver el metraje del video que acabamos de ponerle a usted, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say no comment then, did you?
Y usted no dijo. Y usted no dijo que no tenía ningún comentario esa vez, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall an occasion when you were standing in front of the house
¿Usted recuerda una vez que usted está parada al frente de la casa
with your friend Alma
con su amiga Alma?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
and a man came up and gave both of you a business card?
Y un hombre se les acercó y les dio a las dos ustedes una tarjeta de negocios?
Yo no sé si a ella le dieron, sí, a mí me dieron muchas, como le he dicho muchas
I don't know if
veces.
they gave her one, sir. I know that I told you they gave me many of them.
Do you recall an occasion when you were standing in front of the house when a man came up and gave both you and Alma a business card?
¿Usted recuerda una vez que estaba parada enfrente de la casa y un señor se acercó y les dio a las dos ustedes, a usted y a Alma, una tarjeta de negocios?
No, no me acuerdo, señor.
No, I don't remember, sir.
Do you recall an occasion when you and Alma were standing in front of the house
¿Usted recuerda una vez que usted y Alma estaban paradas enfrente de la casa
and a woman approached the two of you and gave you both a business card?
y una mujer se le acercó a ustedes y les dio a cada una de ustedes una tarjeta de negocios?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you call the Enquirer, the National Enquirer?
¿Usted llamó al Enquirer, el National Enquirer?
Que yo me acuerde, no, señor.
Not that I remember, sir.
Did you call the Star?
¿Usted llamó the Star?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you call the Globe?
¿Usted llamó the Globe?
No sé de esa revista, nunca la he visto, señor.
I don't know about that magazine, sir. I've never seen it.
But you have seen the National Enquirer, correct?
Pero usted sí ha visto al National Enquirer, ¿verdad?
Yo no compro esos periódicos, compro mi opinión, señor.
I don't buy those newspapers, sir. I buy La Opinión.
But you have seen the National Enquirer, correct?
Pero,
She said she doesn't buy it. I asked her if she's seen it.
Correct. You can clarify. Overruled.
You've seen the National Enquirer in the stores, right?
pero usted sí ha visto la revista El National Enquirer en las tiendas, ¿verdad?
No sé, nunca la he visto. No sé qué
I don't
color
know.
tendrá.
I have never seen it. I don't know what color it could be. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Bueno,
did you ever discuss selling your story
¿en alguna vez usted tuvo alguna plática acerca de vender su historia?
to a reporter from the National Enquirer?
A un reportero del National Enquirer? The answer was never.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Never.
Never, señor.
Nunca. Never, sir.
You never discussed receiving $5,000 from the National Enquirer or the
Ya no
Star?
estuviera aquí,
Usted
señor.
nunca habló de haber recibido $5,000 de National Enquirer. I wouldn't be here. I'm sorry, I can't hear the I wouldn't be here anymore, sir.
Con $5,000 ya no estuviera aquí, señor.
With $5,000, I would no longer be here, sir.
Well, what if you were given $5,000 to stay here?
Pero, ¿y qué si le hubieran dado a usted los $5,000 para permanecer acá?
No estoy aquí, señor. Me voy, señor, y me pierden todo. A ver a dónde.
I'm not here, sir. I leave and I get lost. God knows,
Ms. Lopez,
who knows where.
Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
isn't it true that you told Sylvia Guerrero
¿no es cierto que usted le dijo a Silvia Guerrero
that you were going to be paid to testify in this case?
¿Que a usted le iban a pagar para rendir testimonio en este caso?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And isn't it true that you told Sylvia Guerrero
¿No es cierto que usted le dijo a Silvia Guerrero
that if she would say that she saw the Bronco,
de que si ella decía de que ella había visto el Bronco,
that she could also get paid $5,000?
de que a ella también le podían pagar $5,000?
No me acuerdo haberle dicho eso, señor.
I don't remember having said that, sir.
So you could have told her that.
O sea, usted podría haberle dicho eso.
No me
a ella.
acuerdo haberle dicho, señor.
I don't remember having said it, sir.
Did you tell her that?
¿Usted le dijo eso a ella?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you tell her that?
¿Usted le dijo eso a ella?
Yo no me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember,
Your
sir.
Honor, Your Honor, you instruct the witness to answer the question directly. I mean, at this,
She's indicated she doesn't remember having said something like that. Under 1235 and 770 in the case law that deals with this, you can make the appropriate motion if you have prior inconsistent statements. And it's up to the court to determine whether or not the court believes that answer.
what we're
Usted,
out here is someone bribing a witness, correct?
usted sabe que estamos acá, lo que estamos hablando acá es que le están ofreciendo una mordida a alguien.
Sí.
Yes.
That's a serious matter,
Y
correct?
eso es una cosa muy seria, ¿verdad?
Claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Have you ever been a witness in any other case?
¿Usted ha sido testigo en algún otro caso? ¿Ha servido de testigo en algún otro caso?
No, señor.
No,
Mi
sir.
primera vez y es la última.
And perhaps it'll be the last time.
And so if someone offered you $5,000, that's not the type of thing you would forget, is it?
O sea, si alguien le ofrece a usted $5,000, no es una cosa que usted va a olvidar, ¿verdad?
Yo creo que no se olvida, señor.
I don't think that you can forget that, sir.
And if someone offered you $5,000 to testify falsely, you wouldn't forget that either, would you?
Y si alguien le ofreciera a usted $5,000 para rendir testimonio falso, usted no olvidaría eso tampoco, ¿verdad?
Claro que no.
Of course not.
And if you told someone that you've been offered money to testify,
Y si usted le diría a alguien que le han ofrecido dinero para rendir testimonio,
you'd remember that, wouldn't you?
usted también recordaría eso, ¿verdad?
Claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Did you tell Sylvia that you were going to be paid $5,000 to testify in this case?
¿Usted le dijo a Silvia que a usted le iban a pagar $5,000 para rendir testimonio en este caso?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Oh, so now you remember.
O sea, ahora usted se recuerda.
That's the same question.
All right, hold on. Hold on. All right, objection overruled. Proceed.
So now you're saying that you didn't tell Sylvia that you were...
Yes, sustained. Let me see counsel without the report.
Dijo que usted fue entrevistado 2 veces por el señor Bill, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And the second interview took place at Mr. Simpson's office, correct?
Y la segunda entrevista se llevó a cabo en la oficina del señor Simpson. ¿Así es?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Bill present at that second interview?
¿Y el señor Bill estuvo presente en esa segunda entrevista?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you drive yourself to the second interview?
¿Usted se fue en carro o se dirigió en el carro usted sola a la oficina del señor Simpson? ¿A la segunda entrevista?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And someone went with you, correct?
Y alguien fue con usted, ¿verdad?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did Sylvia go with you?
¿Silvia fue con usted?
No me acuerdo si ella fue conmigo, señor.
I don't remember if she went with me, sir.
Did you ever take Sylvia over to Mr. Simpson's office with you?
¿Alguna vez usted llevó a Silvia a la oficina del señor Simpson con
No
usted?
me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you ever go to Mr. Simpson's office with Sylvia?
¿Alguna vez usted fue a la oficina del señor Simpson con Silvia?
No recuerdo si la llevé o no la llevé, señor.
I don't remember if I took her with me or not, sir.
But you told Sylvia that you were going to Mr. Simpson's office,
Pero
correct?
usted le dijo a Silvia que usted iba para la oficina del señor Simpson, ¿verdad?
No me acuerdo si le hablé, señor, o le dije, no sé.
I don't remember if I talked to her, if I told her, I don't know.
Did you tell Sylvia that the lawyers would give her $5,000 if she testified?
¿Usted le dijo a Silvia
We'll get there.
que los abogados le iban a pagar $5,000 si usted atestiguaba?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You never told her anything like that.
¿Usted nunca le dijo a ella una cosa así?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How long have you known Sylvia?
¿Cuánto tiempo tiene usted de conocer a Silvia?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You've known her a couple of years, correct?
Pero usted tiene un par de años de conocerla, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you and she are friends, correct?
Y usted y ella son amigas, ¿verdad?
Pues creo que éramos.
Well, I think we used to be.
And she never did anything wrong to you before, correct?
Y ella nunca le había hecho algo malo a usted antes, ¿verdad?
No, ni yo tampoco.
No, and I didn't either.
Can you think of any reason why Sylvia might say that you told her she can make $5,000 by testifying?
¿Usted piensa en alguna razón por la cual Silvia dijo que usted le había dicho que le iban a pagar $5,000 si rendía testimonio?
Unless it was true.
A no ser que fuera cierto eso.
No, señor, no me dijo, no, nunca le dije.
No, sir, she didn't tell me. I never told her.
You told us earlier that you didn't know the age of the dog.
I'm sorry, madam.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're having a conflict.
Yep.
Anyway.
Mr. Dark.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you testified this morning,
Cuando usted rindió testimonio esta mañana,
you told us that you did not tell Mr. Bill anything about Sylvia
usted nos dijo que no le había dicho nada al señor Bill, nada de Silvia,
during your first interview, correct?
durante su primera entrevista, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you told us that you only had 2 interviews with him?
Y usted nos dijo que solamente había tenido 2 entrevistas con
Es lo
él.
que me recuerdo, señor.
That's what I remember, sir.
Okay. Could you have had 3 interviews with Mr. Pavlik?
Podría haber tenido 3 entrevistas.
Tal vez, señor.
Maybe, sir.
Usted me dijo 5 veces o 6 veces.
You said that to me 5 times or 6 times.
Okay, so you recall my asking you that 5 or 6 times, do you?
¿Usted recuerda que yo le pregunté a usted eso 5 o 6 veces?
Ahí me dijo.
There you told me.
Okay. By the way, what is your true and correct name?
A propósito, ¿cuál es su nombre correcto y verdadero?
¿Para qué lo quiere mi nombre
Why
verdadero?
do you want my true name?
This is a court of law,
Este es un tribunal de ley.
Yo sé.
I know.
and I'm a lawyer,
Yo soy un abogado.
Ok.
Okay.
and I'm asking the questions.
Y yo estoy haciendo las preguntas.
Rosa María López.
Rosa María López.
Have you ever gone by the name of Maria Reyes?
¿Alguna vez ha usado el nombre de María Reyes?
Estoy en mi partida de nacimiento así, pero aquí me dicen que son dos apellidos.
I am that way in my birth certificate, but they tell me here that those would be two last names.
All right, so you're also known as Maria Reyes then?
O sea, usted también se le conoce como María Reyes. Entonces.
Sí, señor, yo ya lo dije.
Yes, sir, I've already said so.
Okay. Are you known by any other name?
¿A usted se le conoce por algún otro nombre?
De que yo sepa, no.
Not that I know.
How about Martinez?
Y- Martínez?
Martínez por mi padre.
Martínez because of my father.
Okay, and Lopez because of what?
¿Y López por qué razón?
Por mi madre.
For my mother.
Okay, and Reyes because of what?
¿Y Reyes por qué razón?
Porque ese es el nombre, señor.
Because that's the name, sir.
Did you pick that name, Maria Reyes?
¿Usted escogió o seleccionó ese nombre, María Reyes?
Señor, ¿cómo lo voy a seleccionar si cuando nací yo no podía hablar?
Sir, how could I choose that name if when I was born I couldn't talk?
Did you choose Martinez and Lopez?
¿Usted escogió o seleccionó Martínez o López? ¿Y López?
Tenía que preguntarle a mi papá.
I would have to ask my father.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about this. I know you were a child when you were born, but
Deje que le pregunte esto. Yo sé que usted
what was your
fue
birthday?
tiernita cuando nació, pero ¿cuándo es su cumpleaños?
El 6 de enero, señor.
January the 6th, sir.
What year were you born?
¿En qué año nació usted?
Ay, tendría que decirle mi edad a todo el mundo,
Do I
señor. No
have
me
to
gustaría
tell the
decirle mi
whole
edad.
world my age? I
Todas
wouldn't
las
like
mujeres
that.
mentimos la edad porque no nos gusta saber
All
que
of us
sepan la edad.
women lie about our age because we don't like to admit it.
What year were you born?
I'm sorry, ¿en qué año nació usted?
Have her write it out.
Excuse me, Your Honor, conference.
Or you can ask her if it's the same as on the application, the unemployment application. Ask her if it's the same year as on the unemployment application, the DOB.
Your Honor, the interpreters have a comment, and it has to do with the clarity of a translation.
Yes. What's the comment?
It's our consensus that the name Reyes could be some sort of a holy name because on January the 6th is the day of the three wise men. And sometimes, and Reyes means king or kings. And sometimes it is a Spanish custom to name, a tradition to name people after their patron saint of sorts.
All right. We'll take that up on cross or
But
redirect.
not necessarily a last name.
All right. Mr. Darden?
Let me show you the unemployment insurance application you filled
Dice
out.
que le voy a enseñar, a mostrar esta solicitud de desempleo que usted rellenó.
It's marked People's 87.
Es de la Fiscalía 87, el número de identificación.
Do you see the birth date indicated on that?
¿Usted ve la fecha de nacimiento
Form.
escrito ahí en ese documento, en esa solicitud?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that your true birth date?
Esa es su verdadera fecha de nacimiento.
Sí, señor, si quiero le enseñar mi partida de nacimiento, señor.
Yes, sir. And if you want to, I can show you my birth certificate, sir.
Why don't you show me your driver's license
¿Por qué no me
instead?
enseña su licencia de conducir primero?
Porque no la traigo, señora, conmigo.
Because I don't have it with me, sir.
Well, the birth date you wrote on that form
Bueno, la fecha de nacimiento que usted puso en esta solicitud
is different from the birth date on your driver's license,
es
correct?
diferente de la fecha de nacimiento que está en su licencia de conducir.
Es
¿verdad?
verdad, señor.
That is true, sir.
And so on different forms, on different occasions, you go by different names and different birth dates, correct?
Hold on. Let me see counsel at the sidebar with court reporter, please. recess to talk to you for a moment, Ms. Lopez. All right, we'll take a recess. Let me know
Thank
when you're
you.
done, Ms. Hamburger. On calendar for tomorrow, it appears to me that the conditional examination that we've been involved in for the past several hours is going to not conclude this evening, and I want to finish it if we have to go over till tomorrow morning as soon as possible. Counsel, what I propose to do is, if you will represent to me that your client, Marguerite Simpson Thomas, will be available upon 24 hours notice to counsel, and that you'll make her available, then I will take the matter for tomorrow off calendar.
I would appreciate that, Your Honor, and I would so represent.
All right. I'll accept that representation on behalf of the court. Is that agreeable to the people? Or is that agreeable to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So ordered.
For technical reasons, tomorrow, I guess the court will issue and hold the body
Yes.
touch.
Issue and hold a bench warrant. But I won't do that till tomorrow morning, but remind me to do that technically, and we'll waive Mr. Jones' appearance for that purpose. All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. As far as Ms. Rosa Lopez, she is again present before the court. And counsel, what's your pleasure as far as concluding the conditional examination? Ms. Clark?
Well, Your Honor, I understood that all counsel were interested in recessing for the evening at this time and resuming tomorrow morning. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor, and I've spoken to Mrs. Lopez, and she is agreeable to returning tomorrow morning at 8:45.
All right. Ms. Lopez, you're ordered to return here tomorrow morning at 8:45. Do you understand the order, ma'am?
Sí, señor, entiendo.
All right. You're excused until tomorrow morning at 8:45.
Con
Thank you,
mucho
counsel.
gusto, señor.
With pleasure.
All right. Thank you. All right. Mr. Shapiro, you wanted to make one comment for the record before we conclude? Witness bribery, that sort of thing? You indicated, I'm sorry, I thought you had indicated. Sure.
The court want to issue and hold a bench warrant today for Ms. Thompson. Mr. Jones is here.
Yes, all right. As far as the Marguerite Thompson matter, bench warrant be issued and held, what date are you asking for?
Thomas, I misspoke, and the court repeated my mistake.
Thomas, yes. What date are you asking for? April 3rd.
Yeah, Mr. Your Honor, make it March 31st.
March 31st? All right, Mr. Jones, do you have March 31st available on your calendar?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, issued and held till March 31st. Mr. Cochran.
Yes, thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Your Honor, received a letter from a Vincent C. Gilliam, a Ph.D., of which we also received one, and a number of other calls. And for the record, if the court would allow me to, I'd like to read a paragraph of that letter, and I'd ask the court for permission to get an interpretation from the interpreters.
You mean a comment?
A comment, yes, I'm sorry. This is from the letter. First, a point that may easily be lost to Americans is the difference in cultures between being manifested by Ms. Lopez's responses. Not only does she display a tendency to defer somewhat meekly to those in positions of authority, example, Mr. Darden, by saying, quote, "If you say so, sir," as one might suspect from someone from a humble background from El Salvador, and that but Spanish-speaking cultures are much more subtle than one such as the U.S. Thus, when Ms. Lopez says, "No," and then, "No, I don't remember having said that, sir," quote, with further prodding, it is not an equivocal response, nor is it prevaricating that she changed her response. It is simply that she comes from a more indirect and less confrontational type of culture. And more importantly, quote, "No, I don't remember having said that," end quote, does not mean possibly yes, as Mr. Darden was attempting to make it mean. We received a number of calls, and just before I came out, I was just talking to one of the interpreters about that, and at sidebar I mentioned to the other interpreter, and I'd asked the court if the court could obtain a comment from either one or both of the interpreters if they want to confer with regard to this, because I think in fairness to the witness, we need to at least establish what this means, because I doubt there may be testimony with regard to this at some point.
Well, I have to tell you, I don't find a letter faxed to the court to be substantial evidence, frankly. We don't know what this person's qualifications are. It's an issue if you want to pursue it later, you're entitled to do so. If you want to have Dr. Reinoff from UCLA or somebody from SC come in, talk to us about it, we can do that. But letters faxed to the court without any substantial background, I'm not willing to give much credence to it. It's an issue if you want to raise it later.
All right, I would, Your Honor, and perhaps raise it and redirect also.
All right.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else before we resume?
Briefly, Your Honor, for the record,
Yes.
I turned over to Mr. Darden today 2 videotapes which contain some footage that we may intend to use in the future. We wanted to give them the full opportunity to examine what it is we have in our possession.
All right, what's the subject of these 2 videotapes?
Crime scene footage, Your Honor.
All right.
May I inquire, Your Honor, are these 2 videotapes you intend to use with Detective Lane?
Not necessarily Lang, but perhaps with other witnesses, but perhaps with one as well. But not necessarily.
All right.
Yes or no?
It means maybe. It means you should anticipate yes. All right, good morning again, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señor.
All right,
Good morning, sir.
you were reminded you were still under oath.
Se les recuerda que todavía estamos
Mr.
en
Darden, you
juramento.
may resume with your cross-examination.
Señor
Thank you,
Darden,
Your
puede
Honor.
seguir
Good
con su
morning, Ms. Lopez.
examinación. Buenos días, señora López.
Buenos días, señor.
Good morning,
Ms.
sir.
Ms. Lopez, when you left the court last night,
Señora López, cuando usted salió de esta sala del tribunal anoche,
did you leave in a limousine?
¿usted se fue en una limusina?
No, señor.
No, sir.
What type of vehicle did you leave in?
¿En qué clase de vehículo se fue?
Yo creo que fue en el carro de Mr. Billen.
I think it was in Mr. Billen's car.
And what color was that car?
¿Y de qué color era ese carro?
Creo que era negro.
I think it was black.
And who was driving the car?
¿Quién iba conduciendo el carro?
This is Mr. Mechanic.
Think Mr. McKenna.
I noticed that when you testified on Monday that you needed your glasses to look at the monitor. Is that right?
Noto que cuando usted dio testimonio el lunes, usted necesitó sus anteojos para ver el monitor. ¿Es eso así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have some vision, some type of vision impairment, do you?
Así es que usted tiene algunos problemas con la vista. ¿Es eso así?
Para leer corto,
¿Para leer qué?
cerca.
To read from short distances.
Okay. Do you have any problems seeing things from long distance?
¿Tiene problemas viendo cosas que están a larga distancia?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so you can see the clocks on the wall.
Así es que puede ver los relojes que están en la pared.
Perfectamente bien.
Perfectly fine.
Okay, and you can discern what time it is from this distance.
Y puede ver la hora que es desde esa
Sí,
distancia.
señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you see the clock on the wall over there?
Sí,
¿Ve el reloj que
señor.
está en
Okay,
aquella
and what
pared
time
allá?
is it on that clock?
Yes, sir.
En aquel reloj, señor, faltan 2 minutos o 3 para las 9:20, señor. Y
At
aquel
that
tiene las
clock, sir,
9:20.
it is 3 minutes before 9:20, sir. And that other one over there says 9:20. Your Honor, the interpreter will make a request. Would both counsel and witness be admonished to please wait for interpretations before any further
Answering
question
the next
and
question.
answer?
Yes, thank you. All right, the record will reflect that the court to the right-hand side of the court does reflect 9:17. The large clock, which is never accurate at the end of the courtroom, did at that time reflect 9:20.
That's correct. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the admonishment also.
You're welcome. It wasn't me, it was the interpreter who did it, Mr. Darden.
Okay.
But if
Now-
I had thought about it,
Okay. The glasses that you wear, and you do wear glasses on occasion, correct?
Los anteojos que usted usa anteojos de vez en cuando, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you buy those glasses from an optometrist?
¿Usted compró esos anteojos, se los compró a un optometrista?
¿Los que usé aquí o cuáles?
The ones that I used here, or which ones?
Well, do you own a pair of glasses?
Bueno, ¿usted es dueña de un par de anteojos?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Have you been wearing those glasses in court at all?
¿Usted ha usado esos anteojos en el tribunal en lo absoluto?
Los que me prestaron aquí, sí.
The ones that were lent to me here, yes.
Well, what about the glasses that you own? Where are they?
¿Y qué tal los anteojos que son suyos? ¿En dónde están?
Señor, están en otro estado. No
Sir.
los puedo ir a traer.
They are in another state. I cannot go pick them up.
Now, where did you buy those glasses?
Ahora, ¿en dónde compró usted esos anteojos?
En una parte que me examinaron los ojos.
At a place where my eyes were examined.
Okay. And do you recall the name of that place?
¿Usted recuerda el nombre de ese lugar?
Está en la Burbank Galería.
It is at the Burbank Galleria.
Okay. Did you buy those glasses last week?
¿Usted compró esos anteojos la semana pasada?
No, señor, hace un año.
No, sir, a year ago.
Okay. And the place where you bought the glasses, is it actually located inside the Galleria?
¿Y el lugar en donde usted compró los anteojos, de hecho, está ubicado dentro de la galería?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any trouble seeing in the dark at all?
¿Tiene problemas viendo en oscuro, en absoluto?
Que yo sepa, ¿no?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, you told us that you walked the dog.
Ahora, usted nos dijo que usted caminó al perro.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you walk the dog at the same time every night?
¿Y usted lleva a caminar al perro a la misma hora cada noche?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You walk the dog at 7 o'clock every night?
¿Usted lleva a caminar al perro a las 7 cada noche?
Dependiendo, señor.
It depends, sir.
And what does it depend on?
¿En qué depende?
Si la he sacado muy temprano, no la llevo a las 7, pero si la he sacado muy tarde, no la llevo a las 7, señor.
If I have taken her out early, I take her out at 7. But if I have taken her out later, I don't take her out at 7.
Okay. Well, you told us that you took the dog out at 7 o'clock.
Bueno, usted nos dijo que usted había sacado a la perra a las 7.
Sí, porque la primera vez que la saqué a las 5, señor.
Yes, because the first time that I took her out, it was at 5, sir.
Okay. And then you told us that you took the dog out again at 10 o'clock.
Y después nos dijo que usted había sacado a la perra.
Well, I think it.
Why don't you ask her what time it was?
Okay. Well, you took the dog out again sometime after 10 o'clock, correct?
Y usted volvió a sacar a la perra una vez más en algún momento después de las 10, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, why would you take the dog out a second time if you'd already taken it out once?
¿Y por qué sacó a la perra una segunda vez si ya la había sacado una vez?
Señor, porque no quiero que el perro se orine dentro de la casa, señor.
Sir, because I don't want the dog to urinate inside the house, sir.
Okay. And so you knew the dog was about to urinate inside the house?
Así es que usted sabía que la perra estaba a punto de orinar adentro de la casa.
Yo no sé, pero tengo que sacarla porque no quiero trapear el pipí de la perra otro día, señor.
Well, I don't know, but I have to take her out because I don't want to mop the dog's pee the next day, sir.
Okay. Now, this is an old dog, correct?
Ahora esto es una perra vieja, ¿correcto?
Yo creo.
I think so.
Okay. And if you know, does this dog have some type of arthritic condition?
Y si usted sabe, ¿esta perra sufre de alguna clase de condición artrítica?
A veces sí.
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And the dog has allergies?
¿Y la perra tiene alergias?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And the dog is always being taken to the veterinarian for treatment, correct?
Y a la perra siempre se le está llevando al veterinario para recibir atención médica.
El señor la lleva de vez en cuando.
The gentleman takes her once in a while.
Okay. And someone comes to treat the dog every week, correct?
Y alguien viene a darle tratamientos a la perra semanalmente, ¿correcto?
Venían a bañarla cada 2 semanas, señor.
Someone would come to bathe her every 2 weeks, sir.
Okay. Well, it is because of the dog's age and medical problems that Mr. Salinger told you to never take the dog out to the street, correct?
Es dado a la edad de la perra y a los problemas médicos que el señor Salinger le dijo a usted que nunca sacara a la perra a la calle, ¿correcto?
No me dijo por eso, señor.
That is not why he said it, sir.
Well, Mr. Salinger did tell you not to take the dog to the street, correct?
Bueno, el señor Salinger sí le dijo que no sacara a la perra a la calle, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are no sidewalks directly outside Mr. Salinger's home, correct?
No hay andenes directamente frente a la casa de la familia Salinger, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Are there sidewalks directly in front of the Salinger home?
¿Hay andenes directamente frente a la casa de la familia Salinger?
Pues tiene la yarda, señor.
Well, he has a yard, sir.
Well, you remained in the yard, correct?
Bueno, y usted se mantuvo dentro de la yarda, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You didn't take the dog out to the street, correct?
¿Usted no sacó a la perra a la calle, correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you take the dog out to the street?
¿Llevó usted a la perra a la calle?
Ya le dije que no, señor.
I already told you I did not, sir.
When you took the dog out,
Cuando usted sacó a la perra,
shortly after 10 o'clock,
poco después de las 10,
you walked the dog towards some trees that are located in front of the house, correct?
usted encaminó a la perra hacia unos árboles que están ubicados frente a la casa, ¿correcto?
La perra anda por toda la yarda, lo jala uno y lo lleva uno, la
The
lleva
dog
uno.
walks all around the yard. She pulls on one and walks around.
Okay. Did the dog remain in the yard?
La perra se mantuvo dentro de la yarda.
No la puedo dejar salir para la calle, señor, porque se
I
va.
cannot allow her to go into the street, sir, because she'll take off.
Okay. You told us that the dog walked between two trees.
Usted nos dijo que la perra había pasado en medio de dos árboles.
Yo no dije en medio, señor, por los árboles, señor.
I didn't say between, sir. I said around
Okay.
the trees.
The dog walked around two trees.
La perra caminó por los árboles.
Caminó por la yarda, señor.
She walked around the yard, sir.
Yes. Certainly.
Este es de ayer.
Photograph. It's an 8.5 by 10-inch photograph. It appears to depict the Salinger and the Simpson residences. May it be marked Peoples. I believe it's 92.
I believe it's yeah, wait a minute.
It's 92.
Miss Robertson's
92, Your Honor.
playing Gunga Din. All right, People's 92. Mrs. Chairman, do you have 93? Let me just check. Mrs. Robertson, next People. 92? All right, People's 92.
That's correct. Let's take a look at the witness's monitor for a
Yes.
moment.
Either counsel may approach.
As much as this. Ms. Lopez, do you require your glasses to look at the photograph on the monitor?
Señora
Los
López,
olvidé en el carro, señor.
I forgot him in the car, sir.
Mr. Cochran, what effort would be required to get her glasses from,
Let's see if the baby's my
Pero, señor juez,
Yes.
yo le
Your
puedo ver de
Honor.
aquí a dónde andaba la perra. No tiene que ir a traer mis lentes.
I could repeat to you where the dog was at. I don't have to go. You don't have to go get my glasses.
well,
Okay, I can see over there.
you can see this?
Yes, the
part?
big screen.
All right.
Yes. Okay? If you know, aquí está Mr. Bill. It's okay. I need something for you.
All right, we'll need, do we need a microphone, Madam Sound Person?
She speaks up really loudly. I have to put her up on the interpreter.
Let's have her use the interpreter. Microphones. Mr. Darden, do you want to proceed with her coming off the witness stand and pointing to the large screen here?
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right, then I'll have the interpreter give her the microphone.
I know how to working hard, but tell me these things, sir. I can see all over there. I see very well over there.
Okay.
Right? Thank you. You're very nice. I walk my dog this way, right here, see? The dogs walking over here, they're coming over here, she's so happy. They stand up in here.
All right.
Okay?
Ms. Lopez, can you put the arrow up there? Okay. Ms. Lopez, do you see the arrow on the monitor?
Señora López, ¿ve usted la flecha en el monitor?
Sí, señor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Póngase.
Can you direct the arrow to the tree, the first tree that the dog walked around?
¿Puede dirigir usted la flecha hacia el primer árbol hacia el cual se dirigió
Okay. You're gonna.
la perra?
Okay, este.
Here, to this one,
No, this one, the big tree.
the big tree.
Okay.
Okay.
Then
All right.
walk
Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Are you referring to the one to the right of the arrow?
¿Se está refiriendo usted al que está ubicado a la derecha de la flecha?
Sí.
Right there.
Yes.
Is that the tree where the arrow
She
is
came over
there?
here.
Yes, señor.
Okay.
You're talking
Mark
about
that
the tree, Your Honor. Again, witness and counsel are speaking over each other, and it's very difficult to interpret when that's
Yes.
happening.
Counsel, please. Makes it difficult for the interpreter.
Is that the tree there, Ms. Lopez?
¿Es ese el árbol ahí, señora
señor.
López? Yes, sir.
Okay. And where is the second tree?
Muy bien. ¿Y en dónde está el segundo árbol? It's here. Right here.
Right here.
That would be the tree in the lower corner of the photograph?
Y este sería el árbol que está ubicado en la esquina inferior
Okay.
Sí,
Is that
de
the
la
tree where the
fotografía.
arrow is?
Sí,
¿Ese es el
señor.
árbol en donde está indicando la flecha?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, there is a fence around the Salinger property today, correct?
Ahora, hay un cerco alrededor de la propiedad de la familia Salinger hoy. ¿Es eso así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was no fence around the Salinger property on June 12 or June 13, though,
No
correct?
había cerco alrededor de la casa de los Salingers el 12 o el 13 de junio, ¿verdad?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Now,
Interject something?
Interject something. The first arrow, it's up too high. The tree is.
Well, counsel, you're testifying, counsel.
I'm just asking a remark, correct? I'm not testifying. The arrow, where it's placed in the arrow.
Yeah, but you're testifying as to whether it's appropriate or not. That's where the witness said it should be, and that's where it is.
No, that's not what happened.
Well, counsel, the record will speak for itself at this point. Mr. Darden?
if I can have one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have another photograph. I'd like to mark it People's 93.
People's 93.
Okay. We need a moment to print. I should indicate for the record that People's 93 was taken just a few days ago, Your Honor. While we wait for the printing, may I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
there's ivy surrounding the trees in the photographs, correct?
hay hiedra alrededor de los árboles que están en la propiedad, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And the dog walked into the ivy?
Y la perra se metió a la hiedra.
Yo le dije que la perra anda por la yarda, señor. La yarda es todo el monte.
Told you that the dog walks in the yard, sir, and the yard includes all the weeds.
Right. But did the dog walk into the ivy surrounding the trees?
Pero la perra se metió a la hiedra que está rodeando los árboles.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you walk into the ivy also?
I'm sorry.
Did you also walk into the ivy?
¿Y usted también se metió a la hiedra?
Tengo que meterme porque el leash es muy corto.
I have to get in it because the leash is very short.
Okay. Well, the leash is actually 8.5 feet long, correct?
Bueno, la cuerda, de hecho, mide 8 pies y medio, ¿correcto?
No lo creo que sea tan larga.
I don't think it's that long.
Okay. Well, how long do you think it is?
Bueno, ¿cuánto cree usted que mide?
Yo nunca la medí, señor.
I have never measured it, sir.
Well, give us an approximation.
Denos una aproximación.
Un metro, tal vez.
A meter, maybe.
Okay. Could you show the judge again the length of the...
Es muy cortita, de este tanto, señor.
It is very short, like this.
Right,
sir.
indicating roughly a meter.
Do the Salingers own only one leash?
Los señores Salinger solamente tienen una cuerda.
Tienen muchas de la misma medida, señor.
They have many that measure the same, sir.
Yes.
The same one.
Now, where exactly were you when you saw the Bronco sometime after 10 o'clock?
Ahora, exactamente en dónde estaba usted cuando vio el Bronco en algún momento después de las 10.
Pues estaba cerquita de la calle.
Well, I was very close to the street.
Well, were you in the ivy?
Bueno, ¿estaba en la hiedra?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that you never walked into that ivy?
Ahora, ¿qué no es cierto que usted nunca caminó en esa hiedra?
Tengo que caminar, señor, si no puedo dejar la perra que se vaya, porque se va, señor, y no la agarro.
I have to walk there, sir, because otherwise the dog would take off if I don't hold on to her.
Isn't it true that you've told people before
¿Qué no es cierto que le ha dicho a personas antes
that you fear that there are snakes or rats in that ivy?
que usted...
Sustained.
Have you ever told anyone that you believe that the ivy contains snakes and rats?
¿En algún momento dado le ha dicho usted a alguna persona que usted piensa que la hiedra tiene culebras y ratas?
En la noche, atrás, sí, señor, porque es muy feo atrás.
At night, in the back, yes, sir, because it is very ugly in the back.
But I'm asking you about the ivy. Ms.
Pero estoy
Lopez.
haciendo preguntas acerca de la hiedra.
The ivy in the front of the house.
La hiedra que se encuentra enfrente de la casa.
No creo que llegan culebras enfrente de la casa, señor.
I don't think that there are snakes in front of the house, sir.
Okay. Well, did you ever tell anyone that you believe that there are snakes and rats in the ivy located in front of the house?
Bueno, en algún momento dado le dijo usted a alguna persona que usted pensaba que habían culebras y ratas en la hiedra que está ubicada en el frente enfrente de la casa.
Enfrente de la casa no le dije.
In front of the house, I haven't said so.
Okay. And you've also told people that you're afraid to go out of the house after dark, correct?
Y usted también le ha
Following that question, is are you also told, first back to the other question?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Have you ever told anyone that you're afraid to go outside the Salinger's house after dark?
¿En algún momento dado le ha dicho usted a alguna persona que a usted le da miedo salir de la casa de los señores Salinger en la después de que oscurece?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's true, correct?
Y eso es cierto.
Es
¿no
muy
así?
cierto, señor.
It is very true, sir.
Okay. And that Sunday night,
Muy bien, y ese domingo por la noche,
and that was the same night that you heard a prowler, correct?
esta fue la misma noche que usted escuchó a un mañoso. ¿Es así?
Yo no dije que un mañoso, señor.
I didn't see a prowler, sir.
Well, isn't that the night that you say you heard a prowler?
¿Qué no es esa la noche cuando usted dice que usted escuchó a un mañoso?
Yo no dije que un mañoso, yo dije pasos, es muy distinto, señor.
I didn't say that it was a prowler. I said that they were steps. There's a difference, sir.
Well, did you tell Mr. Pavlik that you heard a prowler?
Bueno, ¿usted le dijo al señor Pavlik que había escuchado a un mañoso?
Yo no le dije que un mañoso, yo le dije que paso, señor, se lo digo delante de él.
I didn't say a prowler. I didn't say a prowler, sir. I said steps, and I could repeat that in front of him.
Did Mr. Pavlik suggest to you that what you heard was a prowler that Sunday night?
El señor Pavlik le sugirió a usted que lo que usted había escuchado había sido un mañoso ese domingo por la noche.
Yo no sé qué quiere decir lo que usted me está diciendo, señor Pablo. Yo nunca oí
I
esa
don't
parte.
know what you're referring to when you say prowler. I've never heard that.
Okay. You never told anyone that you heard a prowler.
Usted en ningún momento le dijo a ninguna persona que usted había escuchado a un
Overruled.
prowler.
No, señor, yo dije paso, señor, y es otra cosa.
No, sir. I said steps, sir, and that's something else.
Okay. Well, when you heard those steps, you became very frightened, correct?
Bueno, pero cuando usted escuchó esos pasos, usted se asustó mucho.
Claro que sí, señor.
Of course I did, sir.
And you became very frightened because you thought someone might be breaking into the house, correct?
Y a usted le dio mucho miedo porque usted pensó que alguien se estaba tratando de meter a la casa, ¿correcto?
No que se estaban tratando de meter, que me dio miedo porque oí que pasaron. Era raro.
Not that someone was trying to break in, it's just that I became afraid because I heard that someone passed by.
And when you heard someone pass by, you ducked down, correct?
I'm sorry?
When she heard someone pass by,
Y cuando usted escuchó que alguien pasó,
you ducked down,
usted se
correct?
agachó, ¿correcto?
Para cerrar mis cortinas, señor.
To close my curtains, sir.
Okay. You didn't want the person outside to see you, correct?
Usted no quería que la persona que estaba afuera la viera.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't want that person to know that you were present, correct?
Usted no quería que esa persona supiera que usted estaba ahí.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Were you afraid that that person might harm you if that person realized that you were there?
¿Temía usted que esa persona le hiciera algún daño si esa persona se daba cuenta que usted estaba ahí?
Yo no sé, señor, esa cosa.
I don't know, sir.
Yo tenía miedo de eso.
That I was afraid, that's all.
Okay. Did you call the police?
Muy bien, ¿usted llamó a la policía?
No, señor, ¿para qué?
No, sir, what for?
Well, you were very frightened, correct?
Bueno, tenía mucho miedo, ¿correcto?
No tenía miedo, pero no con... ¿Qué voy a hacer, señor?
I was frightened, but what could I do, sir?
Well, and this person wasn't supposed to be on the property.
Bueno, y esta persona
Overruled.
supuestamente no tenía que estar en la propiedad.
Yo no sabía, yo nunca les dije mi propiedad ni en la... Yo dije que oí pasos. So.
I didn't know. I never said my property. I said I heard steps, and that's all.
Okay, well, didn't you tell us that you heard steps right outside your window?
Bueno, ¿que no nos dijo usted que había escuchado pasos justamente fuera de su ventana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And a person passed by your window.
Muy bien. Y la persona pasó por su ventana.
Yo no la vi, señor.
I didn't see him, sir.
Okay. But you heard the person walk past your window.
Pero usted escuchó que la persona pasó por su ventana.
Señor, como las propiedades están tan pegaditas, yo oigo
Sir,
lo
since
mismo.
the properties are located so close together, ¿usted escuchó?
Sí. Pensé que podría ser la mía o la del señor. Yo no
I
sé.
thought that it could have been mine or the other gentleman's.
Is there a burglar alarm in the Salinger home?
¿Hay alarma de seguridad en casa de la familia Salinger?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And the home is located in Brentwood, correct?
Y la casa está ubicada en Brentwood, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And there are also bars on all the windows, correct?
Y también hay barras en las ventanas, ¿correcto?
Pero no en todas, señor.
But not in all of them, sir.
Okay, well, all the downstairs first floor windows have bars.
Todas las de abajo, las de la primera planta, tienen barras, ¿correcto?
O de enfrente de la calle, sí, señor.
The ones in front of the street, too, sir.
Okay. Was the alarm on while you were inside the house that evening?
¿La alarma estaba encendida cuando usted estaba dentro de la casa esa noche?
Siempre la pongo, señor.
I always turn it on, sir.
Okay. And so even though you were very frightened that night,
Así es que no obstante el que usted tenía mucho miedo esa noche,
you turned off the burglar alarm,
usted apagó la alarma de seguridad,
you left the house with the security bars,
salió de la casa.
Sustained.
Can I finish the question?
Well, we had two things in it, so.
And so you left the house shortly after 10 o'clock, right?
Así es que usted salió de la casa poco después de las 10, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
You
Yes,
left the
sir.
house that had security bars.
Salió de la casa que tenía barras de seguridad.
Sí, señor.
Yes,
You
sir.
left the house that had the burglar alarm,
Salió de la casa que tenía la alarma de seguridad.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
and you went outside
Y salió al exterior.
Sí, señor.
with
Yes,
an
sir.
old dog with arthritis.
Con una perra vieja artrítica.
Pero camina, señor.
But she walks, sir.
Okay. You left the house with an old dog with arthritis.
Salió de la casa con una perra vieja que tiene artritis.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You went outside and you went into the dark, correct?
Salió a la oscuridad.
No está
¿Correcto?
oscuro. Hay una luz que alumbra la
It
yarda,
isn't
señor.
dark. There is a light that
All over.
lights up all over the yard.
There are lights that are attached directly to the side and to the front of the house, correct?
Hay luces que están puestas en la parte exterior de la casa, de enfrente.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there are no lights in the trees,
No hay luces en los árboles.
correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí, señor. Tienen luz los árboles. Hay unos
Yes,
árboles que tienen luz, señor.
sir. The trees have lights. Some of the trees have lights, sir.
There are lights up in the trees.
Hay luces arriba de los árboles.
Sí, señor. Tiene un árbol grande que tiene luces. El señor le ha
Yes,
puesto luces.
sir.
But those
There
lights
is a
Hold on.
big tree that has lights. The gentleman has put lights there.
he put those lights up after the murders occurred, though, correct?
Él puso esas luces ahí después de que ocurrieron los asesinatos, ¿correcto?
Muchas ya estaban, señor.
Many of them were already there, sir.
Okay. It's your testimony that there were several lights in the trees the night of June 12?
Así es que es su testimonio que habían varias luces en el árbol la noche del 12 de junio.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Are there lights in all the trees?
¿Las luces están en todos los árboles?
Que yo sepa en todos los árboles, no, señor.
To my knowledge, not in all the trees, sir.
All the trees.
Todos los árboles.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, which ones?
¿En cuáles?
Ay, pues tenía que ir a ver a la casa para recordármelos ahorita. El
Well,
árbol grande tiene.
I would have to go back to the house to remember right now. The big tree has them.
This is 93?
Yes. 94 that we have on the screen.
Your Honor, this is People's 93.
Okay. Let me show you People's 93.
Déjeme mostrarle el anexo 93 de la Fiscalía.
Now, that picture was taken a few days ago.
Ahora, esa fotografía se tomó hace unos cuantos días.
Okay. You see a fence in the photograph?
¿Ve usted un cerco en la fotografía?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That fence wasn't there on June 12, correct?
Ese cerco no estaba ahí el 12 de junio, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. And that tree,
¿Y ese árbol?
the one shown in the photograph,
Ese árbol que está en la fotografía.
okay, was full of leaves back in June, correct?
Estaba lleno de hojas en junio, ¿correcto?
No me acuerdo si tenía hojas en junio, señor.
I don't remember if it had leaves in June, sir.
Is that the second tree that the dog walked around?
¿Es ese el segundo árbol alrededor del cual caminó la perra?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you walked up into the ivy next to that tree?
Y usted caminó sobre la hiedra que rodea ese árbol.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik,
Cuando usted habló con el señor
you didn't
Pavlik,
tell him that you walked into the ivy, did you?
usted no le dijo
Overruled.
que se había metido a la hiedra, ¿correcto?
Porque no me lo preguntó, señor.
Because he didn't ask me, sir.
All you told Mr. Pavlik was that you walked the dog.
Todo lo que le dijo usted al señor Pavlik es que usted había llevado a la perra a caminar.
Yo le dije que había sacado la perra para afuera, señor.
I told him I had taken the dog out, sir.
Okay. You didn't tell him where you took the dog, correct?
No le dijo a dónde había llevado a la perra, ¿correcto?
Yo le dije enfrente de la casa, señor.
I told him in front of the house, sir.
Okay. And you didn't tell Mr. Pavlik
Y no le dijo al señor Pavlik
that you'd taken the dog out at 5 o'clock, correct?
que había sacado a la perra a las 5, ¿correcto?
No me acuerdo si se lo dije, señor.
I don't remember if I told him, sir.
And you didn't tell him that you took the dog out at 7 o'clock.
No le dijo que había sacado a la perra a las 7.
No me acuerdo si se lo dije, señor.
I don't remember if I told him that, sir.
Did you tell him that?
¿Le dijo usted eso a él?
Overruled.
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik,
Cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik,
didn't you tell him that you heard Mr. Simpson's dog barking at 9:45?
¿qué no le dijo usted que había escuchado al perro del señor Simpson ladrando a las 9:45?
Señor, el perro siempre ladra cuando el señor no está en casa.
Sir, the dog always barks when the gentleman is not at the house.
When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik,
Cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik,
didn't you tell him that you heard the dog barking at
¿qué
9:45?
no le dijo usted que había escuchado al perro ladrando a las 9:45?
Yo no me acuerdo la hora que le dije que ladraba el perro, señor.
I don't remember the time I said that the dog was barking at, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at Mr. Pavlik's
¿Le refrescaría la memoria el ver
statement that you gave him?
la declaración que le dio usted al señor Pavlik, sir?
Si usted quiere, señor.
If you want to, sir.
Well, let me show you People's 88, the July 29 statement.
Bueno, déjeme mostrarle el anexo de la Fiscalía número 88 del 29
I
de
know it's in
julio,
English,
señor.
but she may be able to read it. If not, we'll have it translated by the interpreter.
Ms. Lopez, can you read English?
Señora López, ¿usted sabe leer inglés?
No, señor.
No, sir.
But you can fill out unemployment applications in English.
Pero puede llenar solicitudes de desempleo en inglés.
Claro que sí, señor.
Of course I can, sir.
Let me ask you to read the 5th and 6th paragraphs of page 1
Le voy a pedir que
of
lea
People's 88.
el quinto y el sexto párrafo de la página número 1 del anexo 88 de la Fiscalía. La señora López dijo que ella claramente había oído pasos yendo hacia el área del garaje, en donde el aire acondicionado del señor O.J. Simpson está ubicado. La señora López está absolutamente positiva de que había un mañoso que llevaba puestos zapatos comunes y corrientes en vez de zapatos tenis. Ella le dio miedo cuando el perro del señor Simpson empezó a ladrar. El perro estuvo ladrando por mucho tiempo. Aproximadamente a las 21:45 horas, ella escuchó que un carro entró a la entrada de carros de el señor O.J. Simpson. Ella escuchó a O.J. y a una persona a quien ella no conocía conversando por un par de minutos. Cuando el señor regresó a casa, cuando O.J. regresó a casa, ella se sintió segura.
Es verdad.
It's true.
Okay, so you did tell Mr. Pavlik that you heard a dog barking
Entonces sí le dijo el señor Pavlik que había escuchado
at 9:45.
a un perro ladrando a las 9:45.
Señor, el perro del señor Simpson todo el tiempo ladra en la noche, señor.
Object to the format question based on what counsel read. Because it showed the court.
I don't have that before me, Mr.
I'm asking the witness a question, Your Honor, if she told Pavlik that she heard the dog barking at 9:45. She can answer that yes or no.
Overruled. Mr. Darden, ask your question.
Did you hear the dog barking at 9:45?
¿Usted escuchó al perro ladrar a las 9:45?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you told us the other day
Y usted nos dijo el otro día
that the dog was still barking at 12:30. Is that correct?
que el perro todavía seguía ladrando a las 12:30, ¿correcto?
There's no testimony of dog barking.
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
Señor, el perro ladra y se calla y vuelve a ladrar, señor.
Sir, the dog barks, he quiets down, and then he starts barking again, sir.
Well, you told Mr. Pavlik that the dog was barking a long time, correct?
Bueno, usted le dijo al señor Pavlik que el perro había ladrado por largo tiempo, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so is it your testimony that the dog wasn't barking from 9:45 to 12:30?
Así es que su testimonio es que el perro no estuvo ladrando de las 9:45 hasta las 12:30.
No, señor, yo dije que ladraba muy tarde en la noche, mucho.
No, sir. I said that he barked a lot, late at night.
Well, did you hear the dog barking at 9:45 and 12:30?
Bueno, ¿escuchó usted al perro ladrar a las 9:45 y a las 12:30?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You told us that you never told anyone that you heard a prowler next door, correct?
Usted nos dijo que usted nunca le había dicho a ninguna persona que usted había escuchado a un mañoso, a un prowler, a la casa en la casa del otro lado, ¿correcto?
Yo nunca dije un mañoso, señor, porque no sé, porque yo no vi al hombre ni
I
vi a nadie.
never said a prowler, sir, because I don't know.
Okay. Well, you just read a portion of your statement to Mr.
Bueno.
Pavlik, correct?
Sustained. Why don't you rephrase that?
Well, you just read this statement a moment ago, correct?
Bueno, usted acá,
Counsel was read to her by the interpreter.
Read to you by the interpreter. You just
bueno, a usted se le leyó parte de la declaración, se lo dio el intérprete.
and the statement reads, and I quote at
Y la
paragraph 4.
declaración dice, y le digo, a
She
pie de la
heard,
letra,
she heard a prowler
que usted
alongside
escuchó un prowler, un mañoso, al lado
his and her residence fence.
de la residencia.
Yo nunca le dije que un mañoso, señor, porque no lo vi.
I never said a prowler, sir, because I didn't see him.
Yo le dije, yo oí pasos
I
y es una
said
cosa muy diferente.
I heard steps, and that is a very different thing.
Okay. So the use of the word prowler in this statement then is not a word that you use.
Entonces, el uso de la palabra mañoso, prowler, en esta declaración no es una palabra que usted usó.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Could you tell if the steps that you heard were Mr. Simpson's steps?
¿Podía reconocer usted si los pasos que escuchó eran pasos del señor Simpson?
Yo nunca lo he oído caminar al señor.
I've never heard the gentleman walking.
Yo no puedo distinguir los pasos de otra gente, señor.
I cannot distinguish other people's steps, sir.
So you don't know whose
Tengo que
steps.
estudiar para eso.
I would have to study to do that.
Okay, so you don't know whose footsteps those were that you heard, correct?
Así es que usted no sabe de quién eran los pasos que usted escuchó.
No,
¿correcto?
señor.
No, sir.
Now, when was the last time, and this is prior to June 12,
Ahora, ¿cuándo fue la última vez? Y me refiero a antes del 12 de junio.
that you reset the clock in the kitchen?
Que usted le cambió la hora al reloj de la cocina. Todavía no contesta. Puede contestar.
Yo nunca se la cambio Mr. Salinger, no yo.
I never change it. Mr. Salinger changes it, not me.
And so you rely on that clock to be accurate, correct?
Así es que usted cree que la hora que ese reloj marca es la hora correcta, precisa.
Sí,
¿Es así?
señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you tell us that you left the house shortly after 10,
Así que cuando usted nos dice que usted salió de la casa poco tiempo después de las 10,
the accuracy of that statement
la precisión de esa declaración
depends upon the accuracy of that clock, correct?
depende
Overruled. Overruled.
depende de la
The accuracy of that
de la
statement
precisión
depends
del
upon the
reloj,
accuracy of that clock.
de la exactitud de ese reloj.
Creo que sí, señor.
I think so, sir.
And so if the clock is wrong,
Así es que si el reloj dice la hora incorrecta,
No lo creo que estaba incorrecto, señor, porque tenía que tenerlo a la hora,
I
señor.
don't think it was telling the wrong time, sir, because it had to have the right time.
well, if the clock was wrong,
Bueno, si el reloj marcaba la hora incorrecta,
then the times that you're giving us are wrong, correct?
Calls for a conclusion.
At any event, you don't know if the clock is right or wrong, correct?
de toda forma, usted no sabe si el reloj dice la hora correcta o dice la hora correcta o la hora incorrecta. ¿Eso es así?
Yo creo que el reloj estaba correcto, porque yo creo que estos están correctos, ¿verdad?
I think the clock was saying the right time because I think these clocks are telling the right time. Right?
Are you aware that the court just adjusted the times on these clocks a few days ago?
Sustained.
It's true.
It's true, but she wasn't here to see me do it. I don't think anybody else noticed.
Everybody knows, Judge. The clock in the kitchen,
El reloj de la cocina.
is that an electric clock?
¿Ese es un reloj eléctrico?
Es de batería, señor.
It's battery operated, sir.
And when was the last time that you changed the batteries in the clock?
¿Y cuánto?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Have you ever changed the batteries in the clock?
¿En algún momento dado le ha cambiado las baterías usted al reloj?
Yo no las cambio el señor Salinger, señor.
I don't change them, sir. Mr. Salinger changes them.
Do you know the date that the batteries in the clock were last changed?
¿Sabe usted la fecha cuando se cambiaron las baterías de reloj la última vez?
Nunca le pregunté al señor.
I never asked the gentleman.
And the clock that was in your bedroom,
Y el reloj que estaba en su dormitorio.
where's that clock now?
¿En dónde está ese reloj en este momento?
Lo tengo en mis suitcases, señor.
I have it in my suitcases, sir.
Okay. And is that clock an electric clock or a battery-operated clock?
Oh.
¿Y este reloj es eléctrico o de baterías?
¿Es eléctrico, señor?
It's electric, sir.
Okay. And did you set that clock based on the time displayed on the clock in the kitchen?
¿Y usted le puso la hora a este reloj basándose en la hora que marcaba el reloj de la cocina?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if the kitchen clock is wrong, then so was the clock in your bedroom, correct?
Sustained.
What time did you get up on the morning of June 12?
¿A qué hora se levantó usted la mañana del 12 de junio?
Me levanto a las 6 y me hago mi café,
I
me
get up at
meto al
6.
shower.
I make my coffee. I get into the shower.
Didn't you tell us the other day that you got up at 8 in the morning?
¿Qué no nos dijo?
Objection, Mr. 13, wrong, counsel station, said 12, question.
Sustained.
13.
The objection is facts, not in evidence.
What time did you get up Sunday morning?
¿A qué hora
June
se
12.
levantó el domingo por la mañana, el domingo del 12 de junio?
El domingo me voy a misa muy temprano, dígale.
On Monday, I go to mass very early, tell him.
What time did you get up on Sunday morning, June 12?
¿A qué hora se levantó el domingo por la mañana, el domingo del 12 de junio?
No, me fui a misa de 9, me levanté como a las 7.
Oh, I went to 9 o'clock mass. I got up about 7.
On Sunday?
¿El domingo?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
¿A dónde va a la iglesia?
Ah, me voy a la Placita Olvera o me voy ahí a la San Martín, ahí cerquita de las Sances.
I go to Olvera Street or I go to San Martín on Sunset.
Well, where did you go on the morning of June 12?
Bueno, ¿a dónde fue la mañana del 12 de junio?
Me fui a la iglesia de Cristo Rey.
I went to the Church of Christ the King.
And where's that church located?
¿Y en dónde está ubicada esa iglesia?
Está en Glendale.
It is in Glendale.
So you didn't go to Mass then?
Así es que entonces no fue a misa.
¿Por qué no voy a ir? Soy muy católica, señor. Yo voy todos los domingos.
Why shouldn't I go? I am very Catholic, sir. I go every Sunday.
Okay, so you didn't go to Olivera Street and you didn't go to St. Martin's, correct?
Así es que usted no fue a la Olvera ni fue a San Martín, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Voy a diferentes iglesias.
I go to different churches.
What time did you return home on Sunday morning, June 12?
¿A qué hora regresó a casa el domingo por la mañana, el 12 de junio?
Como a las 10:30, 11.
At about 10:30 or 11.
Okay, you're not sure of the time?
¿No está segura de la hora?
Eso es más o menos.
That's more or less.
You weren't watching the clock?
¿No estaba viendo el reloj?
Claro que no.
Of course not.
Okay. You don't always watch the clock throughout the day, correct?
Usted no siempre está viendo el reloj durante el día.
No,
¿correcto?
señor, no voy a estar sentada mirando el reloj todo el día, señor.
No, sir, I'm not going to be sitting just watching the clock, sir,
Okay, and
all day.
Okay, and you don't wear a wristwatch, correct?
Muy bien. Y no usa reloj de pulsera, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, so as far then as anything you did on June 12, you can only give us an approximate time.
Así que con respecto a todo lo que usted hizo el 12 de junio, solamente nos puede dar horas aproximadas.
Pues sí, cuando salgo de mi casa que miro el reloj y cuando
Oh, yes.
regreso otra vez.
When I leave the house, that I see the clock, and when I come back, that I look at it again.
Okay, and so when you looked at it again on June 12,
Así que cuando usted lo vio de nuevo el 12 de junio,
the clock showed 10:30 or 11?
el reloj marcaba las 10:30 o las 11.
Creo que sí.
I think so.
Well, which one did it show?
Bueno.
Señor,
¿Cuál
no me
hora
acuerdo
marcaba?
del año pasado, ahora no me voy a acordar de qué,
Sir, I don't remember
exactamente
if
hice,
that
señor.
was last year. Now, I'm not going to remember what I did exactly, sir.
Okay. Well, if you can't remember what you did on Sunday, June 12, how
What-
can you remember?
Objection, Your Honor. This is argument.
Sustained.
Are you having trouble recalling what you did?
¿Le está haciendo difícil a usted recordar lo que usted hizo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And at what time?
¿Y a qué hora?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, well, did you get home from church at 10:30 or 11 then?
Overruled. Overruled.
Bueno, entonces regresó de la iglesia a las 10:30 o a las 11.
Ponga las 10:30, señor, para que no esté alegando más.
Just say 10:30, sir, so you're not arguing.
I'm not arguing with you, Ms. Lopez.
Yo no estoy alegando con usted, señora López.
I'm just asking you.
Solamente le estoy preguntando.
Do you know the exact time it
¿Sabe la hora-
was when you returned from church?
¿Sabe la hora?
Overruled.
¿Sabe la hora exacta que era cuando usted regresó de la iglesia?
10:30, señor.
10:30, sir.
Okay. Are you sure?
¿Está segura?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're positive.
Es-
Overruled.
Está absolutamente segura.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you told us a moment ago that it might have been 11 o'clock.
Overruled. No. Proceed.
Pero nos dijo hace un momento que podrían haber sido las 11.
Porque como él existe tanto, que la hora exacta, que la hora exacta.
Well, since he insists so much, and he insists so much as to the exact time and the exact time,
Well, did Mr. Pavlik insist on knowing the exact time?
bueno, ¿qué no insistió el señor Pavlik en saber la hora exacta?
Yo nomás le dije lo que sabía.
I just told him what I knew.
Well, you told him 10 o'clock, right?
Bueno, usted le dijo a las 10.
Sustained. Vague.
Okay. You told him that you walked the dog after 10 o'clock?
Bueno, usted le dijo que habías llevado la perra a caminar después de las 10.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And he told you that you walked the dog at 10:15 or 10:20.
Y él le dijo que usted había llevado a la perra a caminar a las 10:15 o a las 10:20.
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You told him that you returned
Usted le dijo a él que usted había regresado
to the house
a la casa
shortly after 10 o'clock, correct?
poco después de las 10, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And he told you
Y él le dijo a usted
that you knew that the Bronco was still in front of the house
que usted sabía que el Bronco todavía estaba frente a la casa
at 11 o'clock,
a
correct?
las 11, ¿correcto?
Yo no lo vi a las 11, señor.
I didn't see it at 11, sir,
Porque no salí para afuera a las 11.
because I did not go outside at 11.
Well, in the statement you gave Mr. Pavlik,
Bueno, en la declaración que usted le dio al señor Pavlik,
didn't you agree with him
¿qué no estuvo de acuerdo con él, usted?
When he said that the Bronco was parked
Cuando él dijo que el Bronco estaba estacionado
in the same place
en el mismo lugar,
from 8:30
desde las 8:30
to 11 p.m.,
hasta las 11 de la noche, todavía no contesta. Puede contestar. Puede contestar.
Yo no le dije, señor, que a las 11 de la noche, señor, ni a las 8:30, señor.
Ni a las...
Ni las 8:30, ni a las 11 de
I
la noche.
didn't tell him at 11, sir, nor at 8:30. Not 11 or 8:30.
but didn't he suggest to you
¿Qué no le sugirió él a usted?
that you knew
Que usted sabía
that the Bronco was still parked at the curb
que el Bronco
at 11
todavía
p.m.?
estaba estacionado a la orilla de la calle a,
11.
a las 11.
No, señor.
No, sir.
What did you do at 11 a.m. Sunday morning, June 12?
¿Qué hizo usted a las 11 de la mañana, en la mañana del 12 de junio?
No me
día
acuerdo,
domingo?
señor. No me acuerdo.
I don't remember, sir. I don't remember.
What did you do at 11:30
¿Qué
a.m.?
hizo a las 11:30 de la mañana?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
How about noon?
¿Qué tal al mediodía?
A ver televisión, sacar la perra a jugar afuera contento.
Oh, maybe watch TV, take the dog out to play outside, make her happy.
Well, did you do that at 12 noon sharp?
¿Hizo usted exactamente a las 12 del mediodía?
No, no exactamente a las 12.
No.
Yo no tengo hora para
Not
sacar la
at
perra.
12 noon sharp. I don't have a time, a specific time to take the dog out.
Okay. Well, what did you do at 12:30?
Bueno, ¿qué hizo a las 12:30?
Ay, señor, ¿cómo me voy a acordar, señor?
Oh, sir, how can
¿Podía
I
estarme
remember
en el
that,
baño,
sir?
señor?
I was still in the bathroom, sir.
Okay. What did you do at 1 o'clock?
¿Qué hizo a la 1?
1 in the afternoon.
A la 1 de la tarde.
Tal vez sentarme a ver televisión, señor.
Maybe sit down to watch TV, sir.
Are you sure you sat down to watch TV at 1 o'clock?
¿Está segura que se sentó a ver televisión a la 1
No
de
me
la
acuerdo,
tarde?
yo le dije que no me acuerdo,
No,
señor.
because I don't remember. I've already told you that I don't remember, sir.
Okay, you weren't watching the clock that day, correct?
Porque no estaba viendo el reloj ese día, ¿correcto?
Claro que no.
Of course not.
Okay. You don't know what you did at 3 o'clock or at 4 o'clock that afternoon, correct?
Usted no sabe lo que hizo a las 3 de la tarde o a las 4 de la tarde esa tarde, ¿correcto? Puede contestar.
No, señor.
No, sir.
You don't remember?
Usted no lo recuerda.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you make any notes or write down anything that you did on June the 12th?
¿Usted escribió algunos apuntes o alguna nota diciendo lo que hizo el 12 de junio?
Lo pasado, no me interesa saberlo ya.
What's in the past is in the past. I don't care about knowing about it anymore.
Okay. You just don't recall
Usted solamente no recuerda
what you did
lo que hizo
and at what time.
y a qué hora.
Es que no me tengo que estar recordando lo que hice ayer. ¿Para
Well, I
qué?
don't have to be remembering what I did yesterday. For what?
Did you write down any notes
¿Usted escribió alguna nota
describing what you did
describiendo lo que hizo
on June 12th?
el 12 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Yo no escribo, señor.
I don't write, sir.
Okay. Did you ever write any notes
¿En algún momento escribió alguna nota
indicating what you heard or saw
indicando lo que usted oyó o vio
on June 12th, 1994?
el 12 de junio de 1994?
No, señor.
No, sir.
What you ate for lunch that day?
¿Recuerda lo que comió a la hora del almuerzo ese día? Puede contestar.
¿Qué comí de lonche, señor?
What did I have for lunch, sir?
Yes.
Sí.
Tamales, señor.
Tamales, sir.
And what did you have for dinner?
¿Y qué comió a la hora de la cena?
Tamales, a mí me encantan los tamales, señor.
Tamales, I love tamales, sir.
Okay. And what did you have for breakfast?
¿Y qué comió para desayunar?
No desayuno, señor.
I don't eat breakfast, sir.
And what time did you have those tamales the first time?
¿Y a
that
qué hora
day?
se comió los tamales la primera vez?
¿Cuándo?
día.
¿Junio 13 o junio 12 o junio 15?
When?
¿O
On June 12th?
Yes.
On June 13th?
June
On
12th.
June 15th? Or when?
June 12.
El 12 de junio.
como a las 2 de la tarde.
At
No
about
como, no
2
como mucho.
in the afternoon. I don't eat very much.
Well, do you eat lunch every day?
¿Usted almuerza todos los días?
A veces sí, a veces no, señor.
Sometimes, and sometimes I don't, sir.
Do you eat lunch at the same time whenever you do eat lunch?
¿Almuerza a la misma hora toda vez que usted almuerza?
No.
No.
Okay. And so when you tell us you ate lunch at 2 o'clock,
Así que cuando usted nos dice que almorzó
you're not
a
sure
las
of that
2,
time either, correct?
usted no está segura de esa hora tampoco, ¿correcto?
¿Cómo no?
Yes, I am.
And how are you sure of that?
¿Cómo es que está segura de eso?
Porque ya tenía hambre, señor.
Because I was already hungry, sir.
Well, did you look at the clock at 2 o'clock?
Bueno, ¿vi el reloj a las 2 en punto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you
Tengo
have
que ver el reloj para ver.
I have to look at the clock to see.
Okay. So you distinctly remember looking at the clock at 2 o'clock.
Así es que definitivamente recuerda haber visto el reloj a las 2 de la tarde.
Tengo que verlo si está enfrente de mi cocina, señor.
I have to look at it if it's in front of me in the kitchen, sir.
All right, Mr. Darden, do you have much more?
Another 25 minutes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to have to take a recess at this point then. All right, Ms. Lopez, we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. All right, please come back in 10 minutes. All right, we'll stand in recess for 10.
Gracias.
This print 92A.
All right, People's 92A print. All right, good morning again, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señor.
You're reminded that you are still under oath. Hopefully we'll finish this morning. All right, People's 92A will be the hard copy printout of the screen print with regards to tree location.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to hand 92A to Ms. Lopez and ask her to indicate with an X her exact location the last time she saw the Bronco.
All right. And I take it you have a marker for her to use?
Ms. Lopez, if you will,
Señora López, por favor.
will you please place a dot at the exact location
Por favor, ponga un punto en el lugar exacto
that you were
que usted estaba
the last time you saw the Bronco?
la última vez que usted vio el Bronco.
At sometime after 10 o'clock.
En algún momento después de las 10 en punto.
All right, the witness has complied and placed a blue dot.
And so you've indicated on the document marked 92A that you were in the street, correct?
Usted indicó por ese punto, sí, en la anexo de la Fiscalía 92, que usted estaba en la calle.
No en la calle, señor.
Yes.
What was the answer?
Hold on just a second. Forgot to put our microphone in here. Madam Interpreter.
Que usted estaba en la calle.
Dije que no en la calle.
I said, not on the street.
Well, did you Did you mark the street in this photograph marked
Ten-
92A?
¿Usted marcó en la calle?
¿Tendré que
en esta
marcarle
fotografía?
en los buches, señor? Yo le marco en los buches porque estaba entre los buches, señor.
If you want me to put it inside the bushes, sir, I will put it in the bushes, sir, because it was in the bushes, sir.
Okay, you were in the bushes?
¿Usted estaba en los bushes?
You have a different color. Okay, the first mark that you made with the blue marker, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The first mark that you made on 92A was made with a blue marker, correct?
La primera marca que hizo en el anexo 92 lo hizo con un plumón azul, ¿verdad?
Con ese.
With this one.
Let me hand you a red marker.
Dice que ahora le va a dar un plumón rojo.
And again, let me ask you to indicate your
Nuevamente
exact
le pido
location.
que
Yo indiqué
indique
así.
su
The
lugar
last time
exacto.
you saw
La última
the
vez que
Bronco,
usted vio el
that
Bronco.
you say was shortly after 10 p.m.
Y
Before
usted
you do
dice que fue
that,
poco después de las 10.
let me indicate to you that if you were in the bushes, indicated in the bushes, but the exact
Deje que le
location this
diga
time.
que si usted estaba dentro de los arbustos, póngalo en los arbustos o en los bushes. Indique eso exactamente.
Estaba right here.
I was right here.
Sí.
See?
Right. Este es el street y este es el buche.
This is the street and this is the bush on the street.
Okay, she has made a red mark on the diagram, Your Honor.
All right.
Se lo doy a mi juez.
I will give it to your honor.
Thank you very
Or
much.
to my honor.
You told us that you spoke to a detective on the morning of June 13.
Usted nos dijo que habló con un detective en la mañana del 13 de junio.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you were behind the security door when that detective came to the door, correct?
Y usted estuvo detrás de la puerta de seguridad cuando llegó el detective esa mañana, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen that detective before?
¿A usted había visto a ese detective anteriormente?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Did that detective tell you his name?
Ese detective le dijo a usted su nombre de él.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you remembered that name,
Y usted recuerda ese nombre,
correct?
¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know the detective's name when you spoke to Mr. Pavlik?
¿Usted sabía el nombre del detective
The
cuando
first
usted
time?
habló con el señor Pavlik por primera vez?
Yo le dije que que no se lo podía pronunciar.
I told him that I couldn't pronounce it for him.
You spoke to Mr. Pavlik. Did you describe the detective?
Cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik, ¿usted describió al detective?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You told Mr. Pavlik how tall the detective was?
¿Usted le dijo al señor Pavlik de qué estatura tenía el detective?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you tell Mr. Pavlik how much the detective weighed?
¿Usted le dijo al señor Pavlik cuánto pesaba el detective?
No me lo preguntó, señor.
He didn't ask me, sir.
Did you tell the detective whether, strike that, did you tell Mr. Pavlik whether or not the detective had a mustache?
¿Usted le dijo al señor Pavlik si el detective tenía bigote o no?
No me preguntaron, señor.
They didn't ask me, sir.
You watched the preliminary hearing
¿Usted vio la primera audiencia o la audiencia preliminaar?
on television,
En
correct?
televisión, ¿verdad?
Yo creo que todo el mundo lo ha visto,
I
señor.
think the whole world has seen it, sir.
Okay. You watched it, strike that. Did you watch it on the television located in your bedroom?
¿Usted la vio en la televisión que está en su cuarto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you saw Detective Mark Furman testify,
Y
correct?
usted vio cuando rindió su testimonio el detective Mark Furman, ¿verdad?
No lo vi todo, señor, un pedacito.
I didn't see all of it, sir, just a
Okay.
part of it.
Okay, but you saw Detective Furman on television, correct?
Pero usted vio al detective Furman en la televisión, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you saw Cato Kalin on television?
¿Y usted vio a Cato Kalin en televisión?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you saw the limousine driver, Alan Park, on television?
¿Y usted saw limousine what? I'm sorry.
And you saw the limousine driver,
¿Y usted vio al chofer de la limusina,
Mr. Park,
al señor Park,
on television?
en la televisión?
Muchas partes no las he visto, señor, porque no puedo estar solo viendo televisión, tengo que trabajar.
I haven't seen many parts of it, sir, because I can't just be watching television. I have to work.
Okay. But you saw the limousine driver on television,
Pero
correct?
usted vio al chofer de la limusina en la televisión,
Ya
¿verdad?
le dije, señor, que no puedo decirle todo lo que he visto porque yo no me acuerdo.
I've already told you, sir, that I can't tell you everything that I've seen because I don't remember.
Okay. So you may have seen the limousine driver testify, correct?
Overruled.
Así que usted, can I please have the question read back?
So you may have seen the limousine driver testify at the preliminary
Así,
hearing.
es posible que usted haya visto al chofer de la limusina rendir su testimonio en la televisión.
Dígale que no miro solamente televisión, tengo que trabajar.
Tell him that I don't just watch TV, that I have to work.
So you may have seen the limousine driver testify at the preliminary hearing,
Overruled.
correct?
The answer has been non-responsive.
Es que, señor, yo no puedo estar solo viendo televisión, señor.
Sir, I cannot just sit around watching television, sir.
So you may have seen the limousine driver testify at the preliminary
Es
hearing,
posible que
correct?
usted haya visto al chofer de la limusina rendir su testimonio en la televisión, ¿verdad?
Señor, yo tengo que limpiar la casa porque la señora quiere limpiar su casa y tengo que trabajar, señor.
Sir, I have to clean the house because the lady wants her house clean and I have to work, sir.
A motion to strike, Your Honor.
No. Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
when you were watching the preliminary
cuando usted
hearing,
estaba viendo la audiencia preliminar,
do you recall somebody
¿usted
testifying
recuerda que alguien
who was
rindió
identified as the
testimonio
driver of the
que
limousine?
fue presentado o identificado como el chofer de la limusina?
Señor juez, yo toda la preliminaria no la puedo mirar, señor juez. Soy
Your
muy
Honor,
honesta con usted.
I cannot see the entire preliminary here and
Porque tengo que trabajar, señor.
because I have to work, sir.
All right. At this time, do you recall
Pero,
seeing the limousine
señora,
driver testify?
esta vez, ¿usted recuerda haber visto al chofer de la limusina rendir su testimonio?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Next question.
Próxima pregunta.
Did you see the people that found the dog that night testify?
¿Usted vio rendir su testimonio a las personas que encontraron el perro esa noche?
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
No todo, señor, porque yo no le digo, yo no puedo ver televisión todo el día, señor.
Not all of
Ya-
it, sir, because as I've told you, I can't watch TV all day long, sir.
Okay. But you heard people testify that they heard a dog begin barking at approximately 10:15 p.m., correct?
Pero usted vio que hay personas que rindieron su testimonio de que escucharon que un perro empezó a ladrar como a las 7:15.
Overruled.
¿Verdad? Conteste.
Parece que sí, señor.
It seems yes, sir.
Okay. And the statement you gave Mr. Bill was given after the preliminary hearing, correct?
Y la declaración que usted dio al señor Bill fue después de la audiencia preliminar, ¿verdad?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, do you recall watching the preliminary hearing sometime around July 4?
¿Usted recuerda haber visto la audiencia preliminar en algún momento acerca del 4 de julio?
Yo no me acuerdo la fecha, señor, porque no estaba tan al tanto.
I don't remember the date, sir, because I wasn't keeping up.
Okay. But you did speak to Mr. Bill sometime after the preliminary hearing concluded.
Pero usted habló con el señor Bill en algún momento después de que ya había pasado la audiencia preliminar.
Yo no me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, when you spoke to Mr. Bill, you knew
Cuando usted habló con el señor Bill, usted sabía
which times were critical.
cuáles eran las horas críticas.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Mr. Bill,
Cuando usted habló con el señor Bill,
you knew how important it was
usted sabía cuán importante era
to show
el mostrar
that the Bronco was at Mr. Simpson's house
de que el Bronco estaba en la casa del señor
at
Simpson
10:15.
a las 10:15.
No, señor.
No, sir.
If you didn't know that was important,
Si usted no sabía que eso era importante,
why did you talk to Mr. Bill in the first place?
¿por qué habló con el señor Bill en primer lugar?
Rephrase the question.
No
If
contestó.
you did not know that 10:15 was an important time,
Si usted no sabía que las 10:15 era una hora importante,
why then did you feel it was important that you speak to Mr. Bill?
¿por qué entonces
Sustain, on assuming facts that are not in evidence.
Okay. The information that you had.
La
let's
información
strike
que
that.
usted tenía.
Your Honor, she
No.
testified yesterday that it was important, that the information was
Momento, no hay
important.
pregunta pendiente.
I'm sorry.
As the court stands corrected. Overruled. Excuse me. Just ask the question again.
Okay. She's- If you didn't think the information you had was important,
Si usted no sabía que la información que usted tenía era importante,
why then did you agree to speak to Mr. Bill?
¿por qué entonces usted acordó hablar con el señor Bill?
Porque yo le conté a Michelle, Michelle me dijo que hablara con el señor, con
Because I
Kathy.
told Michelle and Michelle told me to talk to
Kathy.
with Cochran.
Kathy.
Oh,
Kathy.
Kathy.
Okay. So
Yo
you
no
spoke to
sabía que
Ca-
tan importante sería esto.
I didn't know how important this was.
Well, you told us a moment ago that you never told Mr. Bill
Usted nos dijo hace un momento que usted nunca le dijo al señor Bill
that you saw the Bronco at 10:15.
de que usted vio el Bronco a las 10:15.
Hora específica no le di.
I did give him a specific time.
Okay. And what specific time did you give him?
¿Qué hora específica le dio usted?
Yo le dije después de las 10, señor.
I said after 10, sir.
Okay.
Moment. Correction. The answer was I did not give him a specific time.
Interpreter's correcting the previous answer?
All right, once you ask the question, to answer again.
Okay. What specific time did you give Mr. Bill?
¿Qué tiempo específico le dio usted al señor Bill?
Yo le dije después de las 10, señor.
I told him after 10, sir.
Okay. I'd like to play a portion of a tape. Okay?
Sé que le
I'd
van
like
a
to mark the
mostrar
tape,
parte de la
People's
cinta.
94.
Fiscalía
People
94.
94, cassette tape.
And this is a portion of the taped interview that the witness had with Mr. Bill Pavlik. I'd like to play a portion of it initially, and then I'd like to play the entire tape, unless there's an objection from Mr. Cochran.
All right, let's hear the and the court staff prepared a transcript of that. Can you tell me what, no, I've got mine up here.
Initially, I'm going to play page 7, lines,
Just so counsel can follow along.
lines 7 through.
You have to point out something to the court, page, maybe counsel, say the word counsel, but there's a word that's wrong.
All right, I want you to confer with Mr. Darden. All right, do we have the tape queued up to that spot?
Sean, I just want to check and make sure it's correct.
All right, and I'm sorry, Mr. Darden, what was the page on the transcript that you're
That's
going
going to be page 7, Your Honor, lines 7 through 11.
All right, this is the court's transcript we're working from.
Yeah, the court's transcript.
All right.
All right, he's going to, I presume he said he's going to play this portion, then play the entire tape after that. Is that correct?
Yes. Why not?
Now, How long after that did you take the dog for a walk?
I took the dog 10:20.
So-
10:15 on the dog, taking my dog to walk.
So do you do?
Was that your voice on the tape?
¿Esa es su voz, la de la cinta?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you told Mr. Bill that you took your dog for a walk at 10:20?
Usted le dijo al señor Bill que usted sacó a caminar su perro a las 10:20.
Si eso es lo que él dice, 10:15, 10:20, it's fine para mí.
If that's what he says, 10:15, 10:20, that's fine for me.
Okay, well, you said 10:15
Pero
and
cuando
10:20,
usted dijo
correct?
10:15, 10:20, ¿verdad?
Yo no me referí específica a tiempo, señor. Yo dije después de las 10.
I wasn't talking about a specific time, sir. I said after 10.
Y le quiero decir algo, señor.
And I want to say something, sir.
Cuando yo oí
When I heard
mi nombre
my name
en la televisión
on television
con la hora de 10:15, 10:20,
with 10:15, 10:20 time,
yo llamé a la oficina de Mr. Johnny Crocker
I called Mr. Johnny Crocker's office,
y yo les dije, nunca les he dicho tiempo específico.
and I said I have never given them a specific time.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Why don't we play the tape from the beginning, Your Honor?
All right, Mr. Darden, you're going to play the entire tape?
Ms. Lopez.
Because ultimately, put the transcript on the element.
Okay.
Well, hold on just a second.
The,
Why do I want to put a transcript on the Elmo at this point?
Presumably, at some point, the jury may hear this, and at other times, we've also had the transcript when the jury's been present. I'm just anticipating they may be here at some point when this testimony is given, obviously.
Well, if they are, we'll give them the transcript.
This transcript has to be cleaned up here, and I'll...
I agree, but my staff made this transcript in 20 minutes.
I understand.
Very fine transcript, Your Honor.
Indeed it is.
Ms. Lopez.
Señora López. Señorita.
Regarding the comments that you made to Mr. Bill
Hablando de los comentarios que usted le hizo al señor Bill
on the tape you just heard.
en la cinta que usted acaba de escuchar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
At one point you said, I took the dog
En un momento usted dijo, yo saqué al perro
at 10,
a las 10.
okay, and then there was a pause,
Y
correct?
después hubo una pausa, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And we can hear paper.
Y se podía
Shuffling.
escuchar.
It's a standard phrasing question.
Well, can you hear a
It
paper?
assumes facts, not in evidence.
Okay, well, did you hear a sound
¿Usted escuchó
On the
un
tape.
ruido, un sonido en la cinta?
between the time that you said 10
Desde el momento en que usted dijo 10
and then the time that you said 10:20?
y el momento en que usted dijo 10:20.
Yo no pongo atención, señor.
I don't pay attention, sir.
Okay, let me play it again for you and let
Se
me
lo
ask
voy
you to
a
pay attention this
poner otra
time,
vez y
please.
esta vez fíjese.
Now, how long after that did you take the dog for a walk?
I took the dog 10:20.
So-
10:15 on the dog, taking my dog to walk.
So do you...
Did you hear a noise in between your 10
¿Usted
and
escuchó un
10:20?
ruido entre cuando dijo 10 y 10:20?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Bill show you a time written on a piece of paper at that point?
¿El señor Bill le enseñó un número escrito en un pedazo de papel en esos momentos?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did he point to the words or the numbers 10:20?
Él indicó, señaló los números 10:20?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, after you mentioned 10:20,
Después de que usted mencionó 10:20,
you then said
usted
10:15.
luego dijo 10:15.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Why did you say 10:15?
¿Por qué dijo 10:15?
Porque yo les dije después de las 10, señor.
Because
No.
I said after 10, sir,
Y nunca les di hora específica, señor.
and I never gave them a specific time, sir.
I'd like to continue playing the tape, Your Honor,
Continuar con la cinta.
until we get to line 19 on page 7.
All right.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, we're going to play some more of the tape. I'm going to ask you to pay close attention, if you will,
Vamos
please.
a poner más la cinta.
Está bien,
Quiero que
señor.
se fije muy bien en lo que se dice. It's fine, sir.
Do that every night?
Yes, cuando my boss no know, yes. This is the last time I take it out.
So you take your dog for a walk about 10:15, 10:20, 10:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you took your dog for
Did you hear on the tape Mr. Pavlik say 10:30?
¿Usted escuchó en la cinta que el señor Pavlik dijo 10:30?
Yo no escuché, señor.
I didn't hear that, sir.
Okay. Did you hear yourself agree with Mr. Pavlik when he said 10:30?
¿Usted se escuchó a sí misma estar de acuerdo con el señor Pavlik?
No,
Que
señor.
dijo que era las 10:30.
Would you like to hear
No,
it again?
sir.
Yes,
¿Quiere
señor.
escucharlo otra vez? Yes, sir.
Turn the volume down just
Yeah,
a
please.
tad.
10:20, 10:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, cuando my boss no know, yes. This is the last time I take it out.
So you take your dog for a walk about 10:15, 10:20, 10:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
The objection I have is that it's not clear whether it's 15 and 10:30 or what. It's not clear, and that based upon that.
Overruled.
Well,
Overruled.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Bill mention 10:30 there on the tape?
¿Usted escuchó que el señor Bill mencionara las 10:30 ahí en la cinta?
Si él puede mencionar lo que quiera, señor.
He can mention anything he wants, sir.
Okay. But did you hear yourself agree with him and say, yeah?
Pero usted se escuchó a sí misma estar de acuerdo con él y dijo, yeah.
Pero nunca saco la perra a las 10:30, es muy noche para mí, señor.
But I never take the dog out at 10:30, sir. It's too late for me.
You don't take the dog out at 10:15 either, do
Usted
you?
no saca a la perra a las 10:15 tampoco.
Yo dije después de las 10,
I
los
said after
minutos, yo no
10,
sé, señor.
And I don't know about the minutes, sir.
Okay. Throughout the interview you had with Mr. Bill, he kept putting words into your mouth, didn't he?
Durante toda la entrevista con el señor Bill, él le estaba poniendo palabras en la boca, ¿verdad?
Yo no sé, señor, si me las ponía, porque yo le dije lo que yo sabía.
I don't know, sir, if he put them there because I told him what I knew.
Well, did you tell him that the...
We agreed on a change. Perhaps Mr. Dart doesn't know about this, but this part about Pavlik, perhaps he can consult with his colleagues. We'd agreed yesterday on change. That's what Pavlik was said. Perhaps he can consult with him, and that would be
As it
fair
relates
to the
to the
witness.
transfer?
Yes.
Transcript is not evident.
Not yet.
The agreement for purposes of this hearing, I suppose, is that Mr. Pavlik states at line 18 of page 7, 10:20, 10:30, okay. And at line 19, Ms. Lopez responds, yeah.
All right.
Okay. Did Mr. Pavlik suggest to you
El señor Pavlik le sugirió a usted
certain times?
cierta hora.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Let's listen to the entire tape, okay?
Escuchemos toda la cinta ahora.
Yes, please.
Today's date is July 29th, it's about 11 o'clock, and I'm speaking with Rosa Lopez. Rosa, did I promise you anything to talk to you?
No, I don't want to promise nothing.
Did I pay you money to talk to you?
No, I don't want money.
Did I scare you to talk to me?
No.
Do you work for a family that lives right next to OJ?
Yes.
And on June the 12th of 1994, did you hear a car leaving at certain time?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
Como 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
About 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock. Could you see the car?
Yes.
Do you know which car that was?
Mr. Simpson car.
What, describe it.
The black car.
The black car?
Yes.
Could you see anybody else in the car?
I saw somebody else, but I don't know who is.
Okay, so there was a passenger.
Yes, a passenger.
Shortly after this car left, did you hear anybody on your property? Did you hear anybody walk on your property?
Yes, I hear somebody walk from a lot of my windows, but I'm so scared. I don't want to see nobody.
Now, when this person walked, could you hear him?
No.
No, walking. Could you hear the walking?
Yes, I hear walk.
Now, do you think he had tennis shoes or shoes?
No shoes.
So regular shoes?
Yes, regular shoes, because they make a noise.
In what direction was he walking towards?
Behind my bed.
Behind your what?
My bed. Because my bed is this way and they pass with it.
Would that indicate that he was going towards the garage?
To go to my garage.
Towards your garage?
Yes.
Is that next to OJ's property?
Yes.
Now, is there a air conditioning unit close by that you know of? You know, it's got an air conditioning kind of sticking out.
Yes.
Is that the direction or where you heard some noises?
Oh yes, they passed over there.
Yes, they passed towards the garage. Yes. So this was after OJ and this gentleman left.
Yes.
Now, you were scared. You said you got very scared.
Yeah, I'm very scared.
Okay. Did you ever see a Bronco parked outside?
Yes, I saw Mr.
Did you hear a car, did you see the Bronco parked before Mr. Simpson left in a black car?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Was this car parked on Rockingham or Ashley or?
No, on Rockingham.
Ashford? On Rockingham.
Rockingham.
Was that by his gate?
Yes.
So the car was parked next to his gate?
Yes.
Now, does he park that car out there all the time?
No, they park a different place.
So he parks it on the street. Do you see it?
Yes.
You see it parked on a different place?
And sometimes he parks it inside.
Sometimes he parks it in. Does he ever park it in front of your property?
Yes.
And so he parks it in front of your property?
Yes.
Do you ever see the car sticking out sometimes when he parks it?
Yes.
So it's nothing unusual?
No, it's okay. He sometimes parks this way.
Sometimes parked this way. Mm-hmm. When you saw him and Cato leave, and then this person walked onto your property, Mr. Simpson and that person were gone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when did Mr. Simpson and this person come back? Do you remember?
9 o'clock.
Could it be about? Because if he left about, you said 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Como 10.
About 9:30,
9:30.
9:45?
9:45, something like that, yes.
Okay. Did you hear them when they came back?
Yes, I hear.
Did you see him when they came back?
No, I don't see, but I see he talking something.
So he was talking to somebody?
Talking to somebody else.
And for how long was that?
For a few minutes.
For a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
And then, at some point in time, did you hear OJ talking again?
No.
Did you look out your window and hear him talking on the phone or something?
No.
You didn't hear him talking on the phone?
No, phone. He talking to somebody.
So he was talking to somebody outside. Yes. Okay. But at about 10 o'clock, you hear him talking outside.
Yes.
Now, is he talking to a person or
a person?
So you hear him talking to a person outside?
Person, yes. Okay. They answer back.
Okay. Now, how long after that did you take the dog for a walk?
I took the dog 10:20. So 10:15 something. I take my dog to walk.
So do you do that every night?
Yes, when my boss is on the house, yes. This is the last time I take it out.
So you take your dog for a walk about 10:15, 10:20, 10:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you took your dog for a walk, could you still see the Bronco outside?
Yes.
Was the Bronco in the same position as before?
Same position, same.
So
when the tire go out,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you saw the car parked there the whole time?
Yes.
Let's say from 8:30 all the way up until 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Now, at 11 o'clock, did you hear anything? Did you hear O.J. talking to somebody at that time? Were there some people talking at 11 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, did you go and watch TV or something?
Yes.
And so you didn't pay any attention?
No.
Let me go back to this thing again. If I understand you right, then please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Okay? You indicated to me that at 8:30 or 9 o'clock you hear you look outside and you see a black car that O.J. is driving,
yes.
And he and another person are leaving the area. Did they leave through the Rockingham gate? Or
yes,
did they
Rockingham.
So they left through the Rockingham
yes.
gate, okay? And you kind of look outside because O.J. is a celebrity.
Of course.
Okay? So at 9 o'clock he leaves. How much time after he left did you hear these footprints or footsteps on your property?
No, 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
So that would be around 9:15, 9:30.
9:30.
Okay. And then how long after that did O.J. or a car pull in? About
15 minutes.
About 15 minutes later. So then during this whole time, you know that the white Bronco is parked outside.
Yes.
And then at about 10:15 or 10:20, you take the dogs for a walk.
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to when this person was talking. Could you hear any dogs barking?
No, cuando he talking, no.
No, I'm talking about when this person was walking.
Yes, the dog bark a lot. I'm so scared for that.
Whose dog was that? Was that your dog?
O.J.
So O.J.'s dog was barking a lot after you heard this noise?
Yes. And the moment O.J. go away, the dog can bark, crazy bark.
Okay, so he barked like crazy after O.J. left?
Yes.
And this is about the same time when you hear somebody
walking there.
And that someone who was walking had shoes on, not tennis shoes.
No.
You could hear the heel.
Yes.
You could hear it. Okay? Then at 10:20, after you walked the dog, that was the last time that you actually saw the Bronco.
Yes.
Did you, when you heard the noises around 11 o'clock, did you ever look outside? Or you just heard the noises?
No, I only heard the noise.
So you never heard you never heard anybody else?
No.
Okay. Now, the next morning, did somebody knock on your door?
Yes, some detective.
Some detective. Did you recognize that detective?
Yes.
Who is he?
I don't know what his name, but I know recognize.
Is he one of the guys that you saw on TV testifying?
Yes.
Would that be Detective Furman?
Yes, it is.
Is it Furman? Yes. Mark Furman?
Mark Furman, yes.
Now, when he knocked on your door, what time was that?
8 o'clock or 8:15.
8:15.
Yeah.
Did he identify himself as police?
Yes.
Did he show you a badge?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he ask you?
He asked that he gave permission to pass to supervise the yard and the back of the house.
Oh, so he wanted to look where the fence is?
Yes.
He wanted your permission?
Yes.
So that he could look out?
Yes.
Is that by the garage?
Yes, by the garage.
Did you give him that permission?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything else?
I asked him what happened, and he said something wrong happened next door. And I was so scared. I said, why? What? Somebody, I don't know, somebody killing somebody, you never know. And I said, I hear talking somebody over there last night.
Yeah.
Oh, me dijo, how long? Late the 9 o'clock to 11, and he somebody talk. And he said, maybe the police coming to interview to you, but nobody come.
So you told him that you heard some noises?
Yes.
And was he by himself?
Yes.
Did he ever give you a business card?
No.
He never gave you Los Angeles?
No.
But he told you maybe somebody will talk to you?
Yes.
Did anybody ever talk to you?
No.
No one talked to you?
No.
No police officer talked to you?
No. Nobody. Thank God.
Did he give you any instructions for the gardener? You mentioned something?
Oh, the garden, he said, please talk to the guys, because the guys speak Spanish. Tell the garden if they're finding some sticking or metal something, and tell and not touch, tell you and you call the police.
So he told you if you find some metal?
Or sticking something, or game, something short, something. Stop.
He told you to call the police?
Call the police.
Did you ever find anything?
No, nothing.
You never found anything?
No.
Okay, how did you contact me? How were you contacted? Did you call O.J. Simpson?
No.
Okay, did somebody find you?
I talked to Michelle this thing because
So you know Michelle?
I know Michelle.
And so you talked together?
I talked to Michelle. Michelle, what's wrong with this? I saw the Bronco over there on Sunday night.
Okay, so you know Michelle, the housekeeper, and you're a housekeeper for the family that
Yes.
so you guys sometimes you
Yes, we
talk?
talk.
Okay, and sometimes other people, other nannies, they walk the babies?
Yeah, they walk the baby, they talk to me, they make a funny with Mr. Simpson because he's very famous.
Okay.
So I not speak this thing because he's famous. I not speak this thing because he has money. I not speak nothing. I speak because it's
the truth.
It's the truth.
Okay, so you told Detective Furman, did he ever ask you more questions?
No.
Did he ever fill out a card and ask you, what's your address, what's your phone number, what's your date of birth?
No.
He never asked you anything?
Nothing.
Was he tall?
Yes, he's
Could
tall.
you see him?
Yeah.
Did he wear a suit?
Yes.
He had a suit on? And was that the following morning, which would have been Monday?
Monday morning.
And that was what date? June 13th?
June 13th, yes.
So it would be hours after.
Oh, yes.
After. Now, at 8 o'clock when you were there, could you see a lot of commotion over there?
Yes.
Next door?
Yes.
Were there a lot of cops there?
A lot of cops.
A lot of plainclothes cops? Did you ever see the district, did you see the district attorney, the female district attorney?
No, I no put attention to this.
You didn't see her?
No.
So you saw a lot of police?
A lot of people.
Okay. That morning, could you hear any noises from cars that morning around 5 o'clock in the morning? Did you hear somebody ringing a bell over at O.J.'s property or anything like that?
I can't hear the bell because it's on the other side.
So it's on the other side, so you didn't hear anything?
No, I don't hear the bell.
Did you hear any commotion at 5 o'clock?
Yes,
I'm talking about in the morning.
Yes.
You heard commotion?
Yeah.
Did you ever look outside?
No, I don't look at him so tired, but I go there very late. I'm so scared I go sleeping very late.
Now, could you hear somebody walking that morning at 5 o'clock alongside O.J.'s fence or house?
Yes.
You did hear some footsteps. Yes. Could you hear people talking?
Yes, I can hear.
So there were some people talking. Do you remember about what time it was?
No.
So you were in bed,
yeah.
but you could hear it?
No, not in bed. I already up at 6 o'clock, but I'm in bed. But I can hear talking.
But before you got up?
Yes.
Before you got up, did you hear things?
Oh, yes.
Did you ever look outside?
No.
You did not look outside?
No.
Did they walk on your property that morning? They did?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So you could hear people walking on your property, so no one asked you for your permission?
No. Only the detective walk inside.
That was at 8:30?
Everybody.
That was at 8 o'clock?
Yes, it's 8 o'clock.
Okay, fine. All righty. I'm going to go ahead and I will write it out.
Write it out.
And then after I write it out, we'll get back together again and I'll read it to you just to make sure that everything is correct. Rosa, thank you very much.
Well, I hope it helps a lot.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez, did Mr. Bill ever read to you the written statement that he wrote out?
¿En algún momento le leyó a usted la declaración por escrito que él había hecho?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was it during that interview that you mentioned Sylvia?
¿Fue durante esa entrevista que usted mencionó a Silvia?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Do you know the date in which you gave that interview to Mr. Bill?
¿Usted sabe la fecha en que usted le dio esa entrevista al señor Bill?
No, creo que junio.
I think no nos podía dar la hora exacta porque no estaba segura.
Como usted dice, señor, que de entre 8:30 y 9, yo les dije 8:30 y 9, señor.
As you say, sir, between 8:30 and 9, and I said to you between 8:30 and 9.
Now, you understand, Ms. Lopez, that you shouldn't just say a time because I say the time, correct?
Usted entiende, señora López, que usted no tiene que decir cierta hora solo porque yo digo cierta hora, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it was dark at 9 p.m. that night, correct?
Estaba ya oscuro afuera a las 9:00 de la noche esa noche,
Yo
¿verdad?
creo que sí.
I think so.
Okay. And the window where you were standing is about 140 feet from the street,
Y la
correct?
ventana ante la cual usted estaba parada queda como 140 pies de la calle.
Momento.
Oh, well, she can answer, she
Puede
knows.
contestar.
Yo no sé, señor, cuántos pies serán de largo.
I don't know, sir, how far it's in feet.
But from your position inside the house,
Pero de su posición
you were able
adentro
to
de la
see
casa, usted podía ver
that the passenger in Mr. Simpson's vehicle
que el pasajero que iba dentro del
had blonde hair.
vehículo del señor Simpson tenía pelo rubio.
Yo solo le miré una parte del pelo, señor.
I only saw part of the hair, sir.
But you could tell that it was blonde
Pero usted podía ver que era rubio.
Sí, señor.
from
Yes,
that
sir.
distance.
Desde esa distancia.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Simpson's car passed the front of your house, right?
El carro del señor Simpson pasó al frente de su casa, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as the car passed your house,
Y en lo que el carro pasaba por su casa,
you saw Mr. Simpson in the driver's seat, right?
usted vio al señor Simpson en el volante, detrás del volante, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Simpson was seated in the chair closest to you.
O sea, el señor Simpson estaba sentado en el asiento que quedaba más cerca de usted.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Could you see through Mr. Simpson and see the man in the passenger seat?
Oh, well,
Usted podía ver a través del señor Simpson y pudo ver al hombre que estaba sentado a la par de él.
Pues se mira, señor.
Well, it can be seen, sir.
I'm sorry?
It can be seen, sir.
It can be seen. You told Mr. Beal, or rather you agreed with Mr. Beal when he said that it was Cato Kalin that was in the car,
Usted
correct?
le dijo a Bill,
oh, well,
estuvo de acuerdo con el señor Bill de que era Cato Kalin.
Yo nunca le dije a él que era Kero Kale siempre.
Can we have an answer? Can we have the answer? Yeah.
I never told him that I was Cato Kalin.
But you agreed with Mr. Beal when he said that the person was Cato Kalin, correct?
Pero usted estuvo de acuerdo con el señor Bill cuando él dijo que era Cato Kalin, ¿verdad?
Si es lo que él decía, señor.
If that's
Yo no
what he
sabía
said,
quién era el
sir,
que iba. Tal vez él sabía más que yo.
I didn't know who it was. Perhaps he knew more than I did.
Okay. And you told Mr. Beal that you saw the Bronco parked at 11 p.m., correct?
Y usted le dijo al señor Bill que usted vio el Bronco estacionado como a las 11 en punto.
Eso fue lo que él dijo, señor, no yo.
That's what he said, sir, not I.
Well, when he said that you saw it at 11 o'clock, you agreed with him, correct?
Pero cuando él dijo que lo vio a las 11 en punto, usted estuvo de acuerdo con él, ¿verdad?
overruled.
Conteste.
Yo nunca le agrimé nada, señor. Él me decía esto y dije, ok, está bien.
I never agreed on anything, sir. He would say that, and I would say, well, okay.
Well, when you said, well, okay,
Pero cuando usted decía, oh, está bien,
you were agreeing with Mr. Pavlik's statement, correct?
usted estaba poniéndose de acuerdo con lo que decía el señor, ¿verdad?
Si eso era lo que él dijo, señor.
If that's what he said, sir.
Is that what you're saying, Ms. Lopez?
Bueno, ¿eso es lo que usted está diciendo, señora López?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you saw the Bronco at 11 o'clock?
Que usted vio el
No, señor. Yo nunca he dicho que a las 11,
Bronco
señor.
a las 11 en punto. No, sir.
Yo nunca dije a las 11, señor.
I never said 11, sir.
Okay. Let me read to you a question and answer.
Le voy a leer a usted unas preguntas y
Page 8,
respuestas.
lines 1 through 6.
Le vamos a leer esas preguntas y respuestas.
Do you
Excuse me,
recall?
Your Honor, you want me to translate simultaneous for her? Or can she hear?
Consecutively, please.
Consecutivamente le vamos a hacer.
Do you recall being asked the following questions and given the following answers?
Usted recuerda que le hicieron las siguientes preguntas y usted dio las siguientes respuestas.
And these questions were by Mr. Pavlik.
Y estas preguntas fueron hacia el señor.
Question.
Pregunta.
So you saw the car parked there the whole time.
Así que usted vio el carro estacionado ahí todo el tiempo.
Your answer was
Su respuesta
yes.
fue sí.
Mr. Pavlik asked,
El señor preguntó,
let's say from 8:30
digamos de las 8
all the way up until 11 o'clock.
hasta las 11 en punto.
Your response
Y
was
su
yes.
respuesta fue sí.
Do you recall being asked those questions and giving those
¿Usted
responses?
recuerda que le hicieron esas preguntas y que usted dio esas respuestas?
No me acuerdo que él me había dicho que a las 11, señor.
I don't remember that he told me 11, sir.
Well, you just heard a tape here in court a moment ago, correct?
Bueno, usted acaba de escuchar una cinta aquí en la corte hace un minuto,
Sí,
¿verdad?
señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was your voice on the tape,
Y
correct?
esa fue su voz en la cinta, ¿verdad?
Yes, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear yourself on the tape agree
¿Usted
with Mr.
escuchó
Pavlik
en la cinta que usted estuvo de acuerdo con el señor Pavlik?
when he said that you saw the Bronco
Cuando él dijo que usted vio el Bronco
all the way up until 11 o'clock?
hasta las 11 en punto.
Yo nunca les dije, señor, que yo hice el Bronco a las 11 de la noche, señor. Si él dice que sí,
I
pues yo digo
never
que sí,
told
señor.
them that I had seen the Bronco at 11 o'clock, sir, but if it says yes, then I say yes.
Well, if you said yes then,
Pero si usted dijo que sí en ese entonces,
were you telling the truth?
¿usted estaba diciendo la verdad?
Yo nunca estaba viendo para la calle a las
Moment.
11, señor.
Overruled.
I never was looking out into the street at 11, sir.
Okay. Well, when you agreed with Mr. Pavlik that you had seen the Bronco at 11 o'clock,
Pero usted estuvo de acuerdo con el señor Pablo que usted vio el Bronco a las 11 en punto.
you were lying, weren't you?
Usted estaba mintiendo, ¿verdad?
Overruled.
No, señor, porque nunca le dije que yo lo había visto a las 11 de la noche a él,
No,
señor. Él lo
sir.
dijo, señor.
Because I never told him that I had seen it at 11 o'clock, sir. He told me, sir.
Okay. And when he told you, you agreed with
Y
him.
cuando le dijo eso él a usted, ¿usted estuvo de acuerdo con él?
Si él decía, señor.
If he said so, sir.
Now, you've told us here in court that
Usted
you
nos
did
dijo
not
aquí en
walk
la
the dogs
corte
at 10:15 or
que
10:20.
usted no sacó a caminar los perros entre las 10 y cuarto y las 10 y 20.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
But you told Mr. Pavlik
Pero usted le dijo al señor Pavlik
more than once
más de una vez
that you did walk the dog at 10:15 or
que
10:20.
usted sí sacó a caminar los perros entre las 10 y 15 y las
Correct.
10 y 20,
Yo
¿verdad?
le dije que después de las 10, el tiempo yo nunca se los di exacto,
I
señor.
told him after 10, I never gave them the exact time.
Well, you just heard your voice on the tape, correct?
Pero usted acaba de escuchar su propia voz en la cinta, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And didn't you hear yourself
Y
tell
no se escuchó usted misma decir
Mr. Bill that you walked the dog at 10:15 or 10:20?
al señor Bill que usted caminó los perros entre las 10 y 15 y las 10 y 20?
Pues como yo les dije, señor, que yo a las 10 en punto vi mi reloj.
But as I told you, sir, that I saw my clock at 10 o'clock.
Después me puse a hervir mi agua.
And after that, I boiled my water.
Hice mi té.
And I made my tea.
Le quité el collar a la perra.
I took the collar off the dog, female connotation.
Le puse leash.
And I put the leash on.
And to go out.
And then we go out.
The exact minutes, I don't know, señor. El exacto minuto yo no lo
The
sé.
exact minute, I don't know, sir.
But you told Mr. Bill that you took the dog out at 10:15 or 10:20, correct?
Overruled.
Pero usted le dijo al señor Bill que usted sacó los
10:15 at 10:20? Well, yes, because I was never exactly on time. 10:15.
And 10 planet had the manner. I mean, you said between. You didn't know the exact time. When you said 10:15, 10. You said that knowing that you didn't know the exact time. An answer.
Yes, sir. Because I never said exactly now.
Like that. Indeed. You told Mr. Bill that you had taken a dog for a walk, right?
There's only one dog in that house, sir.
Okay, when Mr. Bill said or asked you on page 10, question, like between 10:15 and 10:20, you took the dog for a walk, and you answered, well, for a walk. In other words, you agreed with the gentleman that you took more than one dog for a walk.
Sir, if it's only one dog, how am I going to add another one? Maybe he didn't understand me, sir.
But you understood him, didn't you?
A little bit, sir.
You're now saying that you didn't understand the questions he asked you about the dogs.
That they only have one female dog. You can see it. You verified it.
At any time that night. Besides the time you saw Mr. Simpson driving by in his car. Did you see Mr. Simpson?
No, sir.
Didn't you see him playing golf in front of the house that night?
I've never said that I've seen him play golf.
Have you ever seen him play golf?
I know he played golf because Michelle told me, but I've never seen him play. But I've never seen.
I mean, you didn't see him play golf in front of his house that night? Answer me.
No, sir.
No.
Sir.
A photograph may be marked peep 90.
95.
90. Shown it to council. Mrs. Lopez, if you could look at your monitor for a moment. That was the man who arrived at your house? The morning of June 13th. Sir? And did you see when this man gave his testimony?
Saw a little bit of it.
And you saw the photograph on television?
I saw him in person sitting where I am, sir.
And you saw his name exactly as it is in the photo there?
He said so, sir.
During his interview with Mr. P, he was the person who mentioned Mark's name. Sir, you couldn't remember the detective's name, could you?
No, I couldn't pronounce the last name, sir.
To clarify, 9:30 at night was the only time that you heard footsteps going in the direction of the air conditioner.
Towards the garage.
And you told Mr. Bill that the footsteps were going towards the air conditioner. May answer.
Yes, sir.
And when you told Mr. Bill that, did you know exactly where the air conditioner was located?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen the air conditioner before?
Oh, yes, sir.
But Mr. Bill was the first one to mention the air conditioner, the machine.
I think he was the first one to mention it.
I think I'm almost done.
Sir, no. When you spoke to Mr. Bill, and during your conversations about the detective, you told Mr. Bill that Detective Furman seemed like a good person, a good man. But you only spoke to him for 10 seconds, right?
I remember telling you, ma'am, that
You said I.
didn't say anything bad about him.
You did. Not tell Detective Furman that you saw the Bronco parked outside at 101.
No, sir.
You did not tell Detective Furman that you took the dog for a walk. Sometime after 10 o'clock.
No, sir.
No. You did not tell Detective Furman that you saw Mr. Simpson walk out with a blonde-haired person.
No, sir.
No, sir. You did not tell Detective Furman that you heard a bully.
I did not say bully, I said step, sir.
But you told Mr. Bill that you heard a bully.
I did not say a bully, Your Honor.
I didn't hear the ruling of the we have gone over this already.
The only thing you told the detective was that you heard someone talking. At 9 o'clock and at 11 o'clock.
line 10.
The only thing you told the detective was that you heard someone talking.
I told him that I heard voices and noises.
Well, was Mr. Bill who suggested to you
Moki says, Michael, I think we are getting Schlotsky's tomorrow. Any other DoorDash suggestions? I probably butchered that. And that'll be interesting to see what he says. Oh, that is cool. Glad you gave her suggestions. Alright. Now we will continue. Let's go back here.
that you told Furman that you heard noises?
May answer.
Detective Furman suggested to you. Was Mr. Bill who suggested to you that you spoke to the detective who told you that you heard noises?
I was the one who said, sir, not him.
You listened to the tape with your interview, right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard yourself. Tell Mr. Bill that you told Detective Furman that you heard somebody talking from 9 to 11. Yes, sir. And after you said that, page 13, counsel. After you said that, Mr. Bill asked, so you told him that you heard noises, and you said yes. In other words, it was Mr. Bill who first mentioned or suggested that you tell him that you heard noises. You may answer.
No, sir, I was the one who told you, sir.
Well, the noises that you are referring to were the voices that you heard, right?
When I say noises, they're footsteps and voices, sir. I was referring to what I had heard, sir.
You never told the detective. You
never asked me, sir.
That you heard footsteps.
Because you didn't ask me.
He asked you if you had heard footsteps.
Remember if he asked me?
How many days after the murder?
Nicole Brown,
Nicole Brown
Ron Goldman.
and Ron Goldman. Was that you spoke to Michelle a few days later? Would have been 2 or 3 days later.
I don't remember.
Been something like 2 or 3 days.
I don't remember, sir.
Could have been as long as a week after the murders.
I don't remember, sir.
But it was a little bit after that.
A little bit after that, yes.
And then it was on July 29th that you spoke to Mr. Bill?
Yes, sir.
Several weeks had passed. You spoke to Michelle, and you had your conversation with Mr. Bill.
Perhaps, sir.
Son, your memory began to fail at that time.
Don't think my memory is failing me, sir?
What was that answer?
I don't think my memory is failing me, sir. And if I don't remember, anyone can say I don't remember, sir.
And if you don't remember, you don't remember.
It's not that I'm failing you.
You
saw the interpreter read to you the report prepared by Mr. Bill on July 29, 1994.
Yes, sir.
And that report mentions Sylvia, right?
Yes, sir.
And it is your testimony that you did not mention Sylvia's name to Mr. Bill during that interview on July 29.
No, sir.
No, sir. You told Bill about Sylvia during a phone call?
I don't remember.
You told Michelle about Sylvia?
Sir?
You told Sylvia that you had mentioned her name to Mr. Simpson's lawyers?
I did not tell him that you had mentioned her name to him. She did not want to get involved in the crime.
She said, she told you that she was not with you at 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
Cool. That's what she says, sir, but you were there at my house?
Well, you've heard the tape of the interview that Sylvia had?
Yes, sir.
The interview that she had with the detectives?
Yes, sir.
Sir. During that interview, Sylvia stated,
yes, sir,
that you told her that the lawyers were going to give you, and that she could also receive 0000 if she testified in favor of Mr. Simpson.
I never told her that, sir.
Sylvia is lying.
100%, sir.
And you're telling the truth. 100%. That's all.
It looks like 1:30. Sure. Right, Mr. Lopez, we're going to take a break for the lunch hour. We will finish this afternoon. You order to come back at 1:30. Hamburger, Jones. Jones.
Thank you, sir.
In the Simpson, Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel. People are represented. Mr. Darden, I don't see Miss Clark.
Good afternoon. Cover?
This is a question on scope. If the court recalls that let me see counsel at the sidebar with the report.
Mrs. Lopez, how are you feeling?
Very tired.
Okay, we're going to try not to take up too much of your time this afternoon. Thank you. Mrs. Lopez, during that examination for Mr. Darden, on numerous occasions you said, I don't remember saying that. When you said that, what did you mean by that term?
I don't remember saying that. In my case, in our Latin countries, we speak in different dialects, sir. And when I say I don't remember, I mean no.
That is something that is common in your country, particularly in El Salvador. Sir, now, Mrs. Lopez, Mr. Dard asked you some questions regarding an unemployment form. And you said that on that form, the address you used was your son's address, if you recall.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us why you used your son's address?
Because my son has a key, Your Honor.
And how about your daughter's mailbox? It has a lock.
Right, sir?
At some point, she has had problems with her mail.
Yes, sir.
And what were those problems, if you can tell us?
Many children from the neighborhood play.
And open the mailboxes? And the older people too? Very good. And are you currently receiving unemployment funds at all?
No, sir.
No, sir. Previously, you told us that you had worked a number of years during your life, perhaps between 40 and 50 years. And during that period of time, Mrs. Lopez, for how long, if at all, did you receive unemployment benefits?
No more than once, sir.
And for how long did you receive unemployment benefits?
About 3 months or 2 months, I don't remember.
That's all, sir. Now, Mr. Dar mentioned the fact that there were other names associated with you.
Yes, sir.
Mentioned the name Reyes. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And he mentioned the name Lopez.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that? And I believe he mentioned the name Martinez.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to the judge at this time the names that you have and how those names came to be given to you?
Reyes was given to me because I was born on January 6th.
And January 6th is the day that the kings came, which is called Epiphany. The day of Epiphany.
Yes, sir.
Very good. And the name Lopez.
It's my mother's last name, sir.
And finally, the Martinez
is my father's name, sir.
And what name do you normally use?
I use Rosa Maria Lopez, sir.
Rosa Maria Lopez. Before you came to court last Friday, when we promised you that we would finish this last Friday, you could you tell the judge where you had been without telling us the name of the state you had been in before coming here to court?
New Mexico, sir. Okay.
And when did you go to this other state on the 8th?
I left on Wednesday at 1 p.m., gentlemen.
And this would have been Wednesday, February 22nd. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did you get to this other state?
By driving, sir.
And did you drive with anyone else? You may answer.
Only me, sir.
And what were you driving at that time?
My little car, sir.
Very good. How long did it take you to get to the other state?
Sir, I left at 1 p.m. I stopped my car at 3:30 in the morning for a little while. I got up at 4:30 in the morning and drove again until 11 a.m., sir.
When you say you got up, where did you sleep?
In the car, sir.
Los Angeles.
Very good. And you had the opportunity to call Los Angeles again last Thursday, which would
B.
because you had the 23rd, Thursday, February 23rd, because you had to be in court on the 24th, Friday. Sir. And what time did you arrive back in Los Angeles?
They told me it was 1:15.
And how long did you sleep last Friday morning?
I left the airport at 12:30 at night. I got to my hotel at 12:30 in the morning.
Very good. And how long did you sleep?
I was woken up at 5 a.m., sir.
And between Wednesday, February 22nd, and Friday, February 24th, how long did you sleep, ma'am?
About 3 hours in both days.
And when you came to court last Friday, you were not at all tired.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you told us that before you spoke to Mr. Pav. You had spoken to a person whose name is Michelle.
Yes, sir.
And after you spoke to Michelle, did you speak to anyone else?
Yes, sir.
And who was that person?
Mrs. Kathy.
Mrs. Kathy. Very good. And after you spoke to Kathy, who else did you speak to, Bill? Bill. You mean the sir? You mentioned in cross-examination Wood Street, if you remember that you met Kathy on the street. And why did you meet her on the street? Because there were a lot of reporters.
And she told me that they all knew her and
You left her house, her house on the house of the singers to meet her on Clifford, correct? Yes, sir. And when you got to Clifford, did you see any press people there? Were still a lot of waiters. There were. Very good. You spoke with Ms. Randa there, or they went somewhere else.
We went to Mr. Simpson's office.
Okay, and you. You also saw reporters on Clifford Street. Yes, sir. You meet with any lawyers in connection with this case during the year 1994? No, sir. No. You can read English. Okay.
No, sir.
No. You. Ask questions about time. Do you know how to read a clock? Is that? Yes, sir. You can read clocks, whether they're digital or hands. Yes, sir. You wrote in cross-examination that you had seen Michelle shortly after she had been hit by Nicole Brown Simpson. And do you remember that? Yes, sir. Do you know?
What? What did you?
Notice? What did you notice about Michelle? That was unusual. Because her face was red and she was crying a lot. You saw her a day or so after that? Yes, sir. And what did you notice about her face? You noticed it was swollen. Now you said that last weekend you had gone to my office. That's correct? Yes, sir. And how did you get there? Pat gave me a ride. That's it. Yes, sir. When you left wherever you went, did you know that you were being followed? No, sir. No. And once you got to the law office, you stayed there for a period of time or a short time? Why are you know in that law office at some point? At some point, I told you what you had to say when you came here to court on Monday morning.
No, sir. I didn't at some kachu.
Point, coach. You.
On what? You.
Should say when you were asked questions that you should just tell the truth. At some point, I gave you some signals, some hand signals between the two of us.
No, sir.
No, sir. And while you were in the office, do you remember what you did during the time you were there?
I watched a little bit of television and practiced with Irma.
Irma, did you have anything else to do last Saturday?
Oh, Mr. Mick drove me to his apartment.
That was after you left my office.
Yes, sir.
And how long did you stay there?
Oh, no, because I fell asleep in the car.
Did you go anywhere after that?
To the hotel?
Very good. At any time did you see this gentleman sitting here to my left?
No, sir.
Interpreter?
Thank you, Matt and Lopez. Would you please let the interpreter finish the interpretation before you begin your answer, please?
Thank you.
Do you recall? Tout ce qui sont.
Do you recall on Sunday, February 26, 1994, if night you saw Carl Douglas, the man who is sitting here immediately to my left after you left? No, sir. At any point did you see him at all that day?
No, sir.
No, sir. Do you recall what you did on Sunday, February 26?
My attorney's wife, Mr. Carol Jones, arrived at Mrs. Berger's.
Mrs. Berger's?
Hamburger.
She means a hamburger.
Hamburger, yes.
And they took me shopping, ma'am, at 10 in the morning.
Shopping, sir, at 10 in the morning.
All right, John, maybe we pause just a moment with the reporter.
Check.
Everybody's getting flowers, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Kardashian got some today.
Nope. All right, Ms. Clark, would you check that out then for us, please? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Cochran, would you continue, please?
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. During cross-examination, Ms.
Durante
Lopez,
contraexaminación, señora López,
do you recall seeing a brief videotape, I
recuerda haber
believe,
visto un corto
involving
video
a reporter from KABC Channel 7?
involucrando a un reportero de KABC, el canal 7?
Yo no sé qué canal sería, yo me vi en la televisión y ya.
I don't know what channel it was. I saw myself on TV and that's all.
All right, and during that brief video clip,
Durante ese breve metraje de video,
in seeing that, did it refresh your recollection
al ver esto les refrescó la memoria
about a conversation that you had with a reporter
con respecto a una
shortly after
conversación
June 12, 1994?
que usted tuvo con un reportero poco después del 12 de junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And in that tape, did you talk to that reporter
Y en esa cinta usted habló con ese reportero
about noises that you'd heard
acerca de ruidos que usted escuchó
in the late evening hours of June 12th and the early morning hours of June 13th?
en las horas tardes de la noche.
What's the objection?
There's no evidence in the record already that she talked to the reporter about early morning noises.
The tape speaks for itself, Your Honor. I think I've accurately stated. If not, I can seek to reframe it.
Okay, thank you, Moki, for coming. It was nice having you hang out with us, and we are here for you. You're not alone, and take care.
I'm trying to recollect what exactly it was that was said.
It's about noises.
Yes.
Let me rephrase it.
All right.
Save some time. Do you recall speaking to a reporter after seeing that tape,
Recuerda haber visto a un reportero después de haber visto esa cinta,
wherein you indicated that you recalled
cuando usted dijo que usted recordó
hearing voices late
haber escuchado
on June 12, 1994?
ruidos tarde el 12 de junio de 1994.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever, at any time,
En algún momento dado, en cualquier momento,
ever tried to sell the information which you told us in court here
en algún momento dado ha tratado de vender usted la información que nos ha dado aquí en el
Sí.
tribunal hoy,
either
ya
of the
sea
following publications?
a cualquiera de las siguientes publicaciones?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, let me give you the publications first.
Bueno, déjeme dar el nombre de las
National
publicaciones.
Enquirer,
El National Enquirer.
No, señor.
No, sir.
the Globe,
El Globe.
No, señor.
No, sir.
or the Star.
O el Star.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Have you ever tried to sell what you've had to say for money to anyone?
En algún momento dado ha tratado de vender lo que tuvo que decir a cambio de dinero a cualquier persona?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You ever been offered any money by any lawyer in this case at all?
¿Algún abogado en lo absoluto le ha ofrecido dinero
No,
por este
señor.
caso? No, sir.
You ever been offered any money by Kathy Randa?
Kathy Randa le ha ofrecido a usted dinero?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You ever been offered any money by Michelle?
Michelle le ha ofrecido a usted dinero?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the voices that you heard on the evening of June 12th,
Ahora, con respecto a las
1994,
voces que usted escuchó la noche del 12 de junio de 1994,
can you share with us and tell us the approximate times that you recall hearing those voices?
¿podría decirnos aproximadamente a la hora que usted escuchó esas voces?
Como las 9 y 9:45, a las,
At about 9, 9,
a las 11.
45,
No,
11.
de las 11:30 a las 12:30, algo así. Yo nunca he
From
dicho.
11:30 to 12:30, something like that. I never said. ¿Usted nunca dijo?
In that general time frame?
¿Durante ese periodo de tiempo en general?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And if you recall, whose voice or voices did you hear about 9:45, I think you said?
Y si es que recuerda, ¿qué voces, las voces de quién escuchó entre las 9 y las 9:45?
Oye, Mr. Simpson.
I heard Mr. Simpson.
And you mentioned hearing voices, I guess, after 11:30.
Y mencionó haber escuchado voces después de las 11:30.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did you recognize any of those voices, ma'am?
¿Y reconoció alguna de esas voces, señora?
No, señor.
No, sir.
When you testified earlier about hearing footsteps
Cuando usted dio testimonio anteriormente acerca de haber escuchado pasos
during the evening and you said you were afraid, do you recall that?
durante la noche y usted dijo que tuvo miedo, ¿recuerda eso usted?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
There come a time that after you heard those footsteps that you weren't afraid anymore?
Llegó un momento dado después de que usted escuchó esos pasos cuando usted ya no tuvo miedo.
Cuando oí que el señor Simpson regresó a la casa.
When I heard that Mr. Simpson came back to the house.
And was that before you went out to walk with the dog
¿Y eso
the
fue antes
last time that evening?
¿Y eso fue antes de que usted saliera a caminar al perro la última vez esa noche?
Sustain.
Todavía no contesté.
Was that before?
Todavía no contesté.
Leading.
All right. When was that with relation to the time
¿A qué horas ocurrió eso en relación a la hora
that you went out to walk the dog for the last time?
cuando usted sacó al perro a caminar por última vez?
Yo siempre he dicho que después de las 10, señor.
I have always said that it was after 10, sir.
All right. And
Muy
Mr.
bien.
Simpson returned home about what time, if you recall?
Y el señor Simpson regresó a casa, ¿cómo a qué hora, si es que recuerda?
15 para las 9, 9 a 9, algo así, yo no me recuerdo.
15 to 9 or 9, something like that.
You mean
I don't
fif-
remember.
All right. Do you mean 15 to 9 or a later time? What do you
Se
mean?
refiere,
Sustain.
What time do you mean that Mr. Simpson returned home? Yes?
¿a qué hora se refiere usted a que escuchó que el señor Simpson regresó?
Como a las 9.
At about 9,
9:30, 9:45. I don't remember, señor.
9:30, 9:45. I do not remember, sir.
All right. Now, you were shown a picture of a detective, Marlowe, I believe, and
Bueno,
asked
a usted se le mostró una fotografía de
Whether or
detective
not-
Marlowe, me parece. Y se le preguntó
you saw this individual on or about
si usted había visto a ese individuo más o menos como
June 28th, 1994.
el 28 de junio de 1994.
Do you recall that?
¿Recuerda eso?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did you recognize ever having seen that man before?
¿Y recuerda usted haber visto a ese hombre antes?
Yo no me recuerdo bien porque yo no lo vi. Llegó a la casa, pero la señora lo recibió.
I don't remember well because I didn't see him. He came to the house, but the lady met him.
All right, when you say the lady, what lady are you talking about?
Muy bien, cuando usted dice la señora, ¿a qué señora se refiere?
A la señora Salinger.
Mrs. Salinger.
And was that on or about June 28th?
Y eso fue más o menos como el 28 de junio.
Más o menos, yo no me acuerdo la fecha.
More or less, I don't remember the time, the date.
Did the police officer who came around that time ever
El oficial de la policía que llegó más o menos en ese entonces,
ask to speak with you?
¿en algún momento dado pidió hablar con usted?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You were shown a copy of a phone bill
Se le mostró una copia de un cobro de teléfono
and asked whether or not
y se le preguntó
during the week of June 12th, 1994,
que si durante la semana del 12 de junio de 1994,
you had occasion to call the United Kingdom
en una ocasión, o tuvo ocasión usted de llamar a Inglaterra,
in an effort to reach the Salingers.
yes, sir, para tratar de ponerse en comunicación con los señores Salinger.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether or not you ever reached them?
¿Y recuerda usted si es que pudo o no pudo comunicarse con ellos?
No me recuerdo si hablé con ellos. No creo.
I don't remember if I talked to
Tienen
them.
diferente tiempo.
No, I don't remember. They have different times.
What do you mean by that?
¿A qué se refiere usted con eso, que tienen diferentes tiempos?
Que cuando dice la señora que cuando aquí es de día, allá es de noche.
That the lady says that when it's daytime here, over there it's nighttime.
So as you sit here now, do you ever recall actually speaking to them on the phone
Bueno,
while they were in Europe?
mientras que usted está sentada aquí, en algún momento dado, ¿recuerda haber hablado usted? I didn't get the last part of that question, Mr. Cochran.
Certainly. Do you ever recall actually speaking to them while they were in Europe?
¿Recuerda, de hecho, haber hablado usted con ellos durante el tiempo que ellos estuvieron en Europa?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about a lady by the name of Sylvia Walker. Do you recall
Ahora,
those questions?
a usted se le hicieron algunas preguntas con respecto a alguien llamada Sylvia Walker. ¿Recuerda usted esas preguntas?
Sustain. Prepare the question.
Well, let me give you the correct name, the full correct name. You were asked some questions about Sylvia Ann Walker. Do you recall those questions?
A usted se le hicieron ciertas preguntas con respecto a Sylvia Ann Walker. ¿Recuerda usted esas preguntas?
Sylvian Walker.
Sylvian Walker.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And you were formerly employed by the Walkers, were you?
Y anteriormente usted trabajó con la familia Walker. ¿Es eso así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
During the time that you worked for the Walkers, and how long was that? that you worked for
Durante el
them?
tiempo que usted trabajó con la familia Walker, ¿por cuánto tiempo fue esto? Si es que recuerda.
Trabajé 9 años con ella.
I worked for her for 9 years.
And during this period of time, did she ever at any time deduct Social Security taxes for you?
Y durante este periodo de tiempo,
Ms. Relevant.
Overruled.
en algún momento dado, ella le quitó a usted, le descontó
Overruled.
fondos de seguro social.
Nunca.
Never.
Did you pay your own Social Security taxes during that time?
¿Usted pagó sus propios impuestos de seguro social durante ese tiempo?
Pagué, señor.
I paid, sir. Some.
Now, how did you get along with Mr. Walker, the husband of this family during
Ahora,
this time?
¿cómo se llevaba usted con el señor Walker, el esposo de esta familia, durante ese tiempo?
Muy bien, señor.
Very well, sir.
And how did you get along with Miss Sylvia Ann Walker?
¿Y cómo se llevaba usted con la señora Sylviane Walker?
A veces bien y a veces peleábamos.
Sometimes fine, and sometimes we would argue.
The housekeeper, you know.
The housekeeper, you know.
What do you mean by that?
¿A qué se refiere con eso?
Que ya tenía mucho tiempo con ella, teníamos confianza.
That I had been with her for a long time, so we were very comfortable with each other.
Did you ever at any time, Ms. Lopez,
En algún momento dado, señora López,
tell Ms. Walker that
Le
you
dijo-
would testify for Mr. Simpson
le dijo a la señora Walker que usted daría testimonio
anytime or anywhere?
por el señor Simpson en cualquier momento o en cualquier lugar?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Do you recall a conversation that you had with her
Recuerdo
during the
una
month
conversación que usted tuvo con ella durante el mes
of August of 1994?
de agosto de 1994.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you recall saying to her at that time?
¿Podría decirnos lo que usted recuerda haberle dicho a ella en ese entonces?
Eran para que le preparara la cena a su esposo de cumpleaños.
It was for me to prepare the dinner for her husband's birthday.
Did you do that?
¿Usted hizo eso?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
During the course of that time frame, during August of 1994,
Durante el transcurso de ese tiempo, de agosto de 1994,
did she ever make any statements to you
¿en algún momento ella le dijo alguna cosa a usted
about the O.J. Simpson case?
acerca del caso de O.J. Simpson?
Yo no me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Your
Staying.
counsel went into this on cross-examination. I think that I should be able to elicit the response of the court president.
What Sylviane Walker said to her?
Sylvia Ann Walker's response to what she had, yes, Your Honor, and I have an offer of proof.
All right, the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall any conversation with Miss Sylvia Ann Walker
¿Recuerda usted alguna conversación con la señora Sylviane Walker
regarding the O.J. Simpson case at all?
acerca del caso de O.J. del señor O.J.
Overruled.
Simpson en lo absoluto?
You can answer the question.
¿Puede contestar la pregunta?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what you recall saying to her, if anything?
¿Y podría
What she
decirnos
said to you?
lo que usted recuerda haberle dicho a ella o lo
Overruled.
que ella le dijo a usted?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You have no recollection of that?
¿No recuerda eso?
Overruled.
Did
No,
you
sir.
ever?
No, sir.
Did you ever at any time say,
En algún momento dado dijo usted,
quote, "Oh, señora,
entre
O.J.
comillas,
Simpson is a great guy.
oh señora,
And
O.J.
I'll-
Simpson es una persona
Testify to anything, anytime."
magnífica y yo daría testimonio con respecto a cualquier cosa en cualquier momento.
Tal vez se lo dije, no me acuerdo.
Maybe I said that to her, I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of that?
No.
¿Recuerda usted eso? No.
Did you ever say, or did she ever respond,
En algún momento dado dijo usted, o le
Quote.
respondió ella, entre comillas,
yeah, Rosa, but
sí, Rosa,
so I thought, fine, he's a great guy,
pero sí, yo también pensé que sí, era una persona magnífica,
okay.
bien,
And then I said,
y después yo dije,
well,
bueno,
what do you think? Meaning,
¿qué
do you
piensa?
think he did it? Or words to that effect.
refiriéndose a que,
I quoted from the... I can make it clear.
Overruled.
Physical. Okay.
Do you understand the question?
¿entendió la pregunta? No, sir.
All right. Did Miss Walker ever say to you,
Muy bien, la señora Walker en algún momento dado le dijo a usted,
yeah,
excuse me,
Rosa?
the interpreter would like to make a request.
Yes.
If you're reading from something, may I see it?
Certainly. May I put...
Yes.
That's better, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, ask your question.
May I proceed now, Your Honor?
Yes. Mr. Darden? I mean, did you want to see what...
Let me start over if I might, Your Honor. Do you ever recall Miss Sylviane Walker saying,
En algún momento dado, ¿recuerda usted que la señora Sylvian Walker dijo,
yeah, Rosa,
sí, Rosa,
but so I thought, fine,
pero, así es que yo pensé, bien,
he's a great guy, okay.
es una persona magnífica, ok.
And then I said,
Y
meaning
después yo dije, refiriéndome
Sylviane Walker,
a Sylvian Walker,
well, what do you think?
bueno, ¿qué piensa?
Meaning, do you think he did it?
Refiriéndome a que si pensaba que él lo había hecho.
Do you ever recall Miss Sylviane Walker making that statement to you?
En algún momento dado, ¿recuerda usted que la señora Sylvian Walker le haya dicho eso a
Vague and
usted?
it calls for speculation.
Todavía
Miss
no
Walker is
conteste.
expressing her own thoughts.
All right, overruled.
¿Puedo contestar? Sí, señor. Yes, sir.
And when she said that to you, do you recall what your response was, if any?
Y cuando ella le dijo a usted eso, ¿recuerda usted lo que usted contestó? Si
No.
es que usted le dio una respuesta.
No me acuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
And when you talked to Miss Walker, did you believe that Mr. Simpson was guilty of these crimes?
Y cuando usted habló con la señora Walker, ¿usted pensaba que el señor Simpson era culpable de estos crímenes?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You don't recall anything else about the conversation with her?
¿No recuerda ninguna otra cosa acerca de su conversación con ella?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Now, this morning you were shown a number of photographs
Ahora, esta mañana a usted se le mostraron un número de
by
fotografías.
Mr. Darden. You recall those photographs?
Se las mostró el señor Darden. ¿Recuerda usted esas fotografías?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
I want to show you one that I don't think he put on the Elmo, if I can.
Quiero mostrarle una.
I don't want to turn it on. Not yet. Just before we put that on,
Antes de poner eso,
The photograph was already placed on the monitor and the witness glanced over at it.
doesn't matter. Your Honor, let me go right to it. Or you can put it on, Mr. Hurst. Yeah, there's some nerve.
All right, Mr. Cochran.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard, Mr. Darden didn't show this photograph on the Elmo, so I'll ask you, the red mark down,
le voy a preguntar,
that I'll try to,
la marca roja,
if you can see,
le voy a
Can you
decir,
like-
si puede ver,
can you step down and can you, with the court's permission, can you look up at this red mark
quiero que se baje para que vea esta marca roja,
right there?
que está justamente ahí.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And was that mark placed by you this morning?
¿Y esta marca la puso usted esta mañana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And does that mark indicate the place you were when you
Yes.
last saw the Bronco that particular evening on June 12th, 1994, ma'am?
Y esa marca indica el lugar en donde usted vio el Bronco por última vez la noche del 12 de junio del 94, señora.
Es donde yo estaba parada, señor.
That is where I was standing, sir.
And prior to being at that location, at the red mark on...
Y antes de haber estado en ese lugar donde está la marca roja,
People's 92A.
en el anexo de la Fiscalía 92A,
Prior to going to the red mark on People's 92A for
antes
identification,
de ir al lugar donde está la marca roja del anexo 92A de la
when you were
Fiscalía,
with this dog,
cuando usted estaba con esta perra,
and there was only one dog, is that correct?
y solamente había una perra, ¿es eso así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you walk, can you describe for the court
Usted caminó, ¿le puede describir
whether or
al
not
juez
you walked between the trees or
si usted
how?
caminó
And the trees
entre
are
los
depicted here on
árboles?
92A by red arrows.
o cómo por los árboles que están mostrados ahí en la 92A marcados con las flechas rojas?
No podía caminar arriba del árbol, caminé por debajo, por en medio de los
I
árboles.
couldn't have walked on top of the trees, I walked between the trees.
All right, between the two trees that you can see there on the monitor?
En medio de los dos árboles que usted ve ahí en el monitor.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you had the dog on a leash at that time?
¿Y usted tenía al perro con una soga en ese momento?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether or not the dog was pulling you at all?
¿Y usted recuerda si el perro la estaba jalando o no la estaba jalando en absoluto?
Siempre jala el perro, señor.
The dog always pulls, sir.
And do you recall whether or not, while you were out there on this occasion,
¿Y usted recuerda si es que durante el tiempo que usted estuvo ahí, durante esta ocasión,
that you walked into some ivy out there?
que usted caminó sobre una hiedra allá?
Sustained.
All right, can you describe the court where the dog pulled you, if any place?
Muy bien, ¿puede describir el juez hacia dónde la jaló el perro? ¿Algún lugar? Todavía no contesto. ¿Puede contestar?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
El perro siempre me jala para la calle porque como nunca está afuera,
The
me
dog
encanta salir
always
a la calle.
pulls me toward the street because, since she never goes outside, she loves going to the street.
I missed the last part. She loves.
She loves going to the street.
And you wouldn't let the dog go in the street, would you?
Y usted no le permitía a la perra ir a la calle, ¿verdad?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And this was approximately what time on June 12th, 1994, in
Y
the
eso
evening
era
hours?
aproximadamente a qué hora, durante las horas de la noche del 12 de junio de 1994.
Después de las 10, señor.
After 10, sir.
And is that your best response?
¿Y eso es su mejor respuesta?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you've already described for us what you did before you came out the house. Is that correct?
Ya nos ha descrito lo que usted hizo antes.
It's a so what question. Never mind, go ahead and answer the question.
Y ya nos ha descrito lo que usted hizo antes de salir.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Darden about the Salinger's clocks.
Ahora, el señor Darden le hizo a usted unas preguntas con respecto a los relojes de los señores Salinger.
Do you recall those questions about the
¿Recuerda esas
clocks?
preguntas acerca de los relojes?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And during the week of June 12th
Y
to at
durante,
least June 17th,
y durante la semana del 12 de junio al 17 de junio
1994,
de 1994,
the Salingers were not at home, were they?
los señores Salinger no estaban en casa, ¿es eso así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And before you left to go out,
Y antes de que usted saliera para ir
walk.
afuera,
the dog the last time that evening,
para caminar a la perra por última vez esa noche,
did you have occasion
usted tuvo la oportunidad
to look at both clocks inside the house?
de
Do you
ver
recall?
los dos relojes en el interior de la casa. Todavía no conteste.
Sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. What clocks, if any, did you look at before you went outside for the last time that evening?
¿Qué relojes vio, si es que vio algún reloj, antes de salir de la casa esa noche?
El de mi
Última vez.
recámara, señor.
The one in my bedroom, sir.
All right. Did you see any other clock?
Muy bien. ¿Vio usted algún otro reloj?
El de la cocina, señor.
The one in the kitchen, sir.
All right. Which did you see first,
Muy
if you
bien.
recall?
¿Cuál fue el que vio primero, si es que recuerda? Todavía no
Overruled.
contesta. Puede contestar.
El de mi cuarto, señor.
The one in my bedroom, sir.
All right, now, is there any doubt in your mind that you saw Detective Furman
Muy bien,
in
¿tiene
the
usted
early
alguna
morning
duda
hours
en la mente de haber visto al detective Furman en las tempranas horas
on June 13th, 1994?
del 13 de junio del 94?
Mixing apples and oranges here. Early morning hours in the context
Okay.
of this case means 1 and 2 in the morning.
All right, you're right. Let me restate that. Is there any doubt in your mind that
¿Tiene
you
alguna
saw
duda en la mente de haber visto
Detective Furman
al detective Furman
after 8 o'clock a.m.
después de las 8 de la mañana
on June 13th, 1994?
el 13 de junio de 1994?
But before I get to that point, let me proceed and then get to that point. A little tardy, but. May I proceed then?
You may, please. Thank you.
I was just going to counsel. She was having a conversation. Threw me off, man. Last question answered.
I think we had just... Any doubt in your mind about talking to Detective Furman after 8 o'clock a.m. on June the 13th? Last question.
And was there an answer to that question?
No, there was not.
I'll ask it again.
Is that objection overruled?
It is overruled.
Any doubt in your mind?
I've heard prosecutors ask that question too.
¿Tiene usted alguna duda en la mente
Any doubt in your mind that you spoke with and saw Detective
de que
Furman
usted habló y vio al detective
after 8
Furman
o'clock on June 13th, 1994?
después de las 8 el 13 de junio de 1994?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And when you saw him at that time and you spoke with him,
Cuando usted lo vio esa vez y habló con él,
did you see him write any notes?
¿usted lo vio escribir algunas notas?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Is there any doubt in your mind that you heard footsteps
¿Tiene
during the
alguna
evening
duda
hours
en la mente de que
on
escuchó
June 12th, 1994?
pasos durante las horas de la noche
There ain't doubt, Joey.
Overruled.
del 12 de junio de 1994?
Any doubt that you heard voices that evening?
¿Tiene alguna duda de haber escuchado voces
Overruled.
esa noche?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Any doubt that you saw the Bronco after 10 o'clock
¿Alguna duda
parked
de
at the
que
curb there at Rockingham?
vio al Bronco estacionado al lado de la calle sobre la Rockingham?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And did you have occasion, Ms. Lopez, to see that Bronco
¿Y tuvo la oportunidad, señora López, de ver ese Bronco
after 8 o'clock
después de las 8,
on Monday, June 13th, 1994?
el lunes 13 de junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And where was it at that time when you saw it?
¿Y en dónde estaba en ese entonces cuando usted lo vio?
En el mismo lugar donde lo vio en la noche, señor.
In the same place where I had seen it at night, sir.
With regard to how it was parked, did it seem to be parked in the same way?
Con respecto a la forma
Stay.
How was it parked?
y cómo estaba
You saw it in the
estacionado
morning, on the 13th.
el 13 de junio por la mañana.
Algo chueco.
Somewhat crooked.
Now, you have never been employed or paid by Mr. Simpson, is that correct?
Ahora, usted nunca ha sido empleada y nunca le ha pagado a usted el señor Simpson, ni la ha empleado él.
No, señor.
No, sir.
In the course of your testimony over the last several days, have you told us the truth?
Durante el transcurso de su testimonio, durante los últimos días, ¿usted nos ha dicho la verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And are you getting anything out of testifying here today?
Y se,
Sustain.
Okay, everyone. This was a good stream about the OJ trial. Thank you all for tuning in for tonight. We'll be ending it now, and hope everybody has a good day, evening, afternoon, wherever you are, and peace.